am the state coalition agent of APP.
Tony Osaibowe, PhD. I'm the state coalition agent for People's Democratic Party, PDP.
My name is Barrister President Adebayo. I stand in for Zenith Labour Party.
My name is Agatise Rafe. I'm state coalition officer for New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. Thank you.
Any other party present? Please, let's recognize the Commandant, Agu Benga, and NSCDC, Edo State. Sir, you are welcome. The next in our list is a remark by our Honorable Rec, Mr. Sam Olume. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The national. Let me hand over the microphone to our national commissioner. So call out. I should call them out.
Good afternoon, all. It is my pleasure to introduce the returning officer of yesterday's election, in person of Professor Farouk Musa Adamu, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Minna. So you're welcome, sir. I think my job is finished. Thank you. He's the chief executive now.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everybody. I want to believe that the protocol has been duly established. And on the strength of that, we want to start straight away. Again, let me correct one impression. The full names is, I am Professor Farouk Adamukuta, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Minna in Niger State. And for today, I am the state returning officer for Edo State gubernatorial election that took place yesterday, the 21st September 2024. The rules of the games are very simple, and I pray that all of us will understand the situations at hand. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of our being here is simple. We are to collate results that have been assembled at the local government level. And so we'll put them together, and then at the final point, we add these figures together, and then we announce the winner of the election. Therefore, please, we will expect maturity, understanding, and please, whenever you want to raise issues, have it at the back of your mind that we are dealing with reality. These are votes that have been casted, they have been articulated, they've been collated, and they are here from the various local governments for us to put them together and then announce the winner of the election. Please, 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 let's be civil, let's be mature, let's be decent, let's be very respectful in our approach. We are willing more than ever before to listen to each complaint, but in doing that, we will not waste much time because we have responsibility to collect these figures here. Thank you very much, and may God help us as we continue with this exercise. Thank you very much. So please, can we have the list of local government areas that are already with us and the votes have been reconciled? The list, please, so that we take them one by one. And please, for your information, the local government coalition officers, you cannot appear before us here without your EO, that is the electoral officer of that local government. And that is why we have about 2 chairs there. By the time you come, please help us introduce yourself and your status. The local government coalition officer and then the EO. We need to know their names, please. And that is how we'll be going. After the introduction, you tell us the number of wards, having given us the name of the local government. Tell us the number of wards in each local government or the local government you covered. And then you now begin to tell us the total number of registered voters, and in that order, up to, the point at which all the political parties, the votes they are able to gather. And I think that is the way we will be going. It will be very systematic. So I implore each and every one of us to be patient, please. Thank you very much. So we have the first local government, Igwe local government. Igwe local government. The pronunciation. Igwe local government, please. Where is the EO? The EO and then the local government returning officer, please. Sorry, coalition officer. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. Igwe, please. You have your mic there? No extra mic? The EO, please tell us your name, and then the local government coalition officer will also introduce himself, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Adewole Adebayo, electoral officer of Igwe local government. My name is Adewole Adebayo, the electoral officer of Igwe local government.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Haruna Ibrahim from the Federal University of Technology, Minna. I served as the local government coalition officer for Igwe local government area in the gubernatorial election that was held yesterday, 21st of September 2024. Igwe has 10 wards. Elections were conducted successfully. Results were collated, and the following details I will present. Number of registered voters stood at 54549. 54549.
54545. Please take it again.
54,549. 54549.
That's okay.
Number of accredited voters 15,274. 15,274. The parties performed as follows. Party AA. Party A scored 1 vote. 1 vote. AA scored 0. Party AAC scored 4 votes. 4 votes. ADC scored 49 votes. 49. ADP 18 votes. 18. APC scored 5907. 5907. ABGA 10 votes. 10 votes. APM 0. Party APP 2 votes. BP 3 votes. 3 votes. LP 494. 494. NNPP scored 5 votes. 5 votes. NRM 13 votes. 13. PDP scored 8470 votes. 8470. PRP 10 votes. 10 votes. SDP 1 vote. YPP 2 votes. ZLP 0. Total valid votes stood at 14,989. 14989. 278 votes were rejected. 278. The total vote cast stood at 15,267. 15267. I so present.
Thank you. The LGA Coalition Officer, please, was there any polling unit or ward whose election was cancelled?
There was no cancellation.
Fine. All right. Party agents, please. Party agents. Party agents, please. Any observation, comments? Thank you very much. Please, the local government coalition officer, you can present. Tia, no, please don't go. Let us have the result, original copy. Congratulations.
In the world of e-commerce, it's always crunch time, especially for your cash flow. You need
Thank you very much. Asian Waste. Asian Waste. Yeah, please, the EO, introduce yourself, after which you hand over the mic to the local collection officer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Obina Sebastian. Obina Sebastian. I'm the electoral officer of Esan West local government area.
Thank you, sirs. I am Professor Ojo Michael Akindele from the Federal University of Technology, Mina, Niger State. I served as the coalition officer for Esan West local government. In this local government, we have 10 wards. 10 wards. And the results are as follows. The number of registered voters, 113,057. 113,067. 067, sorry. Then the total number of accredited voters, 25,702. 25,702. And the votes received by political parties as follows. Party A, 0. Party A, 0. Party AA, 2. Party AA, 2. Party AAC, 11, 1. Then Party ADC, 87, 87. Party ADP, 39. Party ADP, 39. Party APC, 12,952. APC, 12,952. Then ABGA, 23. ABGA, 23. Then APM, 12, 12. APP, 0. APP, 0. BP, 4. BP, 4. LP, 342. 342. NNPP, 8. NNPP, 8. Then we have NRM, 121, 121. PDP, 11004, 11,004. PRP, 72, 72. Then SDP, 2. SDP, 2. YPP, 9. YPP, 9. ZLP, 3. ZLP, 3. Total valid vote, 24,691. 24,691. Rejected votes 693. Then total vote cast 25,384. 25,384. Signed by me and the party agents.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the local government coalition officer. Again, I asked, was there any polling unit or ward whose result was cancelled?
No, sir.
Fine, thank you very much. Party agents, please. Observe any comments? No comments. Thank you very much. So please give up the result. Thank you very much, Asian West. Onwan West. Onwan West. All right, so please introduce yourself. You hand over the mic to the local government coalition officer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Udo.
Please, one house, the gentleman of the press, please. One house. Can we have one house, please? Gentlemen of the press, please. Thank you, sir.
My name is Udo Odudu, SE, Electoral Officer, Onwa West Local Government Area. Thank you.
My name is Professor Abdulkarim Ambalisaka. I'm the coalition officer for Owan West Local Government Area with 11 registration area. The result of the election conducted yesterday, being 21st of September 2024, are as follows. Number of registered voters, 67,076. 67076. 67076. Number of accredited voters, 24,311. 24311. Party A, 4 votes. Party A, 4 votes. Party AA, 1. Party AA, 1. Party AAC, 0. Party AAC, 0. Party ADC, 41 votes. Party ADC, 41 votes. Party ADP, 47 votes. Party ADP, 47. Party APC, 12,277. 12277. 12277. Afghan, 12. Afghan, 12. APM, 0. APM, 0. APP, 0. APP, 0. Party BP, 1. Party BP, 1. Party LP, 201. Party LP, 201. Party LP, 201. Party NNPP, 2. NNPP, 2. NRM, 21. NRM, 21. PDP, 11284. PDP, 11,284. 11284. Party PRP, 8.
Party PRP 8. Party SDP 0. Party SDP 0. Party YPP 1. YPP 1 vote. ZLP 4 votes. CELP 4. Total valid vote 23,904. Total valid votes 23,904. Rejected vote 391. Rejected vote 391. Total votes cast 24,295. Total vote cast 24,295. Total vote cast 24,295.
Wait, please. Total vote cast. Take it one by one, please.
Total valid vote 23,904.
Yes.
23,904.
Yeah.
Rejected vote 391.
Yes.
Total vote cast 24,295.
24,295. Thank you. The government coalition officer, please. Was there any result that was cancelled?
No, sir.
And all right. So, party agents, please. Party agents, thank you very much. Thank you. The results. Or who are they? Please permit me, the pronunciation may be faulty. Please. Or who are they? Or who are they? Or who are they local government? Or the local government area, please. All right, please introduce yourself, after which you hand over the mic to the local government coalition officer, please. Please, can we have one house, please? Gentlemen of the press, please, can we have one house? Madam? I think we are here to listen to the votes that have been read out. Please, let's be quiet. Please go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Samuel Udo, electoral officer for Onwode local government area.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Professor Jimo Oladejo Tijani from Federal University of Technology, Minna, Niger State. I serve as the coalition officer for Onwode local government area of Edo State yesterday. And here are the breakdown of the total number of registered voters.
Tell us the number of wards.
We have 10 wards. We have 10 wards in Umode.
All right.
Total number of registered voters, 92,169. 92,169. Total number of accredited voters, 20,044. Total number of accredited voters, 20,044. Here are the breakdowns of the votes got by each party. Party A, 04. Party A, 04. Party AA is 04. Party AA is 04. Party AAC 11. Party AAC 1-1. Party ADC 125. Party ADC 125. Party ADP 3-2. Party ADP 3-2. Party APC 8776. Party APC 8776. Party ABGA 3-0. ABGA 3-0. Party APM 06. Party APM 06. Party APP 04. Party APP 04. Party BP 01. Party BP 01. LP 769. LP 769. NNPP 62. NNPP 62. NRM 24. NRM 24. PDP 9339. PDP 9339. PRP 13. PRP 13. SDP 00. SDP 00. YPP 10. YPP 10. ZLP 13. ZLP 13. Total valid votes 19223. Total valid votes 19223. Rejected votes 553. Rejected votes 553. Total vote cast 19776. Total vote cast 19776. This result was signed by me and all the party agents present. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Was there any polling unit or ward whose result was cancelled?
None, sir.
Comments from the political parties, please. Yes, please. Mike, give him the mic. Somebody to help.
Good morning, everybody. I'd just like to state, I know you're here for coalition. As you mentioned earlier, I just want to put you on notice that as someone who has read manufacturing engineering, to manufacture is to make things on a large scale. The votes for APC in Wode have been inflated. Same thing with Igwebe. I just want to put you on notice. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Please, do you have something different?
Well, I am representing APC.
All right, sir.
The votes, as announced, are the proper vote casted and are the correct votes. So I don't know where...
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any other comments? So please, Coalition Officer LGA, please. Congratulations. Thank you. Ovia Northeast. Ovia Northeast. Ovia Northeast. So EO, introduce yourself, after which you hand over the mic to the local government collection officer. Please, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anefiok Mark Chira, the electoral officer of Ovia Northeast.
My name is Professor Job Madu, a professor of agricultural economics from Federal University of Technology, Mina. I serve as the collection officer.
From the information reaching us, Oriodo is the 17th local government area to be announced by the returning officer. The returning officer is about to start recording the results announced while they wait for the results from the Ikoba Oha local government area. This is according to the returning officer, and this is done to save time instead of calling for another recess. At the bottom of the screen there, you could see results from other local government areas already mentioned. Orodo is currently on display, and the APC polling 30,780 votes, and the Labour Party 5,389, while the People's Democratic Party, PDP, came in with 24,938 votes. As we get updates on display now is Owa West local government, where the APC came in with 12,277 votes. The PDP polled 11,284 votes, and Labour Party polled 201 votes. It's Onwa East local government area now on display, where the APC is coming in with 19,380 votes. The People's Democratic Party with 14,189 votes, and the Labour Party polling 46 votes at the Owa East local government area. Right now on display, we have the Ovia Southwest local government area, where the People's Democratic Party came in with 10,260 votes. The APC came in with 10,150 votes, and the Labour Party 849 votes within that local government area of Edo State for the governorship election of the state. Now we have Ovia Northeast local government area, where the PDP comes in with 15,311 votes, the Labour Party with 1,675 votes, and the All Progressives Congress 13,225 votes at the Ovia Northeast local government area. As earlier mentioned, the returning officer is waiting to announce results from the Ikoba Oha local government area. Right now on display is Esan South local government, where the People's Democratic Party polled 14,199 votes. APC came in with 8,398 votes, and the Labour Party 98 votes. We have Estaco's central local government now on display, where the All Progressives Congress came in with 11,906 votes, the People's Democratic Party with 8,455 votes, and the Labour Party with 381 votes. That's Estaco's central local government area. Right now we have Orionwa local government area, where the All Progressives Congress polled 16,059 votes, the Labour Party with 556 votes, and the People's Democratic Party polled 14,614 votes at the Orionwa local government area. Right now on display is Uwude local government area, where the People's Democratic Party polled a total of 9,339 votes. The Labour Party came in with 767 votes, while the All Progressives Congress polled 8,776 votes within that local government. That is Uwude local government area of Edo State. Right now, we're viewing Esako West local government area, where the APC is coming in.
Viably will fund your e-commerce business with working capital to extend your cash flow. Sign up for free.
Democratic Party with 17,483 votes, and the Labour Party with 2,116 votes. So far, results of 17 local government areas have been called out. We're just waiting for the results from the last local government area, and then the officials would collate and give the total number. Right now, we're viewing Esa Northeast local government area, where the People's Democratic Party came in with 12,522 votes, the All Progressives Congress with 10,648 votes, and the Labour Party with 194 votes at the Esa Northeast local government area of Edo State. Now we're seeing results for Akoko Edo local government area where the All Progressives Congress polled 34,847 votes and the Labour Party came in with 2,239 votes and the People's Democratic Party with 15,865 votes. Quite a lot of off-record conversations going on between the panel. Right now, we're still having results for Akoko Edo on display, where the All Progressives Congress came in with 34,847 votes, and PDP with 15,865 votes, and the Labour Party with 2,239 votes.
This is the consequence of the vote you voted. And it's too early to cry now because actually the real problem hasn't come. But when these problems come, we should solve them as a country. We should not see it as a potential of politics. President Tinubu is taking certain measures, which are legacy measures of what he met on the ground. His own policies have not come out. When they come out, you will see that there are complications there because you have to run an economy. It's one thing to win. You can be an expert in winning an election, but you have to be an expert in running a government. And I haven't seen that expertise yet. Maybe when their cabinet comes out and they start to think. I haven't seen the sign of a thinking government yet, which is trying to manage the economy. If you see the contradiction in what they are doing, for example, look at the central bank.
On that note.
I have nothing new to say.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu?
100% to deal with Nigerians.
Jeez.
People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience.
Adam, are we doing well?
Very well.
Are you sure?
We are grateful. We are good to go.
Thank you very much. 1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,000,000 1,911,844,000,000 1,000,000,000. This money is too much for me. 1,000,000,000,000. I hope that is not on the record. 1,911,840.
With whom I am well pleased, Bayo Onanuga, has told you all that I won't attend this year's United Nations General Assembly. I am sending my Vice President, Shettima, to represent me. But instead of you people being happy that Nigeria will save money because I won't be going, some of you suggest that I chickened out for silly reasons. First, I did not drop out to stay home and deal with the nonsense demonstration Sowore is planning for October 1st. Waiting concern me. NSAR's protests allowed me to make my Alpha Beta court files disappear in Lagos. Bad governance protest allowed my friend Ganduje to have his contract dollar bribe corrupt files disappear from Kano courts. You all should continue. Maybe this time Senate President Akpabio will get the opportunity to send some boys to the EFCC building to wipe his slate clean. Or Yahaya Bello may seize the opportunity. I won't lie. The US President Joe Biden did not agree to meet with me. It hurts. He only planned to meet with Paul Kagame of Rwanda and William Ruto of Kenya. Those are two African presidents they consider responsible leaders. Stupid, sleepy Joe Biden. But that is not why I am not going. We have mastered how to cover such snubs by setting up meetings on the sidelines with second-class and third-class world leaders, like the prime ministers of the Netherlands, India, and Kazakhstan. Don't worry, people. I've warned Shettima not to go in front of the UN to say to the world, restructuring my foot. Until next week, I'm the Jagaban. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where might is right, and woe to the weak.
Earlier, some party members were trying to make their way near the INEC office, but they've been there's a heavy presence and the barricade. Some few meters away from here, and as we speak, they're still there. There's a very huge anticipation, and that also defines the mood around here in Benin City, the Edo State capital. One other interesting fact that we must also talk about at this point is the last local government being expected here.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you. I got a friend who.
That local government hasn't come in yet. Oredo, which was the 17th local government, is also close by. Those were the last local government, the last two local governments reeled out, expected to be announced at the moment. As we also speak, there's been a lot of activities going on the political side. The partisan politicians are also meeting. There's been a lot of reactions coming from everywhere. This auditorium has also been quite tense. Hours before now, there's been a lot of accusations. There's been a lot of bickering and from the leading political party at the moment, and also the opposition party. Some have also pointed out a lot of discrepancies in some of the results announced so far. There's been allegations of misconduct and also counter allegations, but the panel, so to say, especially being led by the presiding officer here, is insisting that this is not a court. Their JD, their job description is quite defined, and all they want to do at the moment is to collect the results. Any observations, reservations are being laid by political parties. They say they know the appropriate quarters to channel them. But at the moment, the collation is still ongoing because the registering or the recording of the data, the numbers already in, are actually part of the entire process. Like I mentioned earlier, the returning officer is trying to save time by recording the already announced results. 17 local governments already announced, and the overall is being expected. The presiding officer, the returning officer, doesn't have the details as to when that will come. At the moment, is stamping what is already recorded. He has a form, working on the form, and by the time the last local government comes in, I want to believe that the announcement of the winner will be made. Starting from the first local government to the second and to the last, been a lot of, let me say, because of party politics and all the theatrics that, if you want to call it, that some may want to tag the way what we've seen here. But I also want to believe that there's been a way to douse the tension. So we've seen here, because the returning officer, I think, is done recording the already announced result, because at the moment, from the visual we're seeing, is no longer writing. He already stamped the results that he recorded in the EC8A form, and probably just looking around to see if the last local government that is being expected is anywhere in sight. I think from what we have, it cannot see any. But in the room, the atmosphere, the mood is still a bit tense, a bit celebratory, so to say. Of course, those who are on the winning side cheering and smiling, and those who are not having the results their way at the moment are a bit quiet. We have journalists seated in the room, security operatives from the civil defense, from police, DSS, civil society organizations, all in this room, just waiting for the last local government to come in. Again, one of the things to also watch in this particular election is the voter turnout. It's already looking like it's a very low one from preliminary reports being released by civil society organizations. They already put in some of the figures around in the range of 24% turnout, which is a bit lower than the last election here in the state, which was in 2020. Again, if you follow the entire process of the voting process yesterday on Channels Television, we brought you details, every tiny details from local government to local government, and factors that could have led to some of the results you're seeing right now, especially when it comes to the low turnout. Rain very heavily, and again, some quarters or in some local governments or some schools or some polling units, vote buying cases were reported. And before then, the entire process had a bit of a slow start, or because at some point, electoral officials were waiting for the security operatives who were supposed to accompany them to different polling units to come, but it took a bit of time. For instance, at a primary school in Igor local government, where many officials, core members stood because it's Iraq, and they were waiting to be conveyed to the various local governments. That didn't happen until, say, 8:40, 8:50. Some of them left around 9 a.m., and which already meant that the voting process was going to start really late, because polls were expected to have been opened by 8:30 in the morning and closed by 2:30. But again, it seemed INEC also reacted to that by extending the voting process, by extending voting in some areas, just because of some of these factors that have been identified.
Thank you to all of you who thanked me for freeing Omoyele Sowore after my boys arrested him at Lagos Airport. I am a very nice man, but warn him not to try any nonsense on October 1st. Tell him that I am not Buhari. If Buhari showed him Shegai, I would bring down Shango on him. For those disgruntled elements in Nigeria and abroad looking for me and asking, where in the world is Bola Tinubu? I hope you saw me in Maiduguri feeding the displaced and doing my job as president. Did you see me, Rufai? What about you, stupid doctor? Damages? Are you happy now? Nonsense. I'm able like you. I was busy getting a well-deserved rest in King Charles's GRA. Then all of you restless and hopeless people won't mind your business. My plan was to go from the UK to the US for the United Nations General Assembly in New York next week. But you kept running your months on social media. And European leaders started looking at me as if my head was not correct. They said Maiduguri, my country, was underwater. And I was in London enjoying a 24-hour power supply, kebab, fish, and chips. Who paid for my trip back home? You. Next week, I will pack my things and head to the US. Who will pay for it? You. Behni, you cannot stop me. Pennywise, pound foolish, all of you. Wait and concern me. Until next week, I am the Jagaban. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where might is right and woe to the weak. Many of you have written. Some have called me, begging me to make Reno Omokri my new press secretary. Ide Craze, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am rejecting Reno for that sensitive role, not because of all the nonsense things he has said about me in the past. Having worked with Femi Fani Kayode, I know his type. The fight for daily bread determines their side at any point. I am okay with that lifestyle. We politicians are nothing but glorified buccaneers. What I cannot stand about him is the security report that said he used to beat his ex-wife. Call me anything you like, but I never raise my hands on a woman. What kind of weak man does that? I can tell you that it is worse than being a male Ashawo or even a drug dealer. So please, Nigerians, stop calling or writing to me about Reno. I am desperate for favorable media coverage, but as Jeffrey Archer said, there is honor even among thieves. He should stay where he is and keep dealing with Peter Obi for us. I like it like that. That has been another episode of 90 Seconds Plus with the Jagaban. Until next week, God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where might is right and woe to the weak.
Order you to bring that fuel back immediately. Order effect. Krubu, me, Rogediye, at the Gogo Yamata now. If you the feel blind person, Krubu they blow whistle. They look God oh. Krubu, or the way no they talk, what fully mind. If you the fear big person, put basket for faith. Krubu me come out amo. Krubu they remember waiting of you to tell it, Papa. Say he do way, Papa, he chest they fire. If Papa tell us say my pikin, now dead way they their family. Krubu if in Nigeria finish, you go remain. Krubu, me at the verse, no food because of fuel, nothing for house. You know they get sense. And they talk to you the buga. Where you dey go the buga? You know say I know you nobody now. You are money with the India people. Krubu relax oh. Now small challenge that they tell you. I say me Rogedi the verse. Alpha, never there for you. Jesus! Small pikin sleep mess. And they tell you, I won't wake you. Then you heard your dog. Krubu me they tell you, how far? I never eat. What thing they worry you? Person go they talk to you. You go to buga. See me. And the verse will not be met or not be sight so they look for so all my eye on you. Order you to bring that fuel down. Immediately effect.
General overseers must go to prison. I am not joking. I said so in the open many years ago during the convention of Mike Okonko. I said, lock Adewole, lock Kui up, lock Orisaka for all, lock me up also. By the time we finish, Nigeria will change. I have a reason for saying so. In 1 Kings chapter 4, I know I'll be quoted tomorrow, I'm ready for their war. If the revolution does not begin in the church, it cannot spread. If it does not begin in the mosque, it cannot spread. I am telling you, except those institutions change, Nigeria will never change. They control the soul and minds of millions of people. They stone him to death. Yes. Beginning from your church and your mosque. Ask your leaders where are they getting the money they are spending lavishly for. If it's not from the contribution of the saints who read from Abuja, next service, take stones to church. Let the revolution begin. Parents must be accountable to their children and carry the revolution to Obasanjo's gate. Carry the revolution to all these men who are oppressing us. I think December is too late. I think January is too far. I challenge you to rise. I challenge you to fight. I challenge you that the revolution will begin. Let it follow my end goal that will push these oppressors off our line. We are saying no to corruption, no to oppression. Let the revolution begin.
Will turbocharge this in a potential next Trump administration. Can you just tell people at home how there are no guardrails that will be able to stop a Trump Department of Justice if this is what they would like to do? Because legally, they can currently, if they would like, a Department of Justice can take a look into and challenge someone's citizenship.
Yeah, there has always been
the legal option if somebody committed a crime in getting their citizenship or a very serious crime thereafter, for the federal government to go through a process to denaturalize it. But that has happened in the past before the Trump administration in very, very, very small numbers in extreme cases. The Trump administration came in, set up this office of denaturalization, and the percentage of people being put through this process of investigation and then denaturalization.
Another recess for 45 minutes. The last local government overall is still being expected at the moment, and it is another wait here at this State Collation Center in Benin City. There are 18 local governments in Edo State, and these local government elections were held in all the 18 local governments, some of them around, say, 6 locations with a bit of difficulty in terms of accessing them. The police and other security agencies way before this particular election gave the assurances that everyone will be able to vote without any kind of intimidation. And as we speak, the police are also gearing up just to ensure that they still secure the states, to ensure that there are no post-election violence breaking out from any point. Of course, there are coastal communities here in Edo State, and where we are at the moment is the state capital. In this auditorium, of course, like I said earlier, it's a big tense, and of course outside as well, party supporters are gathering. Some of them are trying to air their views. Some of them are angry that they say there are discrepancies. Some of them say there's a level of manipulation in the results being announced here. But on the other side of the aisle, if I may say, those who are leading at this point from the election results announced so far, they are also applauding the entire process. Even just in this room, the party agents, it has been one argument or the other just before now. Okay, as we continue the coverage of the Edo State election, as is the returning officer made the announcement about some minutes ago that we would have to wait for another 45 minutes. We go on a short break now and return with the announcement.
This is the consequence of the vote you voted. And it's too early to cry now because actually the real problem hasn't come. But when these problems come, we should solve them as a country. We should not see as a potential of politics. President Tinubu is taking certain measures, which are legacy measures of what he met on the ground. His own policies have not come out. When they come out, you will see that there are complications there. because you have to run an economy. It's one thing to win. You can be an expert in winning an election, but you have to be an expert in running a government. And I haven't seen that expertise yet. Maybe when their cabinet comes out and they start to think. I haven't seen the sign of a thinking government yet, which is trying to manage the economy. If you see the contradiction in what they are doing, for example,
Well,
look at the central bank.
On that note,
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. All right, today is a unique day. We have the election results coming out from Edo State. We're actually waiting for one local government to be announced, and then we get a complete picture of what is going on. Our guest for today, you all know him. He's one of our favorites on this program, Prince Adewole Adebayo. He's here and he will join us. I'm trying to see if we have to wait for another 30 minutes to get the final results, or we go in and then we interrupt the conversation when INEC continues that announcement. So please give me a few minutes. I will figure that out and then we will be right back. Thank you.
Nigerians, many of you have written. Some have called me, begging me to make Reno Omokri my new press secretary. Ide Craze, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am rejecting Reno for that sensitive role, not because of all the nonsense things he has said about me in the past. Having worked with Femi Fani-Kayode, I know his type. The fight for daily bread determines their side at any point. I am okay with that lifestyle. We politicians are nothing but glorified buccaneers. What I cannot stand about him is the security report that said he used to beat his ex-wife. Call me anything you like, but I never raise my hands on a woman. What kind of weak man does that? I can tell you that it is worse than being a male ashawo or even a drug dealer. So please, Nigerians, stop calling or writing to me about Reno. I am desperate for favorable media coverage, but as Jeffrey Archer said, there is honor even among thieves. He should stay where he is and keep dealing with Peter Obi for us. I like it like that. That has been another episode of 90 Seconds Plus with the Jagaban. Until next week, God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where might is right and woe to the weak. With whom I am well pleased, Bayo Onanuga, has told you all that I won't attend this year's United Nations General Assembly. I am sending my Vice President, Shettima, to represent me. But instead of you people being happy that Nigeria will save money because I won't be going, some of you suggest that I chickened out for silly reasons. First, I did not drop out to stay home and deal with the nonsense demonstration Sowore is planning for October 1st. Waiting concern me. NSAR's protests allowed me to make my Alpha Beta court files disappear in Lagos. Bad governance protest allowed my friend Ganduje to have his contract dollar bribe corrupt files disappear from Kano courts. You all should continue. Maybe this time Senate President Akpabio will get the opportunity to send some boys to the EFCC building to wipe his slate clean. Or Yahaya Bello may seize the opportunity. I won't lie. The US President Joe Biden did not agree to meet with me. It hurts. He only planned to meet with Paul Kagame of Rwanda and William Ruto of Kenya. Those are two African presidents they consider responsible leaders. Stupid, sleepy Joe Biden. But that is not why I am not going. We have mastered how to cover such snubs by setting up meetings on the sidelines with second-class and third-class world leaders, like the prime ministers of the Netherlands, India, and Kazakhstan. Don't worry, people. I've warned Shettima not to go in front of the UN to say to the world, restructuring my foot. Until next week, I'm the Jagaban. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where might is right, and woe to the weak.
Welcome. Kenya is sending an additional 600 police officers to Haiti to help stabilize the country's capital. President William Ruto made the commitment during a visit to Haiti. The policemen and women assist Haiti in regaining control of its streets and cities from fighting gangs. In June, Kenya deployed 400 police officers under a UN-sanctioned intervention force. This week, the United Nations will meet to discuss if it will renew the Kenyan mission in Haiti for an additional year. There's also a chance that the UN General Assembly may turn the mission into a full UN intervention mission in 2025. Speaking to Kenyan police officers in their camp in Port-au-Prince, President William Ruto commended them for their success. There are people who thought Haiti's mission was impossible. But today, they have changed their minds because of the progress you have made, he said. In Nigeria, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has gradually released results of yesterday's election for governor in Edo State. Of the results so far released, APC is leading in 14 out of the 16 local government areas announced. Its closest rival, the PDP, won in 2 local government areas. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chidon Onoma, is on assignment. President Bola Tinubu will not attend this year's UN General Assembly. Instead, he's sending Vice President Shettima to represent him. What is behind this decision? And what is at stake for Nigeria and Africa at the 79th UN General Assembly starting on Tuesday, September 24, 2024? Prince Adewole Adebayo, the SDP's presidential candidate in 2023 presidential election, an international lawyer, businessman, and philanthropist, joins us at 90 Minutes Africa to discuss this and other critical issues of national importance. Prince, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Thank you to the rest of your team, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so much. We're happy to have you, and sorry for the delay. We were going to hear the results of the election in Edo State, but that is delayed too. So we want to start, and for our viewers, we are monitoring what's going on there. As soon as we get the feed that they are about to announce it, we go to them. So Prince, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Let's see, where are we? Let's start with Edo, because everybody's paying attention. How did you watch the election process, and did you see How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm involved in it. From the beginning, from the nomination of candidates, conduct of primaries, all the other processes before election day, the campaign, and so many other things that took place, and culminating in today's grand finale of 90% election result declaration. So it's just the final coronation of APC that we're waiting for now, with only one local government, Ekoba. I think that is the local government that is left. And whatever is the number of votes cast there, even they give all of it to the second or the first runner for, I don't want to use the language of the pigeon, but the second highest vote earner, the PDP, they can't catch up, And for us in opposition, our hope was on Olumide Apata. So that was why this year we were all tactical to say that all opposition should just find a way to coalesce the energy in one direction, so that we don't take vote from one another. But despite that, we are still here.
Did this election, how it was conducted, give you any hope for the one coming up in 2027?
There's still another one coming up in Ondo State in November. But my hope is not conditional. My hope in Nigeria is hope despite what is going on. So I've got some relief from seeing the election. Some of the anxieties I had before, some of the anxiety has reduced. I've seen that I was too worried that APC was punishing Nigerians. And I hardly sleep more than 3 hours a day, because I thought, how can the people be so unfortunate that a government will be there and be giving them all kinds of torture in economics, in many other aspects of life, in security. So, but when I saw the way people voted in those states, I realized that I was exaggerating the pain of the people. So I think I need to study more, that maybe Nigerians have not reached the point of their shock absorber yet. So they haven't reached the limit of their shock absorber yet. For INEC, at least for majority of the processes, they improve. And they give an opportunity to anybody who has any voters to bring them out. But I can tell you that this reminds me of the election in Ekiti State. This Edo State election reminds me of the election of 2022 that we had in Ekiti State, where SDP came second eventually, and we worked very hard. But I found out that the people of Ekiti State, they were not as angry with APC as we thought. And we took that for granted. We assumed that they would not vote for it. But money and stuff like that came up, and we didn't have money to give anybody. We will not give anybody money. And we ended up second. So this is quite similar to that. The election was, for the most part, no violence. For the most part, nobody was sent away from the polling unit. For the most part, most of the result, not all, but most of the result, it reflects how people voted. And I think a lot of money also exchanged hands. So, and majority of the people did not use the sin of APC to punish them at all. They had local issues dealing with the politics between Obaseki and Chomale, Obaseki and Shuaibu. Those are the things that they were paying attention to. Who was going to teach who a lesson? They did not pay attention to their own welfare and situation. Otherwise, I see no reason why someone like Olumide Akwata will not clear a majority of the votes. The way he worked very hard, the way he campaigned. Of course, I recognize the little problem, which may look big to some people, but little problem of Obaseki is from Edo South, and Olumide Akwata is also from Edo South. So people might consider that. Some might say for that reason we're not going to vote for him because he's supposed to rotate to another place. But essentially, there are more serious issues that should also have been considered about the poor performances of the two governments. APC at the center, APC for half of the tenure of Obaseki, and PDP for the calamitous conclusion of Obaseki's second term. And if people cannot, even anybody who went to Edo State will see that part of the reason why they had delays, the roads were bad, many things not working. The whole of Edo Central is cut off from Nigeria. Essentially, you can spend 5 hours to travel just 60 kilometers. It's terrible. So with all of these factors, and this is the result. So
now let me play this. You said this this was an interview you had where I think at the early stages of Tinubu's administration. Let me play that and get your reaction today to this.
Consequence of the vote you voted. And it's too early to cry now because actually the real problem hasn't come. But when these problems come, we should solve them as a country. We should not see as a potential of politics. President Tinubu is taking certain measures, which are legacy measures of what he met on the ground. His own policies have not come out. When they come out, you will see that there are complications there because you have to run an economy. It's one thing to win. You can be an expert in winning election, but you have to be an expert in running a government. And I haven't seen that expertise yet. Maybe when their cabinet comes out and they start to think. I haven't seen the sign of a thinking government yet, which is trying to manage the economy. If you see the contradiction in what they are doing, for example, look at the central bank.
On that note.
All right. So we've seen the government in action for more than a year. Is there any change in your assessment?
Yeah, I always say, nature abhors nature. There's always change. The question is, the change for what? Change for the better or change for worse? The last time I appeared on your show, and now there has been a lot of changes between you, what you look like, and last time. You look better now, you look well fed, you look like this Biden administration is favorable to you. So there's a change. But for us who are in Nigeria, if you look at me, look at my hair, you see, our situation is very critical. So if care is not taken in Nigeria, I think, sincerely speaking, if care is not taken, the bottom may fall out for many people who are in the middle. Those who are in business, those who are in the profession, you start seeing poor lawyers, poor doctors, poor engineers, poor civil servants, poor, except those who have access to fraud and other things. But you see a lot of things. It's very difficult. So things are getting worse. Things have gotten worse. Of course, they can get better radically if you change the direction, but it's a slippery slope. And there's no economic team that is running anything. So things are worse. I predicted that these things were going to happen, praying that they shouldn't happen. And now they are happening. It's making me to look old, making me to look like, Nostradamus. But there are natural consequences of what is going on. Natural consequence of what we predicted. Our politics is blind to the issues we are facing. It's like going to the hospital, a man you have serious case of diabetes, type 2 diabetes, and you have a coronary heart situation, and then you go and register in the maternity ward, sitting down with pregnant women, and they'll be telling you vitamin B complex, iron deficiency, and things like that. Those are not the diseases that you have, and they don't relate to you. That's not even your gender. That's what's happening to us in politics. From Monday, from tomorrow now, the people of those states, they will start to remember their bad roads, their hunger, their unemployment, the inflation, the poor housing, the flooding of the major cities in that state, the insecurity in the northern and central part of the state, all sorts of problems they will be remembering. But on that election day yesterday, they refused to remember those things. And so that is the problem.
Whose fault is that? Because I hear from a lot of people who are among the elite blaming the people for not being aware, for not being behaving the way they want them to behave. But is it really the fault of the people who are impoverished, who are poor? Do we blame them and say that it's their fault?
Well, first, a politician who wants a bright future doesn't blame the voters, because even if you have all the reasons to blame them, you don't blame them. But there's something called agency. Everyone who goes to vote is responsible for their vote. When you vote in an election or refuse to vote, you are expressing your own value. If you vote for money, you are saying that money, the chicken chain, 10,000, 5,000 is important to you more than a good country. So if you vote for ethnicity, you are saying that ethnicity, tribalism is more important to you than having your life saved in a good hospital, having your children go to a good school, having your life secured on the highways, and so on and so forth. If you vote for religion, you are saying that your reward is in heaven, and on this earth, you are ready to suffer till the end. So if you don't come out at all, you say you are too clever, you are too smart, why should I go and vote for anybody? What you are saying is that you don't care about the society, and that you are so wise to the point where a fool can rule you. You don't mind. Your wisdom has reached a height where you don't mind being ruled by a fool. Your honesty has reached such a height that you don't mind being ruled by a fraud. That your competence is so high that you don't mind being ruled by incompetence. So these are agencies that you cannot run away from. As a candidate in an election before, every day I review what I did, what I didn't do, and I've counted almost 900 errors that I made. So, and that I can correct some of them. Some of them, they can be corrected because they are natural to me. So, for example, I can't buy votes and I can't commit fraud, not because anybody will catch me, it's because I will catch myself. So, I can't do it. So, some of the reasons why I've not done well in politics has to do with the nature of who I am. I have to either trade off who I am and become a nobody, or remain who I am and try to help the country. But none of my 900 plus faults excuses a voter who has a chance to save his country. When people die for the country, people go to war. People are in Ukraine now being blown to bits. People are in Gaza fighting for freedom, being blown with their children and grandchildren. People are in Israel trying to protect a homeland that is not bigger than Nobi. People are fighting over it and dying for it. But all you need to do is come out and just let your thumb be on the good side of history. I don't think it's too much. So that's why I cannot say there's no illiteracy in there. In that Nigeria may have illiteracy with part of rocket science, illiteracy, part of mathematics, but there's no illiteracy regarding politics. Anybody who votes will tell you they can explain how they voted and why. Either they will tell you, I don't care about the politicians and I don't give a hoot about them. I need the money. They can explain. Everybody can rationalize. Or they will say, oh, this man is a member of my church. And as our pastor said, vote for the person whose name is in the Bible. Or they will tell you that it's the turn of our village people and we cannot let these other people come out. Everybody who is voting has a reason for voting. That's why they go there. It rains on them. The sun is on them. The police pushes them. Whatever, they remain there. And you will have seen some people carrying the kind of another version of Jehovah's Witnesses bag. You will see them on the polling on the line, the polling station. You bringing money out and passing it in people's hands, like relay team exchanging a baton, like the Jamaican female team. The way they expertly exchange the baton, they don't drop the baton. I looked at this, I watched it. None of the naira dropped to the ground. The people giving the money and people collecting it, they are in proper relay. So it shows to you that it's well coordinated. And those who didn't come out, who are the majority of the voters, they know that today's election day, they chose to do something else for one thing or the other. But many of them will not miss crusade if their church is calling crusade. They will not miss a wedding where they want to go and eat jollof rice. They will not miss the wedding. Many of them will not miss appointment if their lover says, let's just meet at so joint. They will go there. Many will not miss family meetings. They will not miss Oba festival. They will not miss any. So it shows to you that they are also expressing their own value as to how they value their own ability to change their own destiny. And it could also be that the silent majority feels that Tinubu is doing his best. That's another opening I'm looking at. Maybe the silent majority thinks APC is doing their best, Tinubu is doing his best, and that just a human being, and so they can suffer for another 4 years and probably let punish them again for another 4 years, and they can somehow manage. Why do I say so? Because even in the current election in Edo State, people need to remember that both Obaseki, who is the protagonist on one side, and the antagonist on the other, Shomale, both of them are offshoot of APC. So it was APC that embedded itself into PDP that took over both PDP and APC. So when you combine their two votes together, it shows to you that the politics of status quo is still the dominant politics. And that is why if you look at my tweet today, I said in my tweet today, which your research people can find it, that APC is doing politics. The rest of us are doing political science. And that is the gap that we need to bridge. So you can go, so there's no reason why Tinubu will listen to Showore and his revolutionary deadline. Because the people who went today to vote, they should have done the revolution through that vote there. To say, APC, even your appearance, the appearance of that witchy broom on the ballot is an insolence. So that witchcraft of a broom has to end. That even if you are in the market selling broom, people should interrogate you and say, this broom you are selling, is it related to these people? So, but people are calm with them. I'm happy that there was no violence, but people are casual. There is a moral equivalence that when you look at the political parties on the ballot, APC just looks like one of them. It's not like I'm looking for an offender. You know, the way people should search out vigilante, electoral vigilante should say, anywhere they appear, strike them down. So in a democratic system, or in a system that claims to be democratic, why will a government in power
that is being endorsed by the voters. Listen to any rabble rouser or agitator or critic like me. They will say, look, the people just said we are okay. And if you look at the trauma of the 8 years of Obaseki, Obaseki had done 4 years as APC, 4 years as PDP. Combined together, this is a calamity. Nothing is working in that state. But the PDP too was still buying votes, and people were still collecting their money. So when you combine together, it shows to you that majority who came out as a result of those two parties bringing them out. And that others who might agree with us just didn't come out at all. Because I see no reason. I see no reason. And we this time around, we didn't make mistakes. We try our best to see that Olumide Akwata of Labour did not have any distraction from SDP or this other party, so that at least people can focus on one opposition and since it looks from electoral record that in Edo State, Labour has a history of performing better. Just like if you go to Kogi State, the natural opposition is SDP. Same thing in Ekiti State. Same thing in Ondo State. So the idea is that if you are interested in pluralizing the politics, giving the people another chance, giving a challenge to the APC and PDP, then you need to kind of lean in favor of the opposition party that has the highest chance in that locality. And that's what was done this year. So you didn't see anybody like me going there to raise the hand of SDP person, Shehu Gabam going there. No. We just say, let's coordinate. Despite that, the votes still didn't reflect that. So that's why I'm saying that it looks to me that it's not about blaming people, but everyone should have agency. If anybody tells me today, what are the mistakes that I made there, those I will listen. But the people cannot say that going out of their way to vote, waking up in the morning, going there, cleaning up, doing accreditation, and waiting for the time to vote, voting and waiting to count the vote, that they are not motivated. They are motivated. They are motivated by something else. Because if you are not motivated, you won't spend those number of hours.
All right, let me. We don't know the breakdown of the voters. How many people voted? How many? We know the.
We know the breakdown. If you want breakdown, I can give it to you. Breakdown is there already.
Oh, I didn't say that. But what I know is that 2.2 million people registered to vote, and yes, during elections, we don't get normally they get up to 50%.
They won't go anywhere near 50% this time around.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So that doesn't that mean that you and other parties outside the PDP and APC that probably they did not do enough. If majority are sitting at home, that they didn't do enough to convince that those people sitting at home, not the people that went to vote for PDP and APC, to vote for.
You can say in Edo State that SDP we didn't do enough. We agree. We didn't do enough. So we're not complaining. But if you follow the underground understanding, we didn't do enough because there was somebody already doing enough. Riverine, rocky, rough road, on the street, in the air, Olumide Akwata gave the best he can give. So I'm not saying if, like in Ekiti, where SDP, we came second, and they had to do all the algebra and differential calculus to be able to find a way to use quantum mechanics to complete the result for APC. And we went all the way to the Supreme Court. In Kogi, we beat them silly. They just went to one local government and they decided to write their own thing and just announce it like that. So, but in Edo, we don't see that. That's what I'm saying. So you cannot say that Akwata did not work hard. Apart from the lousiness of Labour at the beginning,
where a party that is in opposition is doing expensive primaries. Like who are you? You are not a chosen. Who are you? Where do you come from? How can you, as an opposition party, a small party, be doing a very contentious, expensive primaries where your candidates are already financially and morally exhausted? You should do like SDP. You do a lean primaries where the obvious guy who is better is given a ticket without paying. And then you can use the energy to go and fight. So apart from that, but subsequent to that, the Labour guy, Apata, has done very well. Despite the crisis in his party, he's done very well. Campaign everywhere. There's nowhere that APC or PDP went to that he did not go. So you cannot say they didn't know. They knew. He went everywhere. So there are enough people in that state to give him 300,000 votes. And this kind of discussion will not be going on. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. So knowing what you know today about the Nigerian voter, are you going to be part of the 2027 election? It's about 2 years from now.
What option do I have? I have only one country, Nigeria, and I have only one method, democracy. Anytime you don't see me involved in politics to try to get it right, there are two possibilities. Either I'm dead or I am planning a violent takeover somewhere. But what cannot happen is a system where I give up and say, well, there's no worth dying for. No. But so if you don't see me, if you see me, election takes place, I don't talk, I don't join, I don't participate, know that I am in the bush somewhere training gorillas to go and storm the city. Because I cannot die in captivity, I cannot surrender, I cannot give up, I cannot be ruled, I cannot be compensated for the failure of the country, I cannot be accommodated in the status quo, except status quo changes itself and we change it. So there's no alternative for me. Even if I have only one leg, I will hop to the place to campaign. So that, one, Nigerians have one uncharitable excuse that there are no alternatives. And that's why I'm happy about Olumide Akpata. If he had not come out, he had not done what he needed to do, analysts and pundits would have been saying, that was a ripe occasion for a third party, since the two discredited juggernauts are at each other's throat. That would have been an opportunity for a third party with credibility to come there. He did. It shows to you that we have some analysis to do, deeper analysis as to the political philosophy and the electoral psychology of Nigerians. And it is surmountable, it's doable. However, we need to address it in a way that is realistic and honest, not just pandering and blaming things and blaming other people. To actually know that with the criticism is the same criticism, the same problem that you find in an abusive relationship, where the partner to an abusive relationship will be complaining that they will never leave the relationship. So that is what I see. I have a feeling, sincerely speaking now, that Tinubu knows that the tolerance level of his victims is higher than the hue and cry of the observers. So he knows. It's like women who go to do what they call Bob Marley hair. They can sit down there under that, in that salon, they will turn their head like mannequin. They will be there. They will spend 7 hours, then they will do the hair, and for 3 days they will be using 2 pillows to sleep.
and say they are here, but they are going to go back and do even a higher style next week. So which means they've calculated the pain that goes with the fashion style they have chosen. So you have a feeling that not all, but there's a substantial amount, there's a substantial minority in our electorate that have Stockholm syndrome, and they are part of the this ordeal every 4 years. But there is a silent majority that doesn't agree with it. But this silent majority somehow have not been brought to the election regularly. So we would see how to address that before it goes out of hand.
It's interesting that you talked about a kind of unannounced deal between your party and the Labour, where in Edo State, there's a conversation going on at the national level where you have Labour Party talking to PDP, talking to all the other minority parties, talking about coming together. Are you part of that conversation?
I'm not part of it, and I will not be part of it, because Olumide Akpata is a fresh blood. He has no bad history with any political party before. He was president of the bar, of the Nigerian Bar Association, and he was a person whose heart was in the right place. He talked against corruption, even in the profession. So I think as somebody who wants to bring ethical reform and change the manner in which we understand government. So it's not about, so if Labour have brought one of the renegades from the other, nobody is going to talk to them. So the problem is not that you want to defeat the incumbent. The Baba's share of defeating the incumbent, that one is not new. What we are trying to do is that we are trying to bring fresh blood into the politics, which means that you want to make sure that when you win an election, the government that will come out of that election will be worth the pain of the people. Today now, I don't regret that support was given to Olumide and she didn't win. But because it is worse than giving support to somebody that if he had won, you know that you just won only 1 day. The rest is the same status quo. So I'm looking for people who are coming to politics to change the system. And Olumide Akpata, whether he came under SDP, LP, whatever, I know that's what he was coming to do. It doesn't mean that if you now bring another person who is a PDP veteran, who is mouthing the same policy that the other, if you listen to Olumide, listen to, there were 3 candidates in the election that were talking loud. The others were talking about the loudest 3 candidates for the governorship of Edo State in this election. You'll find Adewole Adebayo was speaking. You find Olumide Akpata was speaking. And the APC candidate, Adam Oshomale, was also speaking.
No, Monday. Was it Adam that was the candidate?
Adam was the candidate on behalf of the Okwebolo. So he was the one talking, dancing, jumping, explaining. So, and if you listen to the 3 of them, you will know that Akpata was different. He was talking about governance. Oshomale's stories about politics. Aswe was just saying what Obaseki wrote for him to say. Even though I respect him, I consider him to be a good guy, but if anybody who can open his eyes and join the PDP at this time and following what they have done there, totally out of my league. So what I'm saying in essence is that the reason why you can't just call me is that I'm not interested in conspiracy to capture power. I am interested in building a coalition that would change the face of governance in Nigeria, because governance is given the face of criminality in Nigeria. Our understanding of government is the same understanding of bandits. there's a closer relationship between Tinubu and Bello Tunji of the bandit and Shekau, because they are all using power. Their behavior is closer, using power, dominance. So whereas governance is the opposite. Governance is about service. That the person, you will see the handwork of a person in government by how services are running. Nobody needs to tell you. You will just see that the airports are cleaner, the roads are paved, the schools run better, there are more doctors in the hospital, and the traffic flows better, and the country is more secure, and you can take your wife and children and drive out of your house at 1 a.m. and say, I want to catch up a shop service in my hometown, and you can drive overnight. That is how governance manifests itself. And that is the kind of discussion that Olubende was introduced in the Edo election. And that's why people like us, started talking to our colleagues. And I didn't have to talk much. The leadership of SDP they saw immediately. Because they are young people, they are progressive. They want to win something. So that is it. And that's the kind of attitude. So it's not about a permanent alliance where you just want to capture power. And then they'll say, oh, Adebayo, okay, go and be Minister of Defense. You don't. No. And I won't defend anything. So it is that the philosophy must be right before we go on the street. And right now, what Labour is doing, the Labour candidate in the last election, president election, what all of them are doing is the same rump of the PDP politics. It's the same thing. They're just doing the reverse of what they did in 2022. In 2022, they broke down into pieces. In 2024, they want to regroup back to what they were. But they are not willing to change their policy. So the way Dangote Abacadabra is going on under APC is the way we go on under them.
Now,
the way inflation is going now is able to go under them. The same way, everything will go the same way. So just change of logo. And that's not what people demand.
Let's talk about policies and Tinubu's policy. You mentioned that when he introduces his economic policies, that the nation will see that there's difference between winning an election and running the government. What do you think about his economic policy so far?
His economic policy is basically, he wants to make, you're asking for breakfast, so he takes the egg, raw egg, from the crate and smash against the wall. That's a breakfast. Are you not seeing the way they were? Have you not seen a picture of how they were throwing bread into the flood in Maiduguri for people? That's the economic policy. The economic policy, the height of the economic thinking is palliative. And why? Because palliative is a thoughtless thing. You don't have to think. Because it's instantaneous. You give that day. And secondly, palliative is contract. So Nigeria is an emergency zone. So NEMA, all of them will come out. So just like that. So it's like asking somebody to have a nutritional plan for their family. Like, remember when we were growing up, they will tell you about balanced diet, how to raise your children, what kind of food to give to them. So the person is supposed to teach you home science of to have balanced diet and all of that. It just takes you from one wedding to one funeral to one shift and say where you go and eat your love rice up and down. I said that's balanced diet. So they don't have any articulated plan for three reasons. One, they don't think, sincerely speaking, and there may be data to back them up, they don't think that people respond to policies. And Tinubu is a businessman before you can call him a politician. He's a businessman. A businessman thinks, why am I wasting my time? People are not going to respond to policy. People don't care about policy. If you listen to them, you talk with them, they will look at you
They will sympathize with you like, oh, you are in secondary school or you are in university, you are in the Afri Tower. What are you talking about? What is all this? If when you are propounding concepts and policies on TV, they're just laughing. That look at this man, he thinks we're in America. What is he saying now? So because they know the people and they have a transactional relationship with the people, they know the numbers that win elections historically. And they know the middlemen and all the local people they use. And they know that if they annoy this one, annoy that one, they may lose election like in Osun State. And that if you annoy this one, and if you don't annoy this one, you call do this one, call do that one, you win election as in Edo State. So they know all of that. So they don't bother about policy. That's number one reason. Second reason is that the people they have been honed in politics. They don't have people to run policies. So they can't run a government effectively. They can't form a government effectively to run it. Because the people they have talent in politics, not in governance. So asking them to run a methodical governance, they will run out of people. And they will be forced to take people who don't belong in their system to come and help them run it. And so that will create massive panic in their system. And that will also change the direction of their own group agenda. Because then you'll be forced. It's happened to PDP before. When Obasanjo took over government, he brought a lot of people from who are not originally PDP to come and help with the administration. So different people came in from different parts of the country, home and diaspora, and they were running a government. And it was not a PDP anymore. It was about running a government. And they don't want to do that. So that's not APC style. The third reason is that the proper running of government and formulating these policies, they are going to lead to some socio-economic redistribution. And the empowerment of the people is not one of the items in their calculus. Because politicians worry, myopic politicians worry about how do they deal with people who you cannot give handout. People who cannot come to your house to say, I have 3 children, they are going to school, I don't have money to pay. My wife is in labor room, I want to deposit 150,000 naira and rolling on the ground and say, help me. So my daughter is jobless. Please, can you write a letter so that she can go to this place and get a job? They cannot live outside that. And that is where the country is going to take them to. They must live in that atmosphere where people don't need to do that. Where you run a system that people go and collect their right. They won't have to come to you to beg for handouts. And those are the 3 reasons why they don't have any broad policies. So to say, there are some statutory obligations they have, which is to pay debt. IMF, World Bank, and the other donors, the other lenders will ask them to pay. They have an obligation to pay salaries, for example, and contractors will put them under pressure for them to pay contractors. So they can do all of that. That's what they call governance. But to do original things, to formulate policy, to carry it through, to do it the way Okpara did it in the East in those days, the way Mbakwe did it in the Second Republic, the way Bola Ige did it, the way Rimi did it in Kano, and all of that time, the way Awolowo had done it in the First Republic, Ahmadu Bello, the First Republic, they don't want to do, they can't do that. They are not interested in that at all.
Let's move a little bit further because we're going to talk about the UN and what is happening there. We are going to talk about all the lawsuits that Nigeria is encountering abroad, where we are facing threats of assets of Nigeria being seized. But before we go there, there's something you mentioned I wanted to clear a little bit. You mentioned that Tinubu understands that Nigerians can withstand more hardship. You think that what we typically talk about being pushed to the wall, that the wall is still far away, that we are not yet to that point where we are going to react. Do you listen to people and hear them talk about how difficult things are and you look at the level or the level of crime going on across the country, do you think that that wall is still far away?
No, you see, there's no wall. Because the politician already even sold the wall. So if I say I'm pushing people to the wall is already gone. You're just pushing people to the edge of the universe, essentially. Because the wall cannot be that far away with what has happened. Where do you have 1,000%? 1,000% in the increase, the price of fuel, for example. How do you go from 187 or 178 and you go to 1,000 something? How do you do that? The world is gone long ago. So the issue is this, that somebody can have, say, edema, a swollen leg, arising from maybe injury or fluid or whatever. And he can analyze and say it's witchcraft disturbing him, or he didn't pay his tithe in church, or Astagfirullah, he said something wrong, and he needs to go and pray the 1,000 forgiveness prayers. He knows that he has a problem, but he's attributing the problem to something else that is not actually the cause of the problem. So people know that the country is hard. We talk about it all the time. If I open between the time I started talking to you and now, if I'm to answer all the people who ask me to give them money, tell them all their problem, I probably will have to look for the 100 million naira to do all of that. So, and that's just for one day. So people are facing a lot of stress. This is even school resumption time for Nigerians. So there are many people. If I look at the list of people who need 50,000 to pay government school, 150,000, we have over 2,000 in the last 1 week. That people are laying such things for me. Don't talk of hospital bill. People who want to do this procedure, that procedure, appendicitis, and all sorts of things. And then people come with broken vehicle. They can't go somewhere. They need fuel. So that's not the issue. The issue is that do they link it to politics? Some would think that the country is jinxed. Some would think that they will find anything to say other than to say, I think that our politics is wrong. Because these problems that we have are not natural given the amount of resources that the country has. Therefore, we need to govern ourselves better. So they are not going to say so. It's like a family where the man collects his salary and is binge drinking, is a drunkard. He also plays a lottery, betting pool with the money. The wife will still be saying that witchcraft is disturbing the husband. She's not going to wake up and say, this man is irresponsible, and since I'm his wife, I need to make him responsible. He should stop drinking with his money and stop playing all these games that he's playing with the money. Therefore, we need to do family planning and economic planning. So that's the problem in our politics. It's not that people don't see that the country is hard. But if you ask them what do you want to do about it, they can just cause the government people out. They can say, well, I'm going to collect bribe, or I'm going to japa, or I work on something, or I'm going to put in prayer. But only a few. And we need more of such people who say, I understand what the problem is. Our resources are not well managed. And they're not well managed because we are putting the wrong people in politics, in power. So we are going to come together now. The way I took a decision, I don't have anything personal to gain. I took a decision that, look, no. I'm not going to die as an analyst on TV. And I'm not going to be writing books because people don't read anymore. I am going to go there and show to the people that I have solutions to these problems. And I'm going to go to that bush where they go, that river where they go, everywhere where they go to go and talk to the people. I'm going to talk to the people. And we're going to make this change to happen. So we need more people like that. That is the crux of the matter. When I was speaking to Ikoku, Miss Ikoku on Arise TV in August, then they were talking about this
why I said I don't support all these protests because of one thing. You can't protest for 2 months. So people get tired. So you protest, you come back, what do you get? But that there's a protest that is valid, that the politician will listen to you. That is, 2 elections are coming up in Edo State and in Ondo State. So if you want to express how you feel about APC, how you feel about their policies, how you feel about President Tinubu, how you feel about PDP, go to those elections. Take a stance. And they will get the feedback. Even their own party members are supposed to say, we are members of APC, but we are suffering like the rest of the country. So we too are going to join them to teach you a lesson. So if you do that, then they'll listen to you. And then you do the same thing on those days, they will listen to you. But now, if I say to Tinubu, sorry, sir, it's what I will tell him. I misunderstood you, sir. I will go my way because I have seen that I need to go back to the people and leave Tinubu alone for now. Go back to the people and ask the people, does APC look to you like any party that should come near power again? So if you didn't come out to vote, why? And if you came out to vote for them, why? So, and why what of PDP? Is that not the original sinner? You know, because of the sin of PDP, APC will not have anywhere to come to. So why are you still? So before I now mouth off to Tinubu, mouth off to anybody that I need to go and have a conversation with the Nigerian electorate. What are we saying wrong? What are we saying that you don't understand us? You don't have confidence. How can you have Olumide Akpata with all his background, with his record, with his behavior, which is what program he put before you? Why is it the fact that he came from the wrong local government as important to you as giving power to the people who have failed you? Because both APC and PDP have ruled in that state. So this is kind of conversation that I'm interested in now, between now and 2020, because what we are doing is a representative government. And if you don't have people to represent, then you have no credential as a Democrat. So we need to go and talk to the people.
Now, exchange rate is 1,600 and something today. People are predicting that it will get to 2,000 by December. Maybe next year it will get to 3,000. What are you looking at? Especially when they discovered that Dangote refinery was supposed to reduce the pressure on the dollar exchange rates, the need for importation of petrol. What is going on? What is it that we don't understand?
Well, what we don't understand are things we don't want to understand. Because we've broken them down for people long ago. And if they don't remember this, luckily most of these things are on tape. You can go on YouTube and search everything I said in 2022, 2021. First, I don't see Naira going to 3,000 to the dollar. Even till the end of Tinubu's government, it will not reach 3,000. For the reasons that the people who have the Naira to buy the dollar are not many anymore. And because of some of the changes in the fiscal position of the government, it's likely that it will be slightly above 2,000 because the appropriate price of dollar now is around 1,960, not 1,960, 1,050. If I did the calculation 2 days ago. So CBN is still pushing here and there, showing up. But if you let it flow, it will come to around 1,960, thereabout, hovering around there. So we don't know how much of quantitative easing they will do when they implement the budget. We don't know how much of deficit they will run. And we don't know the amount of procurement that they want to do in some of the projects that they are doing. When I start to see the movement of Naira, because dollar doesn't change much, as people don't understand. It is Naira that changes. The value of dollar remains plus or minus 7%.
So for the past 10 years, dollar has moved around 7% in devaluation because dollar too is responding to the quantitative easing of the Federal Reserve. And you could see that recently they cut rates by 5 basis points. So if you look at that, dollar is bounding around 5.5 to 7%. But Naira is the one that is volatile based on the availability of the Naira. And the Naira also being loose Naira that is not spoken for, that's just floating around, chasing value. So, and it chases value in property. So if you go around Nigeria now and you bought a land in your village, it's gone up. The land in the city has gone up. So people always assume that dollar and Naira have a kind of personal relation. They don't have any. It is the Naira that is floating around and runs to anywhere to save his life. Because Naira knows that it is disembodied. It has nowhere. It's like an evil spirit. It doesn't know where to go. So he's looking for somewhere to incorporate itself. So it will run to property. It will run to, if you are selling goats, it will run to goats. So the price of goats, people buy goat and keep. The price of goat will go up. It runs everywhere. It runs into the inflation. So you will see that in price of goods. So that's how. So if our president today, you won't have any of this crisis because I will just do special delivery for the Naira. And once I do special delivery for the Naira, and the Naira is not evil spirit roaming about, every other thing relative to the Naira in exchange will stabilize. So that is that. But the issue of Dangote cement and Dangote refinery and all that, let us know where we are coming from. We are coming from a country that has 4 refineries, 3 of which are under active turnaround maintenance. And they are past their announced day of operation 3 times. That is where we are. Mr. Dangote, he knows what he's doing. What he's doing is very simple. And as a businessman, what he's doing is this. Dangote does not see you as a citizen. He doesn't know you. He sees you as a customer. You are nothing other than a customer as far as he's concerned, because you didn't elect him to take care of you. He is a man who decided to see a gap in the market and decided that I am going to go for this business. Now, that is why you see that some of us who are friendly were considered unfriendly when we were running for office. Because, not that Aliko Dangote did not like me, but he was thinking that my policy is not going to condition the market for him to sell at the price that he wants. So there's no enmity. He just knows where his bread is buttered. So he knew that Tinubu is going to be on my side because Tinubu still sees people as customers. He doesn't see them as citizens. He sees them as customers or taxpayers, like that. So when Tinubu wants to collect revenue, you're just a taxpayer. When he wants to sell a product, you're just a customer. Atiku he sees you as a customer. So, in fact, left to him, there should be no NPC. That one gone. And if an NPC goes, all his money goes with it. So that means it's even more extreme than Tinubu. Peter Obi sees you just as a customer. That's all. It doesn't feel like it is my obligation to guarantee that petrol or fueling as a factor of production. And I'm responsible for the productivity of the country economy. So I will guarantee you that you need to have a cost cap. Just like America, where they are half copying from. Kamala Harris is saying, look, I am going to worry about price gougers. I'm not going to allow price to go up. Trump, who's a Republican, is saying, look, I'm going to bring energy costs down. The whole plank of Trumpism in economics is that I'm going to bring the price of petrol, gasoline, as they call it in America, down. And if I bring it down, and I bring that of gas down, then across the economy, haulage, industry, whatever, the price will come down, and then I can pass on some of the price reduction to you. Then your situation will improve. That is America. Not talk of China. I spent the last 3 days with the Chinese people talking about Chinese economy, what they want to do. They are subsidizing everything, including housing. If you have a property in China today, they will call you now to try to give you a facility to reduce your mortgage costs. They're trying to bring prices down because they know where they're heading to. So, in our own country, we are talking to our people, and these 3 leading candidates decided to please people in the petroleum market, the traders, rather than thinking long term. So that is what happened. Now, when they went to commission the incomplete Dangote refinery, they were promising people falsely that it will bring down the price. I immediately said, go and read all my interview, that it will not. It will not. And I gave all the reasons why it will not. One is that they don't want to do it. They don't even want to do that. Because in Nigeria of today, the way the elite in politics and business have combined together is that squeeze as much as you can squeeze out of the people and produce as many billionaires as you can. Because even Nigerians will hate you when they hear that you have become the richest man in Africa. If today Nigerians hear that Rudolph Okonkwo, Dr. Dameji is the richest man in Africa, they will start to follow you and say, let us pick sand from his feet as he's walking, because there's wisdom in the way he's walking. So they know that if you are talking and you are talking economics and a rich man comes who doesn't know economics, who just awarded a contract and made money, they will think, this man is Diego. This man has money. How is this man who has money not better than this man who is just carrying books? So, to cut a long story short, what happened is that Dangote is a private refinery located in Nigeria and selling in the global market. And Nigeria is a subset of the global market as far as Dangote is concerned.
Okay, now let me ask you, if you were the president, okay, because we know what Tinubu did. The government of Tinubu gave Dangote crude oil in Naira with the hope that it will help to reduce the cost when they refine it. And then they don't have to pay for the landing cost of importing and all those things. If you were the president, what would you have done differently from what Tinubu's people did?
If I was the president, my refineries would be working. And occasionally, I would pick my phone and call Aliko and say, Aliko, how are you doing? I hope your refinery is doing well. I hope your customers are buying from you all over the world. Thank you very much, my brother. Keep it up. That's all. Because my own refinery will be working.
So why is it that we have now is not?
Because the people you elected there don't think it's their duty to run the government. They think it's their duty to conduce the market. They are in the petroleum business. I've said it many times. They're not in governance. Some of the skirmishes they had among themselves was about the role each person will play in this distribution chain. It's not about how to get you right price. All the delay. The other time you saw Aliko growing emergency gray hair, and he became an activist. Even beat Showore as the activist of the month for that month. It was not because of a fight over what the landing cost will do for you. It's a little disagreement as to how do we line up in the distribution. For example, what happens if there's a failure of domestic production? Who has the right to import? And if we import, who is going to distribute it? How do we share the proceeds? And if I'm producing, who is supposed to buy from me? And who is supposed to announce the bad news to the people of the fact that the price has not reduced? Who will take the responsibility of announcing the bad news? And if I am announcing the bad news on your behalf, you can't keep all the money for yourself. So these were the issues. And many people in the media collected their PR money and started supporting one side against the other. In the end, they all met somewhere and had a good lunch, agree among themselves, and then they floated around their yard. And then resolve the matter, and then you are back to. So you, editor, newspaper editor, TV producer, who got some tip and started speaking for one person, you are now queuing up in a filling station now, buying fuel at a crazy price. Instead of you to engage it from a policy level, engage it as a policy issue, try to understand it, because there's no solution to the problem until the value chain for petrol in the country is completed on the government side. That is to say, one, they must be able to stop the stealing of the crude, because they don't have enough crude to give, but they have enough crude to steal as we speak today. Today is a Sunday. Today is Sunday, 22nd September. Take it from me. My name is Adewole Adebayo. I am announcing to you that today they still stole crude oil. Today. And you can ask the Navy, you can ask the NSA, you can ask the President, Minister of Justice, IG of Police to come and question me. And I'll tell them that today, as we speak today, they still stole crude oil today. So what they are doing, therefore, is killing a cow and submitting the meat that is the quantity of a chicken. And I'd ask him to say, why is cow meat insufficient for 5 people? But they kill a cow, but the rest of the cadaver disappeared. The quantity that is brought is the size of a chicken. So that is what is happening. Second reason, even if you sell crude to Dangote in Naira, first, in Nigeria, if you buy any product, you will sell it in the dollar price, but collect it in Naira, because the CBN Act, the executive order of the president, forbids any Nigerian counterparty from rejecting the Naira. So if you go to buy anything in Nigeria, whether it's a car, whether it's anything, the person selling the car to you, even if you purchase the car from Michigan, in America, cannot tell you that I don't take Naira. Everybody takes the Naira. So I don't know the bamboozling, that they are bamboozling people that Dangote is paying Naira. What will he do? He's buying in Nigeria. He'll pay in Naira. When I go to the fueling station to buy 10 liters or 20 liters inside my car, I am buying a product that is priced in the dollar, but I'm paying the Naira. So that's nothing. That did nothing to it. It's only the CBN that will now clear the mess of that one. For example, if the crude they are giving, if they need to give production share to the oil companies, they have to give them the Naira and then help them to convert the Naira to the currency of their choice when they are going to their country. If it is our own share that we will have sold overseas to earn Forex, CBN will have to worry about the arbitrage that occurs there. So that's not an issue. That's not an issue at all. The issue is that the key problem that is dominating all of these issues is that Naira has no stabilization. Foreign exchange is the driver of the fuel price, not even subsidy. Even if you remove the subsidy 100%, because the person buying the petrol has to pay Naira. If Naira is not stable, either the CBN or the NNPC or the government
has to account for the arbitrage. Like any other person, if you import this your beautiful black shirt into Nigeria and you buy it for $100, I know you buy for more than that, you're a rich man, but I'm just giving a modest. You buy for $100 and you get to Onitsha and sell it for 16,600 or 20,000, and you want to go and buy more. If by the time you're going to buy more, it's the same $100, it's going to sell. But you discover that to buy the dollar to go and pay, dollar has gone to 1,007. You are sold at a loss. So you have essentially given subsidy to the person in Onitsha who bought the shirt. Because you can't go back to him and say, hey, my friend, that shirt, for me to replace it, the money I'm going to use to buy it is more than the amount I sold to you. You have given that person a subsidy. So Naira, there is a subsidy inherent in Naira payment if Naira continue to lose value. And there is a surplus or surcharge inherent in Naira payment if Naira is going to gain in value. That is done all over the world. So you see, this government and the media that follow them are involved in empty verbiage that don't amount to policy. They're just normal consequences of transactional decisions. And they don't indicate whether the government is performing any magic or not. So if we understand this thing clearly, we can know that the only way government can say I've advanced something is to say I've reduced theft in crude oil where they're produced, I've increased production, and I've earned more money for you through the sale of crude oil. In addition to that, I have reticulated the refining capacity, so you can have sufficiency of petrol. And the price of petrol will not change between now and the next 7 years. That is the kind of policy I will have given people. I will have told you, hey guys, this is petrol price. In the next 7 years, till the end of my administration, it won't change. And this is how I'm paying for it. These are the calculations I've made to pay for it. So when you go to buy petrol in the market, in the filling station, for so amount, that is not the price in the market. That is the price I have guaranteed for you for the sake of the economy policy we are running now. And this is how I'm paying for it. And this is the quantity that you are consuming every day, and I'll give it to you.
So how will you deal with this argument that the government they're making that if it's cheap in Nigeria, other countries, people will smuggle it out of Nigeria to Benin, to Niger, and how will you deal with that? Because they throw it at people as a reason why they have to jack up the price.
That reason does not make sense. Immediately you go before, immediately your education is above GSS1. Doesn't make any sense anymore. Why? Because at least you know what we call ratio. Benin Republic, Niger, Chad, Cameroon, the amount of petrol they consume is not more than that of Rivers State, Port Harcourt, or Ibadan. So it cannot be the reason.
They said that it goes all the way to Libya. They said that people smuggle it all the way to Libya, to the deserts.
I'm coming to that one. Because I have been to Libya before. And I'm a lover of deserts. And I can tell you that for a vehicle to drive from here to Libya, half of that tanker will be using the fuel it's carrying to power itself to Libya. And why are you going to Libya when Libya itself is surplus, has surplusage in it? Do you know the journey? Some of the trailers are breaking down between Apapa, where they are loading, Atlas Cove, and Ore. Have you not seen them breaking? Some of them are falling inside the river. Some of them are climbing Ojo Bridge and bursting in flames. And they do have any chance to go to Libya anywhere. Then in any case, of the borders in Nigeria, I personally, physically, know 21 of them that I have been to. Idiroko, Ilela, like that.
I know Nigerian borders. How many of our borders have smooth roads? If you are carrying a tanker and you are crossing these borders, you cannot travel at more than 60 kilometers per hour. In which case, Okada or Achaba or Kabu can catch up with you and arrest you there. So, and if they are using wheelbarrows to carry them, then they can't carry much. But if they are using trucks to carry them, every truck in Nigeria, within 1 month, you can tag all of them. In fact, as you are coming to load at Atlas Cove, I'm tagging you with a little paint that I will paint at the top. And that paint will have QR code that if I am putting a drone up or I put a transponder, immediately you pass the place where you are going, it will start alerting me that this truck that says it's carrying petrol to Ajali in Anambra State has found itself in Adamawa. You know, so they are just saying all of that. That makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. So and if you listen to the argument between, there used to be a man. There was a man called Amadu Ali. People have forgotten. He has escaped now with whatever he collected. He's gone. Nobody remember Amadu Ali anymore. Amadu Ali was in custom, and he had this serious argument with NNPC when they said that they were struggling. You argue with them. Who is struggling where? I'm the custom. Where are they passing? So there was the argument, and that's within the government. So don't let anybody fool you. The issue is this. The Lagos, Abuja elite, including bankers, all sorts of them, media owners, they've gathered together to collect their own share from infeasible petroleum tax. And they've recruited private entities to create a market because they have their own idea. And this idea is what the voters need to now intervene. What they are saying is this. Nigeria has no citizen. Nigeria has a population you can turn to customers. Therefore, instead of giving them education in a well-run public school, license private universities, let them be customers of the universities, and defund the public universities. And after a while, do a peer review and ask the public universities, can't you raise money like the private ones? And turn students to educational customers, just like they did in America with the student loan. So that is the philosophy. It's not that Tinubu is irrational. Tinubu is a highly intelligent person. But when he looks at you, he looks at customers. When they gather their rallies there, and they're shouting APC, and people are shouting, he see that these are my future taxpayers. These are my future buyers of petrol. These are my future buyers of school fees and all of that. That's how he sees. And he believes that my job, Tinubu believes that his job is to retrench the government. And that is the reason why it looks like, how can Tinubu be president? Because the elite want him to be president. They can be lying to you. You know, in California, there's something called the Bradley effect. As an American journalist, you remember the Bradley effect, where when Bradley was running for governor, they wanted the white guy to win. But because Bradley did well as mayor of Los Angeles and was a qualified candidate, people can say, I'm supporting Bradley, but they went to vote for the opponent. So America call it the Bradley effect, which is that people are ashamed of what they want to do in politics. So they will just pretend that that's not what they are trying to do. So all these wise men who are flying to different parts of the country to meet, if they didn't want Tinubu to come, they will have stopped it. They want it to come. There is a consensus among the elite that
I like that you mentioned that because that was my next question. The people who are meeting.
So overall, what I'm thinking overall is that overall, there is a coalition in Nigeria of the clergy, the GOs, the daddy GOs, the bank MDs and chairmen of bank holding companies, the refinery owners, the importers. This group of people, including elements in Nigeria Economic Summit Group, elements you'll find in the Chamber of Commerce, many of them, that they think, wrongly in my own view, that they need to retrench the government. And just as we are digitizing the government, they're also privatizing the government. And the government will not be responsible for anything henceforth. So you will be responsible for your water, for your electricity, you deal with disco, for your security, civil defense will even charge you money now to guard you. So they privatize everything. And then whoever captures the government is able to rake enough revenue to sustain their politics. And the thing continues like that. And go and study what happened in Chile with Pinochet. That was why, as brutal as Pinochet was, both the international people, Thatcher, Reagan, the bankers, the IMF, the local business people in Chile supported Pinochet. Because in Chile today, in many villages, you are not entitled to go to the stream in your community and fetch water, because water has been commoditized. In fact, in some regimes, if you capture rainwater, you have to pay for it. And in Nigeria today, I think Imo State and one other state, I think Enugu, say they are going to charge you a fee for using solar panel.
Yeah.
So that's what. So they are going to collect sun tax from you. They have become the Aztecs, you know.
All right, let me get touch on this before we go to the UN, and our viewers will give you the chance to ask questions to Prince Adeboye. The question is about Obasanjo, Babangida, Abdul Salami, and Guzo. They met in Mina. You know these people, you know these men, and whenever they meet, people think that something is at stake. What do you know about them and their meeting, and what do you think is responsible? Are they worried about something?
They are a labor union, Association of Retired Head of State. They're like NLC or TUC, or so they have their own common interest. Occasionally, the interests coincide with the interests of some other people in society, but they have their core interest. And the way I know them, they are all kind to me, and I interact with them, and I have respect for them, but I understand their own concerns. They have an idea that the existence of Nigeria and the continuity of Nigeria is itself an achievement. So, whatever happens, if you guarantee them, whatever you're saying, whatever your concern, if you guarantee that Nigeria will continue, and you are going to maintain this consensus that they have created since 1966, 50% of their anxiety is reduced. Second, they have certain interests that they also intervene. They're also lobbyists and advocates of certain matters and causes. And they are, when we run for election, they are the ones organizing peace accord between me and Showore so that we don't fight each other. They are the ones who come and do the peace accord for us. So they don't do justice accord, they do peace accord. So it doesn't matter whether I steal Showore's vote or Showore steals my vote, but we should not fight. That's the accent. So they are like the board of trustees of Nigeria. They're like elders who will say, so basically, now there are people who believe that, and I see merit in that if they combine together and they lean in favor of certain political direction, that there are people who naturally follow them because they respect them or because they are products of them. So you will see that Babangida is a product of Obasanjo, and Gusau is a product of Babangida, Salami is a product of Babangida, on and on and on. And they know each other very well, and they have solved some of the problems that people have not been able to solve in Nigeria. They've been able to solve problem of religion. When they meet, religion doesn't matter. So when I meet President Babangida, he doesn't talk like a Muslim. He doesn't talk like a Christian. He talks like Babangida of Nigeria. So they don't really care that much about ethnicity anymore. They don't care about religion. So that automatically puts them far above majority of people that I know who are dominated by religion and ethnicity in all their analysis. So they're already kind of super class for that reason. In addition, they know where all the bodies are buried. And if they are talking to you, you should pay attention. And in the international community also, they are the clearinghouse. So there are some governments in the world, if Obasanjo says you are not a good person, it will be hard for you to explain why you are a good person and things like that. So, and Tinubu is their colleague. And they know that Tinubu is of a particular streak. So instead of them going to talk to him one by one, they think it's better for them to band together and speak with one voice. So it's part of what they are doing. But there are some people who think that they can make political capital out of it by using it to mobilize people on the street by saying, oh, they have gone to Mina to discuss how they are going to coronate me. So you better start giving me money now, start following me now, because you can see these powers that be are backing me. But you see a long way to go. You'll find out that when you talk with individuals there, which I'm not, out of respect for them, I'm not able to stay in public. When you talk to them, what they are discussing and what is the core of their meeting is different from what those who are hoping to exploit it politically, what they are selling out is not what actually is going on there. And the person they are talking to is now one of them. Even you, Dr. Damages, the day you become president, you are one of them now. So you know the limit of what they can do, what they cannot do. You have their file with you as well. So as they are talking, the history is in their hand, but the president is in your hand. So there's a mutually assured destruction there. And everybody, that's why nobody has bombed Moscow, because they know Moscow has power to retaliate. So when you become president, you know. Even Jonathan, who is the meekest of them all, and is the last born of the family. He himself, when he was in office, if he had wanted to stamp his feet properly, he could do it. And the few times he tried to assert authority, they just back off and say, okay, we'll wait for you at the T-junction. So basically, this is what is going on. So it shouldn't stop anybody who has other ideas about the country, what we want to do. It doesn't stop, because when you interact with them, and I hope you try to interact with them, they are telling you their own ideas. You tell them your ideas. And rarely, from our interaction, do I just assume that because you elders have met somewhere, you can tell me what to do. I will also tell you what I see and why I don't agree with this or I agree with that. So younger people, other people, just like we're meeting here now, this is our own Mina. You are our own Babangida now. So we're all meeting here. So what we discuss here is not inferior to what they are discussing that Mina there. The fact that they are old and they are still able to speak out, meet, organize, shows to you that it's an example of what younger people can do. So there's no reason why we will not be doing our own meeting. And if they find out that our solutions are more concrete than their own, and that our mobilization is strong enough, they will say, okay, let's give them a chance too. You are muted. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I was saying, let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the United Nations, what is going on there, what's at stake for Africa. And then we are also going to talk about what we are losing. There are many cases that Nigeria has been defending across the world based on contracts that some government officials signed and didn't follow through. So we take a break and we'll come back and continue. We're also going to bring our viewers. I know a lot of people will have questions for you. So we are going to get to that in a few minutes. Thank you so much for joining us.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you have no panumo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga doni piazugo, akwa wilo chio bikora puzo, kona bazia. When your mother because Abama water the sorry. If you want to go na Ulaga doni piazugo, ulaga doni piazugo, Abama wilo chila, bigger up. Mazi weko mame Odogu no kwerezi neke Onyoma niga dele mo Mazi ni bazi kame Ibu go with the melody. Odogu na chala noka Ezi wane mlega delemo Olaga doni pezigo no Olaga doni pezigo Amama wilo chilo Nikora muzo Anabaze Say Onyama zoro de Sorry, if I were to go on a fool, Mulaga, don't be Piazugo, Nazaboy, Mulaga, don't be Piazugo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzero, Anabazi, Ice. A dog can never be catching for. Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikeja mabele bege Hey, you won! Eku kampune kene Ama gondin so Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene ni Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili maxi ọ bụ ego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị zoro 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 joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto ujembe nwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're having a conversation with Prince Adebayo, the SDP's presidential candidate in the 2023 presidential election. Prince, before we left off, you were talking about the government of Nigeria. So let's move on to what is happening in New York this week. We have the United Nations. It started last week. And as we speak, the Vice President of Nigeria, Shettima, is on his way to New York to represent Nigeria at the UN. Now, I know that you are not part of the government, but this is the first time actually, or the second time that a Nigerian president since 1999 is now coming to represent Nigeria, and we have the vice coming. Does that mean anything? Should we be concerned?
First, when you have your interlude, and you want to come back and you want us to be happy, don't play good music like that one. Because when you have good music like that one, then we will see your face. Why is this man coming back? Let us continue to find music that is not that attractive. So now, the issue is the head of government is supposed to go to the UN General Assembly to address. And there was a time, I think, it was the turn of President Goodluck Jonathan to go. He had, I think, food poisoning or something like that. And I think it was the Attorney General that went, Bello Adoke, that went to speak on his behalf. So I don't know why he didn't say Nama Disambo, but there must have a reason why Adoke spoke well, a very articulate person. So the Vice President is there for that purpose. So if the president is having diarrhea or whatever his problem is, if he has fatigue, if he has a security meeting that he needs to do at home, if, for example, the level of representation that he is getting overseas is also a diplomatic thing. If, for example, I'm going to say, let me just find a random country that I'm going there, and the head of that government over there, even when I was planning to go before, and the head of that government is not there, I may decide to, and they say, oh, for a reason, the head of that government will not see you. I may decide to send my deputy to go. Because I remember there was a time I was invited by a university in one African country to come and give a commencement lecture at their university. And the president of that country was supposed to receive me. And because at that time I was running for president in Nigeria, so the president of that country was supposed to receive me, but something happened, he had to go to the Middle East. So for that reason, the governor of that province was supposed to receive me instead. And I explained to the university that I will not come. I will send somebody to give the lecture on my behalf. And they understood. So in protocol, there could be many reasons. I don't know their own reason. It could be that the native doctor told the man not to go. I don't know. So, but I'm giving you rational reasons that makes it normal for a head of state. He may have other priorities. He may have a health challenge. All of these are speculative. It could be that the high-powered meetings that they try to set up, they couldn't get the kind of representation that they want, and they wouldn't want the president to go and meet with lesser people, so they may try to send the VP. It could be that they want to do something at home and the VP is a disturbance. They say, let's exile him for a few days. So it could be that they are also trying to build a profile for him. So there could be many reasons. But they owe the people a reason, a public service explanation. Because if President Tinubu had gone, he would have to explain what he was going there to say and what to do. If they send the VP to go, we have to explain what to do or what to go. But I remember there was a meeting. There was a meeting that took place in the US last year, so was it a year ago, where even the VP was supposed to go. And I think somehow he canceled that appointment. Because I think he was supposed to go either somewhere in Texas or so last year. So it is possible that they are also trying to build an international profile for him. Maybe they are planning for his future and they think, okay, let international people get to know him. So there could be many reasons. So there's nothing, but I don't think that from what we know, any Nigerian can say, oh, I'm going to lose something because President Tinubu is not representing me there. From previous representation, I don't think you have anything to lose.
Yeah, most Nigerians are also concerned. We had a show yesterday and we talked about this. Most Nigerians were concerned about what's the importance of these meetings, international meetings that they all go to all the time. Considering the cost, why is it that Nigeria is not allowing our representative at the United Nations to go and speak for the president? What do you say to that?
No. United Nations is a very important organization. United Nations predicted Nigeria gaining independence. United Nations is one of many of the guarantees that we have as a nation state from external aggression, from being able to have dispute resolution, from the stability of international boundaries and so many other things, is because of United Nations. And Nigeria is, we have our own agenda there. Though our domestic crisis and the condition and situation we find ourselves have allowed us to forget about our mission. Our mission in the UN is the democratization or the expansion of the Security Council to admit more permanent members. And Nigeria, if they adopt two in Africa, Nigeria automatically one. So we have a mission there. And we're also major contributors to the peacekeeping there. And we have regional challenges here. So we have a lot to report because our northern border is undergoing Cold War type activities. So from Guinea to Mali to Burkina Faso to Niger, all the way to Sudan, there's a cordon that has been put across. So we need to deal with that. That cordon is controlled from Moscow. So even to fly, if Putin says no Nigerian aircraft can fly over those countries, to go to Europe, we'll have to fly to the coast, pass to Cote d'Ivoire, before we can go up again. Or we fly towards Ethiopia. That's a long way. We've got to go the Gulf of Aden and go. So we have a serious problem, and we are supposed to have a pipeline from Escrafos all the way to Algiers. That has to pass through the Sahel, where there's a lot of hell going on. And our brother in Guinea and in Mali have just had their airport shelled with the aircraft of the head of state destroyed. And that's the Cold War between East and West taking place there. So you cannot say you will not go there when part of it is spilling into northern Nigeria. The killing of the Emir of Gobi, the taking Gobi recently, which has not been resolved, people are just trying to keep it under wraps, is a regional crisis that's like can spread into Chad and to Niger. There are so many issues. We have our Gulf of Guinea issues. Remember, we have our Gulf of Guinea issues. So we have many reasons. And also going to the UN is cheaper in diplomacy because everybody you want to meet in the world is there. So you don't have to fly all over the world looking for them. It's like an assembly, so everybody is there. So if you have things you want to do, and then there are also donors and partners and also the people that are also coming to sideline meetings there. People are helping with climate change, helping with immunization, health challenges, food security, so many. So and it's so you can go there cheaply if I was president, I would be there. It doesn't cost that much, to go there. I used to wait for Mugabe in those days when he would come because that was the only time he would be allowed to come to New York. So I used to wait for Mugabe, and he would just come simply with just a few people. So and that was, remember, I don't know if you have seen Gaddafi when he used to come to New York and go to Central Park.
Donald Trump's house to
Yes, yes. So that is so you get to meet people there. So instead of flying to Cuba, so if there are people you want to talk to and you don't want to be seen talking to them, it's a good place to because everybody will be in town. So it's not costly that much. It's taking irrelevant delegations there and then not coming back coordinated. That's the only problem there.
All right. So the UN, they have these sustainable developmental goals that they put in place. And the last one that was in place, Nigeria did not meet the goals. And we have a new one. And there are no chance, let's say, unless other people run the country, meeting these goals. And people now ask the question, why, apart from all the things you mentioned now, considering the cost of our leaders and the people that follow them to come here over time, are we getting enough for the money we are spending?
We're not getting enough for the money we're spending on anything. Even if they don't go to UN, they can go to Ojude Oba in Yebode and still spend the same amount of money. They can go and at the inauguration of head of state somewhere. They can also sit down at home and say they spend the money on Maiduguri flood. So they don't need an excuse to waste the money. But necessary state functions have to take place. Our defense people need to lobby people because in many areas where we need to buy platforms for the military, you're under one sanction or the other issue. What I heard recently that Ukraine wanted to have problem with Belarus, I was concerned because I know the Belarusian connection to some of our security procurement and stuff like that are not necessary for television discussion. So the world is more intertwined. And if you want to be a head of state, you need to have friends. So, and the diplomatic relationship that I have, both in Washington, in the UN headquarters in New York and in Vienna, Austria, even I that am not president, people are even concerned, why am I not there? Because there are many meetings to be held, issues, because it is not always the case that the diplomacy of the present government is the only one we have. We who are in opposition want to have our own diplomacy too. Like many places where I have friends and where I can raise enough capital to run the economy of Nigeria, that's not where Tinubu is going. He's going to the wrong place. If I was to appoint someone as my aviation minister, it will not be like Professor Kiyamo, who is a spokesperson for Emirates, and announcing the day they are coming, the day they are going. So it will be somebody I will send somewhere and show him 3 people or 4 people we can talk to, and we can set up a regional airline in Nigeria that will be a pride. So everybody who wants to lead Nigeria ought to have their international friendship too. And the reason why I'm not actually in New York is because of the situation in Maiduguri. We're trying to help people with the flood and all of that there. So, and my people thought at least for 2, 3, or 4 days, I should be there to try to see the people, because forget about all the billions people are announcing on television. The people there don't know anything about that, and they're not feeling it. So we need to actually go there. But definitely, you can't have 2 or 3 UN General Assembly, and I, as an opposition leader who wants to be president, I will not be there to talk to people, to relate to people, to get some briefing as to what's going on there, as to mistakes we're making, that the government is making in many of the things they are dealing with. So we cannot fail to attend meetings. The cost, the honest cost of attending such meetings, it pays into insignificance compared to the benefit and compared to the general cost of running government in the first place. So that's not the issue. And we have serious issues to deal with, and the UN is a very good place for us. And you also need to remember that one of our sisters at the WTO, she needs to have a second term, Dr. Adewole, and the diplomacy of your country plays a major role in it. So this is not the time you should be avoiding meetings. This is the time you should be talking to people. Even you, Dr. Damages, if there are people you should be talking. That because diplomacy is not only for the government. You should talk to different people to say she's one of the best since they created WTO, and she's a very good international public servant, and she deserves to be there for another term. So the government needs to play a role in that. So diplomacy is very deep. So this is the time. You remember when Akinwumi Adesina was to get second term, many of the support bases that he got arose from efforts made by Nigerian government. Even by that time, Adewole was no longer in Nigerian government for the second term. She also did a lot of legwork. So different people have to work. So government has to be. I know on the international stage, the ridiculousness of your government is no longer relevant. Once you get to the international stage, you have to be one Nigeria. You have to support the government at the international stage. When you go home, we can get Koboko and deal with them. But when you're outside, Nigeria is Nigeria. Because if Nigeria is treated, Nigeria is not getting what it deserves, Nigeria is not well treated, then it reflects on all of us. And the African continent is changing. Many of the countries that were in throes of poverty, underdevelopment, civil war, they've all most of them have come out of it. So if Nigeria is not careful, if we continue under APC the way they are going, we will not be able to catch up with Ethiopia, because the amount of infrastructure they are investing in, their growth rate is very high, and their population is just the optimal population, just a little over 100 million. And they finish the dam that they are building now, and they improve their agriculture. Bye-bye to that seasonal starvation that they used to have. That will be gone. And then their electricity is more stable than ours. Once they finish their dam, they will have electricity for industries. And you know that they are a coastal nation, close to the Strait of Hormuz there, and in the Gulf of Aden. So they will be trading with China, India, and all of that. And if care is not taken, Ethiopia Airways will come here to Nigeria to carry our things and pass through. So they become a regional hub, not only for passenger, but for cargo. And they are the headquarters of OAU or AU now. So essentially, they are positioned to be the capital city of Africa. So there are many things we need to be serious about. So this is what I see. Which makes it not to underrate international relationship in the first place.
All right. Talking about being serious, in recent days or months, and even you can say years, if you go back, you see Nigeria has had issues with the international community in terms of the laws that we failed to contracts that we failed to honor. And there have been lawsuits from companies. We had the recent one, the Chinese company that tried to seize the presidential plane in France. And there's this case that I showed now. This is happening in New York. Is a British man who was tortured by our SSS in during Babangida's time, I believe. He sued, and the courts here in New York saying that he should collect $21 million from Nigeria. So they are trying to seize Nigeria's money at JP Morgan. What is this? How is this that Nigeria is not abiding by contracts agreements? And what is the diplomatic thing that is not clear to government officials in Nigeria? Why is our assets being at risk by these lawsuits?
Okay, there are issues there. They are not safe. Some are related to business, most, but this particular one is even civil damages for fundamental right abuse. Though the original transaction was a business, but what the person sued upon is basically being arrested and embarrassed and tortured by the DSS. What we need to know is that our government does not respect contracts at all levels: local government, state government, federal government. Even the contract they have with labor or minimum wage has two components. We'll pay you 70,000, which I was telling labor, you're wasting your time all the while anyway, but we're going to pay you 70,000, which they will start to pay, but they haven't paid. And secondly, we will not jack up the price of factor costs like petrol and all of that, so that the 70,000 will at least have a meaning. But they haven't kept to that. And you only need to call your church member, your brother in the mosque, your townsman, anybody who is a contractor to government. You will see them, many of them are dying. They don't pay them. They don't pay pensioners. And pension is under the contract. So generally, they don't obey contracts. So majority of it is at home. But some of it spills internationally. So the solution to that is just to generally discipline the government. Before, in Nigeria, if you were a government contractor and you got a government contract, a bank will give you money without collateral because the LPO or job order from the government is enough to guarantee. They will just ask you to tell the government that once they want to pay you, they should pay you through the bank that gave you the loan. Now they've destroyed all of that. So it goes back to the rule of law, basic respect for rule of law. Nobody cares about that. And that's what we need to care. So once we obey the rule of law, and that will make us to honor contracts, and we should have two elements. First, don't sign contract recklessly, anyhow. So you have to limit the number of people who can commit the government to a contract. Right now, anybody can sign a contract on behalf of the government, even the PA to a governor. can just call you and say, hey, I award this contract, put on letterhead, you sign and sign. So they need to discipline that. So the procurement system in the government has to be clear so that the government knows and can track its obligation. Secondly, find a way to not rely on diplomatic immunity all the time, because even I personally have had occasion to, on behalf of international people, litigate against sovereigns. And Nigeria is one of the sovereigns I've litigated against. So I've helped them also in some other matters as a lawyer. But I've discovered Nigeria is a very tough customer. Nigeria has serious maneuver when it comes to trying to seize the assets. So they will dodge here, dodge there. They put all Nigerian money is put on that central bank. Every cent that NNPC collects is put on that central bank. So, and then the same thing with the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. So they all hide their money. So, and by international law, they are mostly immune. And many of the buildings that Nigeria has, they are all marked diplomatic. So you can't do anything. But in the case that of this businessman, there is a nuance to it. I think Babangida government tried to help him by signing a contract with him, which also waived the immunity of enforcement, because there's an immunity to sue. If the government gives you a contract and it's a contract, they waive their immunity. But the fact that the government has waived this immunity only allows you to sue them like any other person. But when you get a judgment, the waiver of immunity may not be able to waive certain immunities pertaining to, say, central bank, because central bank is operating under this Basel understanding. The central bank is inviolate, distinct from the country. So if you have a problem with the government of a country, you cannot seize the money. I remember I was involved in a case of one Middle East country that was given sanction all over, and the United Kingdom government seized the money, billions of dollars of that country. And when I got to know, they called us, we went to London, we worked on the case, and we won the case because the money belongs to the central bank of that country. And you cannot sanction the central bank because they're not the government. So, and they understand that, because that is what the world bankers have agreed among themselves. So these people now who have got the district court order, they will still have to face the circuit. And the circuit that's over New York is not the same circuit that's over New Jersey, say Texas, for example. So the Court of Appeals, New York Circuit, is a circuit that favors bankers. So it wouldn't want Nigeria not to put his money in JP Morgan anymore and carry the money to some other place. So they would, just like in London, the courts are in favor of bankers. They don't want you to come to London and seize money in the banks because they are surviving as a center of commerce, and they want people to put their money there. So they won't. So I think there will be an issue there. But the money is not much, $21 million. I believe that if they negotiate, they can probably pay them like half of that, and they let sleeping dog lie. But they will also decide to litigate it. But the bottom line is that this is an old case. There's nothing the present government could have done about it. They may not even be aware in the shoddy way which government keeps records. So if I become Nigeria president in 2027, there are some abomination that Tinubu is signing now that I'm not aware. So when I get, so you need to do a deep inquiry, such, and that was why Obasanjo was clever. Say whatever you know about Obasanjo, he knows governance. He knows what the government is about. He may have, I disagree with him on what his priorities are, but when he came, he set up the Kolade panel. That was the first thing he did, and said, Christopher Kolade, review all the contracts that were signed under the military, so that I know they want to inherit, they want to nullify, they want to renegotiate. That's because he's been in government before. He knows what government is all about. And that's why I keep saying that the talent God came to Tinubu from heaven is to win election. But maybe he didn't wait to collect talent to govern before he quickly ran with the first talent. So he may now need to get other people who have other talents, who are aligned to them, their philosophy. I am not aligned to their philosophy, but I can give them advice through you and through newspaper to give to them. But if they have people who don't mind them and where they are going, they can talk to those people so that they can actually run the government with some efficiency. Because normally what you do is set up a task force in your government to review all outstanding obligations. Review, tell you what you met on the ground, what is pending. And say they can still do that now. And if they do that, they can stem and contact all the people who Nigeria owes money or claim that Nigeria owes them money, and they can be dealing with that.
Thank you so much. Let me ask you one more question before I let people in. The American election is going on. I know campaign is on and you are watching what's going on. What do you think as an African or potential president of Nigeria, you may have to meet whoever will be the next president of the United States? What do you think about the two candidates?
Well, one is an African American and one is an African. So Trump is already behaving like an African head of state, U.S. extraction. So everything that we do in Africa, he already knows how to do them. So, but broadly, U.S. policy regarding Africa will not change that much. What I see is that the policy of Trump with respect to terrorism and all of that is different from the policy of the Democrats. I think that the Democrats, I mean, talking from Nigeria point of view, the Democrats have not shown, especially under Obama, they have not shown that fighting terrorism in Africa is a priority for them. They would rather raise some other excuses, issues, Leahy law, this and that, human rights, this and that, gay rights, all sorts of things before they would give you the kind of support that you need to tackle insecurity. But why I can't blame them is that the level of insecurity that we have in Nigeria is such that our military should be able to deal with it in our own right. So, I bet when it comes to trade, there isn't much because the goal of the US is energy sufficiency. And in many places where even Nixon would not allow them to drill in the past, where no American president from Qatar, for example, down, will say, go and drill in these areas. They are drilling everywhere now. And they are fracking and do whatever. So they don't really care so much about our oil anymore. So except if you steal your oil and bring it to them, they'll collect. But as to buy oil from you, they want to be energy sufficient. In fact, the US wants to get to a point where they start to export energy. So what use? They're too far away from us. We are not a regional, we are not a partner with them manufacturing. The AGOA, Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, which Clinton was dangling in front of us, well, you can see the AGOA hasn't gone too far to help us in any way. I know that George Bush helped with malaria, so credit must go to George W. Bush for helping a lot with malaria and AIDS. So all that money that NACA was spending about Obasanjo's time and the part of Yaradua and Jonathan's time, they were all the aids approved by President Bush. And to be fair, Bush's policy increased life expectancy in many parts of Africa by almost 4 or 5 years aggregate. So many people don't remember that. So I don't, reality is that we are more likely to get help from the East than from the West. But they're not going to give us their semiconductors, for example. So maybe because we want to trade with Europe, and for example, we were supposed to be a source of gas for Europe as an alternative to getting gas from Russia and the Caucasus. But because we couldn't build more train or LNG, we couldn't win more gas, we couldn't do the development that was required. We didn't produce enough gas, and we have not done the pipeline. So the AKK pipeline that we are doing is just about to get to Kano, and we are struggling with that. So, because if we are trading with the Europeans, then you need to be a friend of the Americans. Because America, if they don't like you, Europe will not buy things from you. If America has problem with you, all the NATO members, they will start to avoid you. So, for that reason, I listen to their policies because of the crisis that America is facing. Identity crisis with regard to managing diversity, crisis with the institutional framework of America itself about some of the values that they hold that they take for granted, including peaceful transfer of power, including dealing with the issue of national security consensus. All that has broken down because Trump presidency has elevated a thinking, which should be a marginal thinking in Washington, that had a different view of the consensus. For example, for almost 70 years, nobody in the Beltway is going to question NATO, for example. Why is America in NATO and spending all that money in NATO, maintaining all those bases all over the world? Even when Obama came, Obama was very aggressive in the Pacific, trying to poke China, trying to do an alliance with, I think they call it the Quad now, which Biden is working on now, to try to get Philippines, Australia, and all those other Pacific countries to try to contain China there and all of that. But that consensus is at stake. So never guessing what America is doing now. So they are now looking inwards to try to, they are even crossing party lines now. They don't, so Republicans are just, okay, I'm voting for Kamala and all of that because the Republican Party, which is to be the senior partner in the national security consensus, has broken away from it because the Trumpian element of it, they don't want that. They don't even want to agree that Russia is an adversary. And they are questioning even U.S. role in the Middle East, essentially, to try to build alliances. So I don't think that alliances they built with Jordan, with Egypt, with the Gulf countries is changing. So probably the only consensus they have now is Iran and Israel. To say, okay, let's be on Israel's side and Iran is the enemy. So beyond that, there's no international consensus, even regarding Europe, even regarding democratization as American policy, and even regarding the Latin countries like Venezuela and all those places. So America is really having to, they're back to the kind of situation they found themselves after the Vietnam War, where the election was now looking inward. There was crisis, including the Watergate. So you can see the Trump gate with all the felonies and all the charges to court, with all the trials going on. So America's politics now, essentially, the conversation is inside the house. They don't have time for anybody for now. And for us, who are here, is an opportunity for us to kind of have some freedom of action in our own corner here and to partner with new people that before they would have been frowning. Why are you talking to the Chinese? Why are you talking to this other person? But now we are free and we can take advantage of that. While America is struggling, it might take them another 15 to 16 years before America can, stagger back to stability. Because whoever wins among the two, both of them are product of accident. Kamala is there because at the time, President Biden is looking like he's in a hospice, essentially. So they just thought, okay, let's put somebody there. I believe that the transition that they are doing, that transition will continue for a bit before America can start to dictate to anyone.
All right. One last question, and it's about immigration. Trump's policy, immigration policy, is something that concerns Nigerians in America. I know that you are not an immigration lawyer, but I know you know virtually everything. Let me play this video and get your reaction. You know the person in the video.
Are saying is they will
turbocharge
this in a potential next Trump administration. Can you just tell people at home how there are no guardrails that will be able to stop a Trump Department of Justice if this is what they would like to do? Because legally, they can currently, if they would like, a Department of Justice can take a look into and challenge someone's citizenship.
Yeah, there has always been the legal option if somebody committed a crime in getting their citizenship or a very serious crime thereafter, for the federal government to go through a process to denaturalize it. But that has happened in the past before the Trump administration in very, very, very small numbers in extreme cases. The Trump administration came in, set up this office of denaturalization, and the percentage of people being put through this process of investigation and then denaturalization began to wrap up quite rapidly and substantially. And now what they're saying is they're going to turbocharge that. They are going to take it as far as they possibly can. And with the Supreme Court saying that the president has literally no constraints on what he does in that office, then there is nothing preventing the federal government from literally, without due process, walking into people's homes and separating families if they don't like, the color of the skin or the country of origin or the religion or you name it, of whomever it is who is here in this country legally as an American citizen. Can you imagine in communities across this country, people who have come from Latin America, from Africa, from Asia, from parts of Europe, from the Middle East, who are here legally, lawfully working, paying taxes, abiding by the law, loving their families, contributing to their communities, can wake up one day and find themselves no longer able to be here as the American citizens that they have become and that they earned lawfully and sent God knows where. It's a terrifying prospect. It is not fanciful. They are saying it, and we got to believe what they say, because in this case, they already started doing it in the prior Trump administration.
A lot of Nigerians here, they are panicking over this. They thought that they become citizens and nothing will happen to them. What do you know about this process?
Okay, look, the process, first, you show our sister, Susan Wright, who is very good at going out overseas to give people tea to drink. So,
do you believe that?
No, she confessed herself that she did it. She gave the tea. She only said that the tea is not the problem.
Okay.
But she gave the tea. So, yes. So, but we can't forget the person who came to give tea. So, now the issue is this: America, like I said, the consensus is broken, and it's election time. So everything that can be brought into the open is brought into the open, because the number of Americans who are recently naturalized, they are in millions. And if they perceive that a Trump presidency is going to be a threat to their continuity as American citizens, that will be a reason for some of them to go out and vote against Trump. And a 3% movement either way can determine who is the winner of this election. So that is why they are coming out of the woodworks to talk about this. But what I know is that denaturalization has always been there in the law in America. And it is the Justice Department that deals with that ideally. And what they do is, if they assume that you have obtained your citizenship by fraud, then you can be denaturalized. Because when you are going to America as a visitor, they ask you certain questions. Are you a member of the Nazi? Are you a communist? Have you joined armed forces of a country? So all those questions they ask, you say no, 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 no. If you say yes, then no, you're not going anywhere. So when you say no, 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 and then when you start to live and work in America, you'll be asked the same question. So are you a communist? Are you a Nazi? Are you this? Are you that? Are you that? You said no, no, no. Now, when you obtain your permanent residency, to make the application, in order to adjustment of your status, one way or the other, you would still file the same answers. When you are filing your N400 to say I want to naturalize, you will also do that. So I've done that so many times, including every bar that I'm to be admitted to. New York bar, I have to say I'm not a communist, I'm not a Nazi, I'm not this, I'm not that. When I California bar, the same thing, federal Supreme Court bar. So it's natural. If you want to be a teacher, it's the same thing. So now, if you say all of this, and it's found out, like in cases that I've read from law school and from practice, people who they found out that they were part of Nazi, and they came to America lying that they're not Nazi, change their name. So the idea is that if you're an American citizen and you commit murder and you kill 1,000 people, you only go to jail. You can't lose your citizenship. The crime must be related to how you got the citizenship. The problem with Trump and Steve Miller and many of who are advising him, including some of the elements in the Heritage Foundation, including those who are doing this nasty document called Project 2025, is that they want to set up an industrial scale inquiry into the citizenship of many people. First, they said they want to amend the 14th Amendment, whereby if you are born in the US, which automatically, by 14th Amendment, makes you a US citizen, they said no, they don't want to do that. They want to be like what Tasha did in 1981 in UK. Before, if you were born in the UK, you were a natural British automatically. But they changed it. Even Ireland changed its own now. So they set up all kinds of criteria. So there are a lot of kids born in the UK, and they travel out. When they are coming back, they say, oh, you can't come in. Or things like that. So what Trump wants to do, which he can't do, is that they're going to amend the 14th Amendment. They won't find anybody to. No state is going to concur to that. So that's a total waste of time. Even if they pass it in Congress, if they have the number to pass it in Congress, which they can't have, then they will need states to ratify it. California will not. New York will not. Many states will not. The whole of Minnesota, all those places are not going to do it. Vermont will not. So where would they get the red states and the Bible Belt to do it? So that's why they now came to this idea that, okay, we are going to start harassing people now. We are going to start an inquiry into how you gain your citizenship. And the problem is that the foundation of your citizenship is based on your residency. So you must have lived in the US for 5 years before you can apply. If you apply as a spouse of a US citizen, yes, the US. So if they start to do a number on you, then they will not only investigate how you became a citizen, they will investigate how you became eligible to apply for citizenship. In which case they can say, well, you got a job from a company. When you came the other time, HB1, that company is not supposed to have given you HB1 visa. You will be categorized yourself. Therefore, we'll go back to your... So you will now need due process. You will need the Supreme Court to say no. If you are questioning, this is the limit. But the consensus in the US today is that the John Roberts Supreme Court is not the same as like Warren Supreme Court or the earlier ones that have some general bipartisan respect. People believe that with the majority that is there now, including my favorite Judge Kavanaugh, I practiced before Kavanaugh when he was this circuit. He had all these arguments against him when he was to be taken to the Supreme Court. They were talking about getting drunk and molesting one girl in school. I didn't support that because he's a very good judge, you know. But he got to the Supreme Court. He joined Thomas and the others a little, and they just, with due respect, they're just making some rulings that don't make any sense. You know, for example, they went against the student loan, which is just a policy issue. They found the reason to interfere in that. They interfere with the trial of President Trump, an ex-president. They went contrary to the decision taken in Nixon's case, that being a US president does not immune you from operation of the law. Only your official actions are covered. They went beyond that to say if you are president, whatever you do can be regarded as official. So they went as far as throwing away their own consensus on Roe v. Wade, which is a divisive partisan issue, and they had no business doing it. So this thing makes people to think that, okay, this Supreme Court is not a stable one, it's a partisan one, and it's a stacked court. And if you now allow Trump to set up denaturalization, they may do by executive order what they should have done by taking you to court, because the standard procedure is that if the Justice Department has reason to denaturalize you, they will serve you a notice and they will take you to the court. And the court will defend you, will allow you to defend yourself. And the court will presume that you are a US citizen and you should not be denaturalized except for exceptional reasons. But they don't believe that if a district court does that and a circuit court approves it, that if it gets to the US Supreme Court, they may just side with Trump. So that is the anxiety. So it's going to play. But I believe that the US policy for attracting talent and attracting business will not let them do that. Because if US were to pass this law or made this practice, I would be very happy. Because it will mean that most of our talents that are very comfortable in America, they will stop doing damages, doctor damages, then they will come back home because they know that they can lose their citizenship anytime. Many of our talents that are using their life to serve in America will come back home and say, okay, you know what? Since there's no America for us, let's go home and fight to the finish. They will come and join me here in the fight. So an American business, they will fall apart. America is already playing second in semiconductor technology and in many things. And so, for example, it means that Elon Musk can be, he behaves like somebody who's a lover of appetite. So they may say, well, you have your citizenship is withdrawn. So they can do it to anybody. So many people will not be comfortable in that place. And if they weaponize it, it means that nobody is safe. Even Trump may have to look for a new wife, which maybe that's why he's doing it, because he wants to marry again. Maybe all of this is just a plot for him to have his own wife denaturalized. Then he can say, sorry, now it's an excuse to marry Laura Loom, Laura Loom or something. So, because I don't see any reason why he's doing it. So, that is what I see going on in that one. So, Nigerians who are law-abiding mostly, because Nigerians in America are highly law-abiding. Many of them are there serving the right position. And Nigerians, well, we don't have a border with America. So most Nigerians, almost 99.99% of Nigerians that land in America landed on the US visa. And they had to do their adjustment of status by applying to the US Immigration Service. And I don't think they will catch many Nigerians. Nigerians will not have any reason to worry.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to let our audience in to join this conversation. If you want to join us, please come on, turn on your camera, and then we'll bring you on. While they are coming in, Prince, let me ask you one more question. There's this video I saw talking about corruption, the origin of corruption in Nigeria. They pointed out that at certain points, in the 60s and 50s, that Zik was tried for corruption. Awolowo was tried for corruption, including Ahmadu Bello. So can you talk about that? Because some of our young audience, they don't know this history about corruption and politics in Nigeria.
Well, Zik wasn't tried. Awolowo wasn't tried. There were commissions set up about how, both of them were regional premiers. And when Zik left as Premier of the East and came to the center, there was an inquiry made regarding a Africa Continental Bank, ACB, and some other investments of the Eastern Region government. And there was a white paper which indicted the Zik administration of corruption, of mismanagement, and things like that. When Awolowo left and as premier, and what followed the crisis with Akintola and all the rest of it, so he set up a Coca Commission. The Coca Commission also investigated Awolowo and his dealings and indicted that there was mismanagement and there was some favoritism and corruption and all of that. In the case of Ahmadu Bello, he contested with his cousin, Sultan Abubakar, who is the father of the current Sultan of Sokoto now, to become the Sultan of Sokoto. And he lost to Sultan Abubakar, and he now concentrated on politics. And the Sultan now accused him that when he was a Hakimi, I think when he was a district head, that he mismanaged the money of the district, and he was now to be jailed. So I think it was Rotimi Williams and a few people who he hired as lawyers, and they went there to bamboozle them with a court order and everything there, and said the native authority had no power for this, for that, for that. So they would use some technicality to knock off the trial. So that's how they saved the career of Sir Ahmadu Bello. But corruption, it is in the First Republic. You only needed to listen to the speech of Major Nzeogu when he was calling them 10%ers and not the rest of it. But corruption also came even during the colonial administration. So the Introduction of corruption in Nigeria came with the British, with their corrupt treaties that they were signing, setting up fake courts, calling it commercial courts, creating monopolies, and bullying Jaja Fokobo, bullying Nana Olomu, Ofishekiri, bullying everybody who did not allow them to get their way around. So corruption in modern terms came to Nigeria through the British. Even the how to rig election and all of that is their way. But if you read the work of missionaries like Clapperton, Hugh Clapperton, Landa Brothers, and all the rest of it, and some other missionaries, including early missionaries of CMS, like Ajayi Crowder. If you read that of the Catholic missionary like Father Shanahan and all the rest of it, in their understanding of our traditional administration, either under Oyo Empire, either Sokoto and other places, you will see that they will also see some elements of corruption. Because I remember the Clapperton writing his diary. I think it was 1839 or thereabout. That when he came to Oyo, the ration of food that they're laughing, because he stayed in Oyo for about 2 or 3 months or so, that the ration of food and other supplies that they're laughing was sent to him as a guest. That he thought that the person put in charge of taking care of him was actually preparing a lot of it. So that far back, Oyo had a very complex system of officials. In fact, all the civil servants in Nigeria, from Tinubu to the last couple, are not up to the number of officials in Oyo Empire who are on salary, who are salary officials. Tax collector, custom collector, tribute collector, different group of people, constabulary, horse rider. So in the one of that system, if you look at the historical knowledge of it, you will see that even in that our traditional system, you will see that there are elements of people not giving accounts for some things. So corruption cannot just suddenly come now, you know. So that's basically what I see. So
All
it's
right.
been there for some time.
Thank you so much. Let's now go to our audience member. Let me go to James first. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yes,
James from Gambia, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
He's from.
I'm sorry, I'm outside my office. I don't have access to it, so I'm outside in darkness. I'm sorry indeed.
Well, no problem. Use your inner light.
No, my office is locked and the main gate is also locked, so I have no access to it. That's why I'm outside.
So I have my sympathy.
Thank you so much for your sympathy. Greetings to Mr. Ebenezer Babatokwe.
Yes, I'll let you know.
Good. I will not be able to ask you, should I say serious questions? You've talked about a lot of serious things. I just want to draw your attention to something we discussed casually some time ago online, and that is the attitude of Nigerian professors. At the recent concluded election in Edo State, it is very disheartening that a Nigerian professor or Nigerian professors are collating and returning officers. Can somebody call them to order? The country has got surplus, serious problems to grapple with. If it is poverty, how much will they pay them that will make them to lose their integrity? I remember studying under people like Professor Nuruddin Alao and others. They cannot condescend to this appalling level. Can somebody call them to order to behave responsibly? Because when you go to Harvard, Stanford, Cambridge, Witwatersrand, and you name it, their professors don't engage themselves in this despicable act. So what is really wrong? Are we so morally barren and bankrupt that even professors do not know where to draw the line? I'm sorry for bothering you with this question because you are not one of them. What can we do to call them to order? I'm worried because I'm also a teacher like them.
Well, what I can see is this. You cannot compare Nuruddin Alao, who is, I think, in America now, and that class of professors with the professor we have now. The professor we have now are professors of promotion. They are civil servants. They're not professors of learning. They're professor of, if you are in a university and you don't die, you'll be a professor. If you don't become a professor, your village people will come to the university to complain. Why is it our townsman who has been there this length of time? And that's why you have professor without publication, professor without any serious thing going on. So it's just now a promotion, just like being a justice, a judge. You can just sit down and be giving terrible judgment. 90% of your judgment can be reversed on appeal, but they will still promote you. So the same thing with military. A general of today doesn't have the sense of a major 30, 40 years ago. So they go to Jaji, they go to all those places. Whether they pass, they don't pass, they carry, they let my people go. That's why Major General with leading less than 30 people. If you see casualty or you get war, you get report from the front during the Boko Haram war, they will say they are led by one Major General. Then you ask how many troops there? They're not up to 50. How can Major General be involved in a troop less than 50? So where is the formation? So many of them have no posting. They're all general. Many of them are doing housing. They are doing other things. They are carrying bag. So the whole system needs to be overhauled. So don't be agitated. These professors, in the time you were in university in Nigeria, they will not be able to be even senior lecturers, most of them, because the rigor is not there. And then you also know that it's a paid service. They get paid officially and unofficially. So anything to add, even right now, if you want to hire an MC for your son's birthday, a professor can volunteer because the minimum wage is an embarrassment. So many of them are doing other side jobs. They're writing biography for tips. If you know any hooligan in your community who is a total never do well, if he makes money, you can tell the professor can write the anthology of a great man and write their biography for him. So they do MC, they come to book launch, they follow politicians. You can see a House of Reps member who didn't even win an election, who want to take a professor as a legislative aide. So they're all over the place. Too many universities, too many professors. So don't get carried away. But we'll correct all of this if we correct the quality. I don't know, in those days, there used to be an association called ANCOPS, Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. They were more serious than ASU, ANCOPS. I don't know if you remember that the time you were there, they used to play what called Principal's Cup.
Yes.
Yeah, so people like Arugbofa and Co, that's how they got known. People like Defarati, who became governor of my state, they got known as school principal. Someone like Ajasi was school principal at the college. That's the highest achievement that he got known for. So every system has broken down. So don't be surprised one day when you find a professor who's a political talk and say, we're not going to let you pass here. So that all in Nigeria, anything that has to do with title is already gone. No general, no traditional ruler, no Oba, no Emir, no Obi, no Eze, no professor, no barrister, no anything that has to do with honorific title. There's no sufficient honor to back it. That's why Nigeria today is doing plea bargain for a Chief Justice of Nigeria, doing plea bargain. Have you seen a country where where America is coming towards that now with the way they are investigating them for collecting largesse from businessmen and all of that. But I think most part of the world, apart from Nigeria, America now, they will be horrified with the kind of leadership that we have. So it's something we need to correct. You know, so that's what I see.
Yeah, thank you
So
very
you're
much.
talking of professors
Thank
who
you.
are returning officers. Do you know how many professors are party agents?
Well, I'm not aware. No.
Okay.
Anyway, you're correct. What's really disturbing also is that all the professors in the DOE election, they are all from Federal University of Technology, Mina. The whole of them, from beginning to the end. Why can't they spread them out to the Ahmadu Bello, Benin, Port? Why
No, you
only
don't
that?
know because the person who gave the contract out may have a history there. Maybe the rec or somebody who is involved in it is from that university. Or maybe they want to say, let's go far away from around so that they won't be under the influence of the local politicians there. So they'll go to one place and they carry all of them. So there could be many reasons,
Okay.
to choose them. But the bottom line is that in Edo State, it looks like the people are not angry with APC. And they came out. I don't know, there will be some, maybe 20% cheating there. But 80% of what's going on there, the people just came out and they couldn't be bothered. And maybe those who could be bothered didn't come out at all. So, and if you are analyzing a do election, you have to combine APC and PDP vote together because two of them are the same family, just quarreling over seniority.
Okay.
I put you there, you disobey me, and things like that. But two of them combined together, they're the same people. And in this election, half of PDP joined APC to work against PDP. And vice versa. So let's just say that the people of Edo State, they don't use this election to solve their problem. They use this election to solve the leadership contest in the factions of leadership they have. They kill up behind whoever they think is right. They ignore their own suffering. But this is it.
Thank you very much indeed. Long may you live.
All right, thank you, James. Let's go to Mama H.O.
Hey, I don't win. I don't win. Ẹ̀gbọ́n,
Okay.
ẹ káalẹ́ sà o.
Please, I'd like to find out.
Àlàáfíà la wà o.
Okay.
Ṣé wà lóńdó? Ṣé báwo lóńdó ṣe rí lénìí?
No, I'm not in Ondo. I am somewhere in the north, trying to help out with some situation we have there.
Because Ondo ni mo ti dàgbà díẹ̀.
Oh, is that so? Oh, that's what she say, of course, for those who are too lazy to understand you. Mama Isho grew up in Ondo, next to Showore's compound. I can see their behavior over there.
So those who are jealous of me as Showore, you now see where the bond is coming from.
Yeah, I cannot see why you are sharing the same cell with DSS. So it's very good. This is your neighbor. So.
Oh, you see, I've been listening to you behind the stage. Anyway, greetings to Dr. Udo and greetings to our visitor, Prince. I've been listening to and greeting to my lovely children behind the comment section. If you love me well, let every one of you invite 10 people now. We want to increase the number. And if you have not subscribed, subscribe. And we don't mind drinking coffee today. So, Biko, we need the support. All right, having said that, I listened to you, Prince.
Yes.
And your support, your view regarding the hopelessness we are in and the position that majority of Nigeria are seeing, we share the same view. That no matter the situation, what it is now, we can still come out of this and bet a new Nigeria. And that makes me and you connect now. Because after now, I'll be reaching out to you
with some of the things I have for us to work with. First, to drive poverty out so that they don't see my children to give peanuts and let them set their conscience. It's not going to happen in 2027. I can guarantee you that. Because what we have to do that, heaven has given it to me. It is a matter of utilizing it. Because it is like giving you a ripe banana. If a ripe banana is given to you today, you don't need to do anything, you just need to eat it. So what we need to make real money legit in the online space has been given to me, and I'm working with meaningful Nigerians in this process. And it is a product designed by Nigerians to the world. So we'll talk about that later. So you see, it is a shame. And I wasn't surprised at the election at all. It is those who does not know what is going those who does not know what is going in the political atmosphere among them that will be surprised that APC win today. It is not something that these two other political parties not aware of. But to the public, PDP want to win, Labour want to win. But the bitter truth, none of them were designed to win. Because what money will not get, more money will get it, according to Jagaban theory. So my children, men they continue to let them fool now. Because based on what we know and the kind of work we are doing, as your mother who want to rescue you and put power in your hand in 2027 from councillor to presidency, we get to go into their midst to know what is going on. But it's not every person, mama, everything when mama see or hear, now I go tell you. Now, you know why? I need to know that to work our strategy out. So, thank you for still believing a new Nigeria is possible. And I can tell you, there are many meaningful Nigeria who are ready to work with us to prepare for 2027 and match them. Whatever they are matching to us, we will outsmart them. You know why? Because my children are smart and intelligent. They are not better than them. The few that rig election for them cannot be compared to the good ones who they have made to be hopeless because of poverty. But if we do the needful, we will get what we want come 2027. We just have to work together as a bunch of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I could see Ovie trying to come in, but I think he's having difficulties. If there's anybody else who is interested, this is the opportunity to weigh in. Otherwise, we will round up here. Okay.
No. Round up where? What are you rounding up to?
Are you on top of sea? Why are
not,
you with the drive bike?
All right,
not when of our enemies on seat, according to Mama H.O. It's oppressor and oppressed. And our guests today belong to the oppressors. So it's not going anywhere. Now, sorry. Yeah, Mama H.O. No, congratulations to we, the village people, the illiterate people that don't know how to speak English. I ever know that we are the majority and we did it. Edo, congratulations. So our new incoming governor, about talk by our Dr. Rudolph, I think the help that they sent you to is, I think he did something very very wonderful that I noticed. The sequence of your questions was just out of this world. I never see them before. Now, old in this CNN at the CM. So, Passat, congrats. I beg, also now go back to hell. Maybe more things will be added to that. Prince, thank you very much for once
Thank
again
you.
for your time. And at the beginning of the conversation, you were responding to your response to Doctor was straight to blaming the people. And I remember when you were on my platform, you let us understand that when I pointed it to you that this the way things are going, it's pretty much class and generation. You totally agree with me, and you make me understand that the generation who are in power now, who are pretty much the generation that gave us our constitution, for the civil war, gave us our political party, they are in charge now, which you agree. Why the next people who are going to replace them, which the generation or the class that you represented, and you said something. Let me paraphrase that there is a competition between you guys over the population, and they are having upper hand because they have more money. So for you to now come and be blaming the people, it behooves me because there's a saying that goes this way: a nation that talks to herself, a good newspaper is a nation that talks to herself. And we know today all the medium, pretty much the multi-medium of to which the people get knowledge is controlled by your class and those above you. So the goal is straightforward: let the people be dumb, let the people be stupid, let the people don't know what is going on. And again, it is up to the government of the day to actually educate a citizen that they are citizens of social country. In this context, Nigeria. This is actually they should be. This is actually related. But the government failed. Each government that comes in, I mean, maybe this is 1960. Yes, they have a national orientation agency. I don't know where if they get light for that office at all. So when you know the people faith are subjected to this kind of reality, and millions of naira is being pushed to make sure the people don't know anything. How come you turn around to blame the people when they are actually acting exactly how you and your class and those above you program us to behave? So it's easy to say the majority are stupid because they are not happy, they are acting against their self-interest. But isn't that how every day we hear from radio, TV to which this elite control that we should behave? So in other words, you people have not done enough to educate the citizens, to conscientize them on how this game works. But you turn back to say they are the problem. And to make matter worse, some of our global people in diaspora, they follow suit. They act like the leaders. They come every 4 years to blame. Then they will leave them just like the government. So is it fair enough that you are blaming the people for acting exactly how you people want them to behave? I'm sorry to be coming at you directly, but you represent the vast interest. So on that content, I'm asking these questions.
All right, thank you, Ovia. Prince.
Okay, well, I talked about agency and that everybody who is involved in this experiment of self-governance, everybody who is involved in it has to play their own role. And I started by checkmating myself and critiquing my own contribution. And I said that when it comes to a dual election, maybe there's something we didn't do right, but when it comes to Olumide Akpata, he did everything a candidate should do, apart from committing crimes. He went to the people. He didn't do armchair campaign. He wrote boats. As you are on a boat now, he was on a boat. He went everywhere, Riverine, Hill, wherever. He danced in the market. He did everything that you should do. And he went to the grassroots, and the people knew the issue at stake. And it's their right. I'm not saying they did the wrong thing or they are bad, or I'm just saying when it comes to this Edo election, they cannot say that they did not understand what's going on. And the context is not futuristic. 1 month ago, people in Benin were protesting. If those who were protesting alone came out to vote, the result would have been different. That's what I'm saying. Whatever is the reason, at least you were able to protest a month ago. How can you be angry with APC 1 month ago to the point of ready to lose your life? Protest on the street, burn tire, do whatever. And 1 month later, just as I predicted on my interview with Arise TV, that look, these people are protesting now. When it's time to vote these people out, which is more effective, they will go and do opposite. This is what has happened. So I'm not saying they don't have a right to vote who they want. I'm not saying that they were not miseducated or whatever, but they were educated enough to protest last month. And they're educated enough to go and vote against their interests now. So I'm also complaining about those who didn't come out. So we will still be working with them. But I think that we cannot be treating Nigerian voters like victims, like children. They are old enough, and they ought to be able to know how to vote by now. Because what is at stake has come home. People should know that most of their problems have come from poor governance, and that it is through these elections that we choose the government. That's the point I'm making. And that conversation, we'll go and talk to the people, we'll hear them out, what reason they're going to give for either not voting or voting the other way.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Mama Echo. I will let Prince to give us the final words. We round up. I know that you are writing some books. I wanted to know how far you are with the books. And you said that Nigerians don't read, but you are writing books for them. How are we going to make them read it?
No, we don't read as before. Maybe it's even a global phenomenon. But in America, in Europe, you still have bestsellers. People still buy books. But I think here, the culture of reading, but we still have to write for posterity. And of course, Nigeria is writing its own history, is writing itself. Like today now, what we wrote in Edo, another history writing itself. But I just want us to understand that Nigeria is almost there, almost getting it. Almost getting it. If we can just use this democratic experiment to solve our problem, to express our value, we won't have to go and fight wars, crisis, and all of that. Because you can imagine the trauma of just coming out to protest and lose your life and injure yourself and burn building and do whatever for a government that you can easily just remove by voting. So I'm trying to let us know that we can use election to resolve many problems. And if we don't use election to resolve problems, and we cannot continue to live with these problems, more traumatic, costlier, and more dangerous resolution will have to come. Because if a bad government is there, and you know it's a bad government, you acknowledge a bad government, even its members say we are bad, and you have an opportunity to change that bad government, you don't change it peacefully. Even when you are given the opportunity to change it peacefully, you just neglectfully not change it. You are accumulating problems that may either you or your children will have to fight to solve. So that's why I'm saying it's important that we should not just look at elections as a normal routine. We should look at it as an opportunity to self-correct. And it is not the fault of Tinubu if he doesn't know how to govern well. He's governing according to what he knows. So, because he's doing exactly what he said he would do when he was campaigning. The only thing he hasn't done is the Bala Blue, but the Bulaba he has done. So you have to help them. If you have to help them to relieve them, because they may just fight, not like PDP. PDP was tired. And they just there. Nobody voted them out. They just sit down there. They were just going down in quality every step of the way. But they were just stuck there. It happened to ANC in South Africa. They just kept winning. People without performing. They kept winning. They are tired, but they kept winning. Until Malema, other people started coming out, different people, and then they woke up a bit. So you just keep winning. Imagine a party that's not doing well from 2015, and they just keep winning, and they are tired. They brought everybody they have. They don't have anybody left. No new ideas. They just keep winning. It's not good for the country. It's like election is like driving a car. Election allows you to change the oil, to service it, to change the plug. Imagine driving a vehicle that is exhausted. When it's time for you to change the oil, you just don't change it. You pour the same old oil back in the engine will knock. So it may look to APC or Shimole or whatever now that they have won something. But they may actually be digging their own grave, literally. Because by not correcting the system, a more dangerous correction will come later. It's like what happened to us in the First Republic. There was crisis. Every election was worse than before. The 52, 53 election was okay. The 59 election was bad. The 65 election was the worst. And they, instead of them to agree to lose election and change a few ministers, all of you still be parliament, they were just carrying on till military came and started shooting everybody. Even my own family members who were not in politics. My uncle was just GOC in Kaduna, sleeping, 30-something-year-old boy, sleeping in his house with his wife pregnant. They came there, hey, our general, they shot him. People were in Kano, just going to the market with their family, got shot in July 66. Everybody just got victimized. We went civil war. 2 of my father's brothers in the military got dead fighting. So if they had just allowed the 65 election, when they said this election is not conclusive, and Zig said, no, I'm not going to call anybody to form government. If they just agree to correct the thing electorally, nobody will die. Ahmad Bello will have reached old age and died naturally. Akintola will not be dead. Millions will not die during the civil war. That is why the people need to help the country to make sure that you should change a government that's not doing well. Later, they will come back again in one way or the other. It's not nobody's dying. But if you keep doing this system now, even the man who is elected now, he will go and consult a native doctor because I don't think he wants to be governor. They just use it to come and settle one problem. So he doesn't know the difference between security and insecurity, prosperity and poverty. He doesn't know anything. So Oshimole will now be in Abuja. He'll be telling him how to announce himself so problems everywhere. And I can tell you, he has to leave the Senate where he is now because they made him governor. So they have to bring another person. Don't be surprised that the people of that district may still go and vote APC to replace the APC man. But if they meet you in the church, in the mosque, in the airport, they will be the first to say, this Jagaba is not serious. This government is not good. But so what are you now doing? That is the point I am making. We who are in opposition to be more serious, that's why this year, so that they will not say, opposition, you kill yourself now, SDP is there, Labour is there. We say, okay, apartheid is okay. Let us all step back. Let him do a support. So if maybe we didn't do it well, maybe we'll do better. We'll keep doing it. We'll keep doing it until we get it right. But I cannot accept responsibility for people who, in the midst of life-threatening situation, with no road, no hospital, no electricity, no employment, no food, will go and collect 10,000 votes. I cannot keep excusing them. And I cannot excuse those who like to give analysis and tweet and abuse people on Twitter, and on election day they won't come out. I cannot keep representing them. You need to, when you are calling yourself presidential candidate, you are calling yourself governorship candidate, you are calling yourself activist, you ought to have people behind you. There were people who were still telling Omoyele Sowore, who just, after many years in prison and gulag, that he should leave his family where he went to spend 3 weeks, that he should come back and come and physically lead them. As if Ayatollah of Iran was not in France when the revolution took place in 1979. They say he should leave the family where he has not seen them for many years, that he must come. Now he has come. All of them disappear. So what I'm saying is that we need to be more serious. We need to know that there's nothing wrong with Nigeria. Tinubu is tired. Can't even go to UN. If you remove him in 2027, we may pretend to be sad. He will go on like that. I've spoken to President Jonathan. He told me, my brother, thank God I lost. I'm even happier now. But if you elected Jonathan, that time he will still continue to pretend to be in charge. But when they say they carry the problem and go to Buhari, he sneak into the room. While people are pretending to be angry, they put his phone, say, Buhari, carry on. Thank you very much. God bless you. He handed over the thing. So the people need to start changing these people. You need to start changing. If you don't change them, they will be there. I'm performing. I'm not performing. You keep electing me. So why should anybody come and complain? I'll see Tinubu on one occasion. What am I going to tell him? He's not telling me, oh, Mr. Man, you say I'm not good. See the results in Edo. And in those states, they're already priming themselves. The only party that is standing between APC and victory is SDP. And we're palpitating our head how we're going to do it. But I'm listening to the people, intelligent people who talk to me and say, Tinubu is this and that, is the worst. They are all declaring for APC. And if you ask them, I say one way now, what can I do? No money, nobody to fight. So, but if they see you, they'll be the first to tell you, Tinubu is this, is that, or that. So we cannot allow that to happen. That's what I'm saying. Not that I'm against any individual, but these people are just not able to govern. You can see the evidence. They cannot govern. Even they want to. It's not as if Tinubu is a wicked man who hates Nigerians. No. He's governing according to what he knows. And what he knows can't work.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Let's hold on, everybody. Hold on, please. I know that when it's Prince, you guys think that we are going to be here for 10 hours. Unfortunately, we're not staying 10 hours today. That's why you are just coming in when we're about to round up. I will let Ngozeka, Okija, and Ifi just ask questions straight, and then we round up. Ngozeka, you're first.
Rudolph, I beg now.
Thank you. Apologies. Good evening, Prince Adewole. Good evening, everyone on the panel. I've been trying to get in. The network today is horrible. That is my excuse. I'm sorry. Please, sir, you did mention that currently you are in Maiduguri helping up with the flood relief. Am I correct, sir?
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you, according to reports, what caused the flooding? Because personally, I was affected by the flood. I have a relative that was badly hit by the flood. I want to ask this question. Report has it that it was the Alop Dam that broke in the middle of the night. People were in their houses sleeping and they woke up in flood waters in their houses. The government before a couple of weeks or days before that time, gave a vote of confidence that that the Alo Dam was okay, that there was no cause for concern. And this and you hear people, I don't know if you've heard, people are trying to pin this on climate change, but we know it was the dam that broke. We know it was the dam that broke. And the same government made excuses for not repairing that dam for years. Now that you are there and you see firsthand what is going on, do you think this will go the normal Nigerian way? Do you think anybody will be held responsible for this? Or the people are going to have to pick up the pieces of their life by themselves? What do you think about this whole situation, sir?
Okay, what is the situation is this? The government was given a warning by the meteorological department that the dam will be over full and the dam might break. They set up a committee, Borno State government, and the integrity report was that it will not happen. The problem that the mistake the government made is that when there's a probability that something will happen, engineering is probability. When there's a probability that it may happen, you will do a mock evacuation plan. You will tell people go on higher ground, you map, okay, you say you do simulation. In case it happened, where will it pass? It's like if you go to Louisiana and tell them that the levee that the Army Corps of Engineers put there will never break. They will say, what? Okay, fine, will never break. What happened if it breaks? So it's like the active shooter scenario in school. You can say, okay, if there was an active shooter, what are we going to do? So that's the mistake the government made. They should have created a scenario and say, okay, it may not happen. But if it does happen, what's the evacuation plan? Who are the people? That's number one. So right now, the challenge is to find those who are dead, find their bodies and bury them. To those who are affected, dislocated, to try to join families together. Thirdly, those who are dislocated from food and other life support, to try to get it to them, and to try to get communicable diseases prevention to be out of the way. But what is even more important is to deal with other communities in the riparian states, like Taraba. Today I was talking to people in Taraba, in Adamawa, in Nasarawa, in Kogi, in Delta, in Anambra, down, because another one is coming that is bigger than this one, that is coming from the Benue River. Because when Cameroon, to prevent their own dam from bursting, they are going to relieve their own dam in Cameroon. So that's going to flood all of that. And when it happened 2 years ago, you remember I visited the Bayelsa State, where we made from the little money I had, we made very huge donation there. We will set to Adamawa, other places. So it's going to happen again. And it will keep happening because we didn't build a relief dam in our own side of the Benue, so that when the water comes, the water our dam. So what is happening is that the state governor has not sacked those who misadvised him. He's not sacked them, they're still there. So more likely, they will pray over the dead and say, bygone, bygone. And that's it, unfortunately. And the Human Rights Commission, other people might decide to set up an inquiry. But if I make an issue out of it in the community, they might say that's not the time for it. Don't politicize the issue. Just help the people. And we are coordinating advanced party. In fact, many of the people in our party cannot stay in Maiduguri because there's a shortage of accommodation. So many of us, that's why I say I'm in the north, many of us are not even physically inside the state. We're just hanging around to mobilize resources. So you stay around Yobe, Adamawa, and thereabout to try to mobilize resources. And then you go to Maiduguri and you go to the other parts of the metropolis and the suburbs to try to help. But it's a long-term thing. It's different from those just going there and say, I announce 500 million for the people, and you go back. they don't feel it, they don't get it. So we are trying to actually go to areas where there is, because, and even the state chairman of my party is affected. There are many people affected. So many people who thought their family members traveled are just discovering that they are dead, and when they don't see them for some time, and things like that. So this is what is going on. It is a failure of government. It's a catastrophic one, and there are so many other areas where there is a point of failure. So there's to be a system audit of most of our dams or most of our other installations that we need to have. But the key issue is to reach the people and to take warnings. Because this one now, I've had some governors telling their people, go on higher ground, which is like what my governor would have told me when I would go to school. Go on higher ground. Whatever you do in life, go on higher ground. So, but it doesn't mean anything. They ought to be on the ground, evacuation plan to guide people, to give them latitude, to give them the height of where they should be, and all of that. So these are the things which we believe we should be doing now, instead of blaming the government, because we could have been the government. So we will start behaving as if we are the government and start doing scenario planning and start talking to the people. Because the ultimate responsibility for your own life in a system where the government is not responsible is yourself. So we can now assist the people to try to put the pieces of their life together.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Let's go to Ife. After Ife, then Okeza.
Good evening, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Papu Doka, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Mr. Prince, good evening, sir, and welcome, long time. I am a very big time follower, but I have a couple of questions. Even though Papu Doka would say just ask one question. But I'm gonna, jumble everything together. My first question might sound so stupid, but that's what, that is how I exactly feel. Do we even have government in Nigeria? And
we don't.
If yes, okay. That's number one question. The reason why I'm asking you this is this. We are talking about this dam. In a country where you have leadership, they have to plan ahead of this. So we're going to sit down and watch this thing happen. We're going to watch people die. We're going to watch people lose their properties, and nothing will be done. And nobody will say anything. And we're just going to slide and we keep moving on. I heard you when you talked about the election that we need to, people need to come out and vote. Does our vote even count? I'm not surprised at what happened at Edo because I said the APC is going to win the election. It's not because they are good, but we all know what happened. So when people are talking about election, it's kind of you're discouraging the citizens because they know that the elections, they know that their vote doesn't count anymore. So what else can we do? We see corruption every day. We see Nigerian leadership, they borrow money like every month. It's not millions. They are borrowing money in billions. But you are not seeing what they are using this money to do. Prices, inflation, I understand that inflation is all over the world. But we know other countries are putting things in measures to support, their citizens. What are we putting in measures? Nothing. My concern is that every little thing will give you rice. Is rice the problem of Nigeria? Is if you give me one bag of rice, is that going to solve the problem? After I finish eating that rice, what is the next option for me? I don't understand it. I just feel like, sometimes I just feel like, why not everybody go your separate way? In as much as I want us to stay together, but it's not working. There is no evidence that you can tell me that we have a leadership in that country. Nobody. Everybody's beginning to feel it. Yesterday, Ojo Zokalo came and said, oh, I'm going to ground my private jet because of the cost of fuel. I'm like, what? I feel like cussing him. That's exactly how I feel because he is part of the people that kept us in the situation where we are today. Who wants to hear about you grounding your private jet? People cannot even eat. People in Abia are suffering because of what he did in Abia. He is part of the problem. So I don't even understand how we're gonna get out of this mess, because it's not gonna get better. As I get older every day and see people suffer, and you get this call constantly, give me money, or I am sick, or pay school fees. And it is training for us that live here in America or abroad or anywhere, because you have to put in extra shifts in order to support your families now. So what is the way forward for us? That's my question. Where do we go from here?
Okay, where we go from here is the future. We can't go back to the past. But what I can tell you categorically is this. One, your vote will count if you come out in large numbers. In Edo State, this election is far better than the election that we had in Kogi, which was just recent. And as I said in my analysis, it's closer to the election we had in Ekiti. In Ekiti, SDP 2022, SDP was going to win the election. There's no doubt about that. And we were cocksure. But we did not understand the APC, because, like I said in my tweet, the rest of us are doing political science. APC is doing politics. And there's a difference between the two. In Ekiti, they brought out money. And they were giving money. And immediately I saw the people collecting money, I stopped being angry with APC. I started looking at the people themselves. There were young people who were following us before. Many of them were coming out showing money, hey, 15,000. So I'm looking at it. I left America. I came home. I'm running for president. I left my campaign. I went to Ekiti. Even the governor was fighting me. I had to call the chief of defense staff, the Rabo, for them to even allow me to enter the state, because they didn't want, they were shooting the air, not for us to enter the state. And the people who came to rescue are collecting 15,000 and posting on YouTube, posting on Instagram, say, and then people were trooping to go there and collect the money. So in that election, I can't blame INEC, because INEC is not in charge of, if you collect money and go and thumbprint that witchy broom, is your problem. So now in those states, you are following Obaseki versus Oshomole love story, and you are getting carried away. You are joining Tinubu to Oshomole to say, I'm going to teach Obaseki lesson. You forgot the Labour Party guy, Akpata, who God has brought for you as an alternative to let these people leave government and go and fight their fight in their house. You now join them. So, and then in the desperation of Governor Obaseki, PDP was giving money, APC was also giving money. The only party that didn't give money there was Labour. Of course, the other party didn't do anything, because we tried to see that Labour should win. So Labour guy didn't give any money, but people were wearing Hunter's bag. Some were carrying Jehovah's Witness type of bag into the line, and they were passing money like the way ushers collect money in church Thanksgiving. So now, in that kind of scenario, you cannot say vote doesn't count, because that person is not a voter. That person is a seller. That person is selling their vote, like that is selling petrol. So it's not a case of your vote not count. It's that people didn't feel sufficiently motivated to come and rescue themselves. And then, if all the people who showed up in the rally of Olupide Akwata, without more, came to vote, he will win the election. So where were they? They were collecting T-shirts. They were saying, this is my guy, singing, this is my guy. But they didn't come to vote. It's not a case that they came to vote, they chased them away. There are 1 or 2 local governments where PDP tried to cheat and APC tried to cheat, which is Oredo and the other local government, I remember the name now. So, Ikobaoha. And then There are some places in the north where Shomole has sway. But if you go to Shomole local government, they look at him as if he's Jesus Christ, despite the underdevelopment of the place. And he can tell them all kinds of stories they follow. So that is the issue. So the summary of Edo election is that people did not regard anybody who was not either Obaseki or Shomale. And the thing was about, we want to know in this Edo state, who is the boss? Is he Obaseki or Shomale? My children are out of school. There's no road to my village. I don't even know what food to eat, but I am going to join Obaseki to tell Shomale that I don't know Lagos. Or I'm going to join Shomale to show Obaseki that you cannot buy the finger that fed you. So they are more interested in that. And when I talk to people, even before the election took place, before you can say I didn't rig anything, when I talk to people, I'll be talking to people to say, it looks to me that in Edo, they are not listening to what we are telling them. They are following this tale by moonlight. In fact, people who were asking me, how can you ask us to vote for Olumide? Don't you know that Olumide is of the same zone as Obaseki? It's the turn to rotate. I said, do you want to rotate poverty or you want to solve your problem? So you cannot say, therefore, the vote doesn't count. You can say that our people, when they go to the voting booth, they carry other problems that don't concern them to the voting booth, ignoring their own problem. So it can be another community tomorrow. They will talk about religion or ethnicity. Because the candidate of my party gave me in my state, where we are running for against APC there, he gave me a feedback of certain important meetings. And when he gave me the feedback, I asked him, is this what people are telling you? He said, yes. So the hunger that is killing them, they're not talking. He said, no. This other one, they're not talking. He said, no. This other issue, though. This community that has no road. He said, no. A community that has no road, I will tell them, this is the plan for your road, the money. When they ask you questions, they're asking you questions that doesn't have to do with their problem. So it is part of the failure of people like me that I am talking to elite, and the elite don't vote. They are experts in criticism, they don't vote. But the Tinubu is laughing because he knows that they have a minority that they have turned to an electorate. This minority, if they give them what they want, they will give them the minimum vote they need to remain power. But the rest of the people we are trying to address in terms of policy have not gotten to the point where they can wake up and follow policy. So we still have to carry the agenda to them. It's like trying to go to Tennessee and tell somebody in Tennessee or Alabama that you need to vote for better medical care. They will tell you that the person is black or is not a Christian. It's not as if they are stupid. If you go to West Virginia and you tell them that you are going to give them broadband internet, you are going to improve their school, they will be talking to you about abortion and gay rights. And why are you joining a party that has gays in them? So it is not only our own. There are many electorates in the world where they vote against their own interests because they have carried other issues that are not related to their welfare as the dominant thing in their politics. So that is why there's a Ted Cruz in Texas. It doesn't matter how crazy he behaves. If they can say, oh, we in Texas, this is what we believe in. So there are places in Nigeria where they play traditional politics. In my state, I'm from Ondo State. And they have the highest level of dignity in poverty. That you can go to a family that has 7 graduates with master's degree and 2 with PhD who are unemployed. But when you are discussing politics with them, they will be telling you that, do you know that Buhari, who is worse than Tinubu, did 8 years? So you are now telling us that this man who has spent only 1 year, so don't you understand that he's representing us there? So, and so they look at me like, this guy is a wicked man, because this is a man who has just done 1 year. The other Fulani man has done 8 years, even though he had F9 parallel. But this one has not done 1 year. You are telling us now that we should fight this one. So the guy who is talking to you is a retired principal. He has PhD. He's a professor. He's a professor of medicine. But he doesn't have enough political, let me put it in a nice way, enough political ability to know that analysis of where Tinubu comes from and who is representing is not relevant to the price of petrol. So these are the issues. And when you go, when I went around, not to take all your time, when I went around to in the election, I went to Taraba. The last states I went to in our election, Taraba, Nasarawa, and Benue. Well, that's where I spent the last 3 days of my campaign. I went to Taraba, I was on radio, people were clapping, people were following, analyzed all their problems from the beginning to the end. But in the final day of my going there, they were now asking me a very technical question. The question they were asking me was very technical. After all listening to me and all the analysis, they said, how come you are a Christian? There's another Christian running. If 2 of you are running like that, who do you think that these Muslim people are going to defeat us? I said, who are the us? I don't know us. I'm just telling you the problem that you have. So it shows to you that you can go to a people and talk to them. And in one of the states where my party is very popular, where we have 2 senators, House of Reps, the Nasarawa state, when we started going to the final analysis, and people started telling us how they are going to vote, the voting was so calculated to address the ethnic differences between the Kanuris in Adamawa and the Nasarawa Egon, the Alago people of Doma, and they were giving me a lecture about the balance of their politics here. And so there's no way Doma, who has been fighting for a long time to be given a senator, is given a senator. They're going to now ruin that chance. So the analysis about how to help Doma with agriculture and all of that, I was there recently when they had an occasion. I was invited, I went there, and they were telling me, we understand, Prince, we understand you mean well for us, but you see, this is the problem. This community here, so we need to do more work, essentially. That's why I'm saying that. But this thing that I'm receiving as a lecture, postgraduate lecture, Tinubu knows already that I don't need to waste my time to go to that place. All I need to do is to calculate that these Doma people have not produced a senator before. So I get my party to give them a senator, whether I know the economy or not, or I put bala blue or blue blah. These people have resolved this local issue for them. And I know that if I call Rufai and a few people and gather all these mullahs together, and I tell them to get me a Muslim ticket, they will be busy with that one. They're not going to listen to you. So, and when I was in Kano, I went around and I noticed that towards the end, those who have a lot of sympathy for me started saying, look, maybe the election of next time is your own. But this one, this question of who has more people between this Christian and Muslim, we must resolve it now. And you are not involved in it. So you wait. Let us resolve this one first. Later, good governance will come. So this is conversation that is going on, and it may look stupid to you, but it's real to them in that community. And we need to now start to elevate these issues so that when we elevate these issues, then they will key in with us. That's when a developmental platform, a policy-driven platform can have its way.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prince. Okija. you're next. Okija, can you hear me? We can hear you. All right, we have to skip you and go to Janaba. Janaba, you're next.
Dr. Rudy, thank you for having me. Ngazika, Prince, and every other panelist.
Greetings, Uncle Jonava. Greetings.
Yes, ma'am.
With this your shirt you're putting on, what are you trying to do? Seduce the women today. You know you go for
It's a rough day, so I'm trying to stay rough like that. But when you see a prince like that, if you don't come and reconcile with him, those are the powerful people in Nigeria. He's talking here he's like ordinary person. You may get there now, they take your passport away by the airport. So Prince, I've listened to most of your chat here. So I just stopped by. As you see, I'm very busy because my younger brother got married yesterday. So I see.
Oh, congratulations!
Thank you. So,
but don't keep saying such things because APC will mark it as one of their achievements. That was during their tenure that your brother got a wife. That's another achievement of the APC.
Prince, you're a true politician, sir. Greetings, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uncle Jonaba, they say limit the information you're giving to us.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for all you do. I just say let me use this opportunity to say hi to you and to see it's my boss, but it's actually my younger brother. But it's a say hi to him.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the new couple.
Yeah, yes, thank you. They're here.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jonaba. Let's move on to Adama.
All right.
Adama.
Greetings, Prince. Greetings, sir. I just have a question for you. This is Dr. Adama speaking. I just wanted to ask you, for those of us that are in the diaspora, what is this administration doing for us to be able to vote and make an impact? Because I feel we are not represented enough. I know we have policy and stuff that exists. Given the current administration that is on right now, sir, what do they have in regards to people in the diaspora? How can we be represented when it comes to voting and having our voices heard? Thank you, sir, and welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you. Well, I don't know their policy, maybe, but I know what the right thing to do is to amend the Electoral Act to create diaspora voting constituency. In fact, I will go as far as saying that with the contribution of the diaspora to the economy, we ought to have diaspora representative in the National Assembly so that we can do that. But this government has not even finished answering us who are inside Nigeria. I think the only thing they know about diaspora is to collect the dollar you send down for now, and then maybe they want to raise diaspora bond. But we can make it a point because it's part of the SDP manifesto for SDP, and we can make it common among all political parties who want to advocate for that. So if you want to advocate for that, you can have a partnership with me. When Morris, who was INEC chairman, I tried to push that with them to amend the Electoral Act to allow diaspora voting. I think they couldn't finish it. Yaradua was interested in it at that time. So we can still go back and push it. But the government is in serious trouble of basic issues. But maybe if they raise this issue, they may accept. But they are trying to even limit number of voters. So getting Dr. Dameji to be a voter now is a nightmare for Tinubu. So, but we would make it beyond them and try to talk about it. And the diaspora has a very strong voice in Nigeria now because Nigeria is proud of the diaspora. Nigeria is proud of the contribution to politics. And also, we say this with all due respect that many people in the diaspora still need to have a deeper understanding of the country as well. Because when I see some analysis, some of our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, is just basically based on social media, no depth to it. So it might be an irony that someone who's a professor of neurosurgery in America may not have as much knowledge about the issue as a market woman in Overhill. So we need to still get to know what's going on in our community and what the issues are. But it is a welcome thing to have the diaspora have the ability to vote. It's good because it's too expensive for someone to come all the way from far off to come and vote here. Yeah, you wanted to follow up.
Okay, thank you, sir. I understand what you answered my question. So if I understand what you're saying, sir, you're saying there is no plan for we in the diaspora as we speak today, 22nd of September 2024. There is no plan in the current administration that includes we in the diaspora in the Tinubu administration. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yeah, the Tinubu administration has no plan for the diaspora except for DSS to declare them wanted if they criticize as they are coming
Why
home
is
and
it that
think they're
only
not.
wanted? Let me declare one, sir. More like the so sir. More like the
It's good.
so wanted. Am I being sir? Sir.
That's their plan. I have my plan. My plan is for you to vote, but their own
Sir?
plan is to
Yes,
detain the
I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
Why is it that you just said wanted? Surely you want.
No, for as far as you see, the way I see it now, political plurality is very good for a country. But those who are in government, they are insensitive to criticism. They are oversensitive, so to say. So they will pass cyber whatever act, everything they are doing. If a person is not allowing you to express yourself by words, do you think they are going to allow you to express yourself by vote? So it is. So the hope of diaspora voting is more likely to be linked to some person like opposition like us coming to power to do that. But it doesn't stop us from doing advocacy. But the fact of the matter right now, if you call by Onanuga or call any of those who speak for the government, they are not likely to be able to point to anything they are doing towards that. But it doesn't mean that if they don't do it, when we come in, we can't do it, or that we cannot put it as a matter of pressure. And the diaspora is very influential. So if all the diaspora come together and it's the major discussion, it's something that can happen. But if you are a Nigerian overseas, you are struggling to go to the embassy to get your passport renewed, and that is a struggle on its own. Where will you get a voter's card? Things like that. So, and if you are organizing there, you must express your view. You can't just keep quiet and just vote. Immediately, the diaspora can vote, which means that we'll be talking, you'll be criticizing, you'll be analyzing, and if they find that what you are saying it does not agree with them, they may also try to make trouble with you. So the idea is that it's a good thing. It's something I will do on day 1 or day 3 if I'm president. However, pending that time, because I won't be president between 2027, and if you want to vote in 2027, I have to be an advocate. I add it to the talking point. So like raise it down. Any interview I'm doing, even they say good morning, how are you? I'll say no, that's where I must vote. I will add it to it. So that's not a problem.
Sir, I picked up on what you said. Thank you for answering my question. Are you declaring? I just heard you said you may be running for president. Are you declaring that on Dr. Damage's platform come 2027 that you may be the candidates? Is that what you're saying on this platform, sir?
No, I don't have an option other than to be engaged and involved in it. So there's what alternative do you have? Like lie down or go back and do nothing? Well, you cannot just give up. You have to do something. And in 2027, the way things are going, the way they are narrowing the gap, many people who you expect to come and run against them will go and join them. I can predict that to you. There are many people who you would swear on by whatever you believe in that are going to be the opposition. By 2027, 2026, they will be on their side already. So you need sure people who we're not opposing them for who they are. We are opposing them for the Nigeria that we want to come to pass, that they are blocking. So there's no way we can, it's not a personal fight. It's not like I'm in your party. I'm looking for a ticket, you didn't give me, so I left. Or you did something to me personally. The reason why we are opposed to them is that they are blocking the sun. They are blocking the future from coming. And that future is what we need. That's why we're opposed to them. That's all.
All right, we are rounding up now. So I'll go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I have to leave. I'll be on the back row.
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
So
Thank
we'll
you.
go
Nice
to,
to meet you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
I will go to Okija and then Judean.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Prince,
I'll think about that when they are finished. Okija, go ahead.
Yeah, Prince, welcome back. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. All right. Welcome back again. Thank you for coming, and I've been enjoying the discussion. I want to say, on a lighter note, if you run in 2027 and you don't win, please consider being a comedian. I'm meaning with all the respect.
You can combine both. I can see Kamala Harris now. She's the laughing jackal of America, but she's the vice president. So you can combine both.
I want to understand, the anecdote, you told about, your people, when you talk to them and what happened in those states, how they voted, seeing a candidate that was supposed to, do better, and then they did voted differently. And there are some people that didn't come out to vote. I don't know. You were just talking about 2027. I want to understand, this is like kind of a loaded question. Why are you doing it? Why do you want to come? Like you've seen the mentality. Why are you still doing it? What do you think that will be different between now and 2027? And what do you think, the opposition, they need to do to, make the 2027 environment, different thing that what is now. I mean, not only in terms of political party, the people also, because this mentality that's prevailing right now. How do we? If we don't change it, the outcome of 2027 is going to be the same thing. So that's my question.
Okay, why we are doing it at all is because we must do it, because there's no alternative to doing it. So it's just like asking someone who's in Gaza, Israel is stronger than you. Why are you still fighting them? I have to have a homeland. What alternative do I have? So there are over 11 countries that have given me residence by virtue of my professional expertise. But none of them is my country. Nigeria is the country I can wake up in the morning and say, I want to be president. And nobody's going to say you are crazy. People, thousands still voted for me within a short time. So it's my country. It's the country of my identity. And it's where my ancestors have been ruling for over thousands of years. So I don't have an option. It's not like I'm doing it to gain anything. If I have any life left, that's the only thing I can do with it. There's nothing I can do again. I can't let me be building houses. I become an estate developer. I start building houses. Or I set up private university and start charging students money to learn nonsense. In the same country, it doesn't work. I cannot be a disco operator and be collecting electricity bill from darkness. I cannot be a minister under Tinubu and be explaining failure. So you have to bring the change. And I can't say I don't care. I go to Monaco. I'll go and lie down there. Do you know how many Nigerians are overseas? Have you heard of a man called Dendi Fernandez? With all the billions he's got, live his life. His body is buried in Monaco as we speak. All his money, white people are managing it, is gone. So imagine if Abiola had stayed in the headquarters of ITT, become one man there. Johnny Fogulesi had just remained in UK, run his airport, buy more airports. So anybody can be anything they want to be. I can be a judge in any country. I can be there. I was a fellow of the institute in Singapore, one of the well-known arbitrators. I can stay there, continue to do my shipping, do whatever. So what is the alternative? Is that life? Is that the life? I'll just be on the beach in some country, cross my leg, and be reading. My mother's senior brother, that is my mother. That is my mother that gave back to me. The senior brother is in Europe. He left Nigeria in 1966. Sometimes he calls me, you are crazy. You better leave those people alone. They are hopeless. Forget it. So his son is married to a Japanese woman. The other one married to he's sitting down there. He's 80-something. He's not been in Nigeria since 1966. Because what happened? He was going to work in Apapa. Soldiers started shooting. He said, these people are mad. They have not got his money for 6 years. They're already shooting. I'm out of here. He just entered the Delta ship and went to London. Never came back again. Said, I'm done with these people. Because they are mad. 6 years, you're not shooting. I'm not doing anymore. And it's been there. So are you saying that no alternative? So we have to be here. And if there was no voting, if there was no chance to vote, we will have been the one bringing bomb, other things to the country to bomb everybody. But now we don't have to bomb anybody. You don't have to vote. So what's so hard in that? So if they keep rigging it, if you keep coming out like in Edo State today or yesterday, if 1 million people had come out, 800,000 people, they will be overwhelmed. They can't do anything. But the issue is that the way the politics is done is that they know that our people are not invested in it, and that this politics is a profession which they have cornered the people who are in that profession, and they are hiring them, paying them. What you need to understand is that in the last few years, since 1999, majority of people who are politicians, in fact, since 1999, I don't want to spend all the time here, but I can tell you something. Since 1999, the only true politician that has ever been president was Yaradua. Obasanjo was a soldier. Jonathan was just an appointee. Somebody talked to his uncle and just made him deputy governor to somebody somewhere. He was just looking for a job in Upper Deck to go and manage his business and life and just take care of himself. Tinubu is a businessman. He's not even a politician per se. But he hires politicians and pays them to do the work. So the political class of Nigeria has now been captured. They are now working for the same set of people. So what we need to do now is that we need now to replace Sam Mbakwe, Mbono Ojike, Bola Ige, Ajase, Abubakar Ribi, all those people that were trained in politics, that they could be governor for 8 years and have no money in their pocket, but they are satisfied that they are serving the people. People who will follow their political mentor will just serve people. So we don't have a political class in Nigeria anymore. So you have to create a new political class out of the people. People who just want to serve, who want to, you can see someone like Joe Biden. He's a public servant. Serve all his life, no money, no nothing. He can't, if you ask Joe Biden to give you $2 million, doesn't have it. $1 million, doesn't have it. And there are many people like that. Half of the senators in America don't have any money. In UK, politicians, my friend Tom Perez, I hope he doesn't get annoyed with me for using as an example all the time. He was Labour Secretary to Obama. He's been this one, that one, chairman of DNC. If you write a check, if you have to write a check of $20,000, he will run his house and lock the door. Why are you going to get it? So he doesn't have it. So we need to now raise a new set of politicians like that. So that's why we need to talk to our people to bring that element of volunteerism out of them. Because Nigerians are excelling well, they can serve their church. They can serve their church and say that the GO sent me, and serve their church for 20 years for free. They can donate their property to the church. They can give their house to the mosque. They can sell firewood and use the money to go to Mecca. They can do all of that. Then when they come to politics, they will not spend their money. They will not spend their time. So we need to go around to the people and try to tell them that you cannot survive. You cannot enjoy the fruit of this land if you don't have people who are going to help you tend the land. So you need to raise a bunch of people like Bruce Ali, a professor of medicine, that had no money, just spent his entire life as a teacher and as a governor. No money. This Asue Godalo now, his father was the runner-up to Bruce Ali in UPN when they ran. And he stepped down he was a well-to-do man, but he spent his life in public service. So you need to raise, there's nobody like that in Nigeria again. So you need to raise a new generation. You don't want the politics to be those who go and do all kinds of things and make money and buy themselves into power. The new people, I recruit candidates for my party, and I help other parties to recruit candidates. And when you recruit candidates, and you tell somebody, come on, you will tell you I don't have money. You don't need money. Just come out and say, no, I don't have money. Somebody was telling me today, not even yesterday, that the reason why he's not running for governor is that he doesn't have money to buy a vote. He calculated how much money he needs to buy a vote. He needs about 7 billion, and he doesn't have it, so he doesn't want to disgrace himself. I said, but what do you lose? You don't have to buy a vote. Just come and say, no, people are useless. Forget about it. If I'm going to come out, I don't want to lose. So I'm working now. I'm going around doing business. When I make enough money, I'll come and buy vote. So you don't want that to be the tendency. That's why I'm out. So as for 2027, I believe that Tinubu is going to campaign for us. I know the message has not gotten there yet, but Tinubu is vigorously campaigning for us. Because when they see the future, the complete fruition of his policy, and you see people who think they are well-to-do, newspaper editors, producers on TV shows, and they cannot pay rent, they cannot pay school fees, they cannot buy fuel in their car, and they realize that these policies are wrong-headed, maybe they will have an epiphany. But my belief is that if you talk to Nigerians on the street, they are very angry. They are very committed to the issue of the country. They can be at a newspaper stand and argue about the country for 3 hours. However, they still don't have enough mechanism to turn their disgust or agitation into activism. Unlike South Africa, other places where they have a long history of organizing themselves into action groups. And if they are angry about something, the next minute they take a step. But in our own, they just grumble, choosing to complain. So we need to have people who would be there to mentor them to say, okay, enough of insulting Tinubu, it doesn't change anything. Why don't you let us organize ourselves? Let us keep meeting every Thursday. I've tried to do a lot of experiments. I don't take your time. I've done a lot of experiments. I always tell people, okay, you are angry. Okay, every Wednesday, keep meeting and reporting to me. By the 7th meeting, they don't come here again. They say, we'll just go there. So I don't know that there's no organization. And you have to recall that our independence was gotten on the page of newspaper. The political parties, Action Group, NCNC, MPC, NEPU, that got power, they did not have to go and organize in the grassroots. They were just urban leagues making noise. So we have no history of entrenched grassroots politics. They were just celebrities, and the British were ready to go. You just give power to all the celebrities, and then when they became a government, they started interacting with the people, and then they became a little more popular. So we need to now go and build the grassroots. And to build the grassroots, you have to have a narrative that cut across the country. And there is 2023, there was a problem. The problem in 2023 was that there was an attempt to do a shortcut. People thought that they can get people who are already part of the status quo to come and beat the leader of the opposition, and that they can still arrange. It won't work. You're just going to be a pawn. So it is better for us to go and do it the way they have done it in Senegal, to be organized. When I was in Kaolack in Senegal, which is the bedrock of where all this activism started, and I study, I see their structure. They have groups. They don't. Nigerians complain as individuals, but in Senegal, they organize as groups. So if you go to Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos and you are railing and talking about what is wrong with the government, and you give analysis, they will clap for you. But some of them will take your number. They won't talk to you again. If you go to Leopold Sédar Senghor Airport in Senegal, and you are talking about the problem of Senegal, and they gather around you, if they listen to you for 30 minutes, before you get to your house, you will see that some people have gone to block the road, some people are calling association, you will receive more than 30 letters asking you to come and talk. When I was last in Senegal, and I was at the airport, after I came back from where I went, and I was talking to people, I've received 17 invitations from that country to say, come on, that time you talk, we listen to you. Come back and talk to us. We are this group in St. Louis, we are this group in Kaolack. So this is the kind of organization. That is why Nigerians will lie down in their house and be speculating that Obasanjo has taken a plane and gone to Mina, and they has called Guso, and Absalami is joining. So they are going to tell us where to go. They don't want to organize in their own estate. Organize. The last 2023 election, that was why most politicians were running to churches. Because I know that churches were already organized. They have their masses already. So everybody was going to the church or the mosque. So if it was during that election, I remember that I understand the Bible, because I started quoting Bible passages and talking, because I had more people inside these groups that are inside my own party. And after the election, I told people, you cannot be a political party if the groups that you're going to use to mobilize vote are run by institutions that themselves are conservative. So you need to start to build that. So if you ask anybody here now and ask them to mention 5 most important associations that they have, none of them will have, none of the associations will be political in nature. It will be that WhatsApp group of your alumni, your school, if you're not insulting each other there, the church that you attended, the family group that you belong to, your office, something, but you will have many that are related to political organization. And that is what we need to build. If you build that, then you will encourage brilliant people, intelligent people, public service people who want to serve but don't have money. Like Bola Ige, I do Bola Ige very well. From the day Bola Ige started his career till he ended his career, there was no time in the life of Bola Ige where he had 1 million naira anywhere. Bola Ige, after, even while as governor, Bola Ige, if he leaves Ibadan, he will have money to fill his tank to go to Ilesha for a meeting. He will not have money to fill his tank to go back. He will have to branch at a filling station. And someone said, Uncle Bola, why are you here? I want to buy fuel. They will give him the fuel. They never had money. So Sam Bakwe had nobody. When Michael Opara left government, when they forced them out, he went to London. He was staying with Udowogu, a young man who was just managing one flat in London. He and his wife were squatting there. He had no money. So you need to raise people with that confidence. When Akande ran for governor of Osun State, he did not have he didn't have money to buy the form. He did not have money to anything. So you need to raise a set of people who are very courageous, who know about the problem of the country, and who can come out and tell you point blank, I'm just a teacher. I don't have money, but I want to be governor. And they will have enough political support to get there. So, if you don't know any history at all, I know the history of Kamala Harris in California. Well, I'm a lawyer in California. I know when she started all of this. It is people putting their resources together. Once they see a talent, they push. So that is the solution. That's what is still keeping me there. I believe that if we organize this way and we are sincere by ourselves and we run away from playing the politics of the establishment, because the establishment, I know them, They are very kind to me. I'm very close to them. I know they are concerned. They don't want any crisis until they die. So they're writing their will. They are all mostly in their 80s. They want the country to remain one. So Shoneka has escaped now. Shagari has escaped. So the rest are just thinking, you guys don't fight yourself. Don't burn the country down. Let us all die in peace. When we go, you sort yourself out. They are not going to help you to do any radical changes. But if you do radical changes, they're not going to stop you. But they're not going to be there. Any solution they have will always be solution that has always worked for them. When there's crisis, they will find one of them. Okay, there's crisis in 1966. What do we do? Okay, go and call Gawan. At least people like Gawan. Yeah, Gawan, stay there. Oh, yeah, everybody go and help Gawan. That's it. Whether there's justice or people were wrongly killed, people were not wrong, that's not their time. When it came to Second Republic, oh, okay, what do we do? Everybody, okay, let's find Shagari. Shagari, everybody likes him. That Shagari, whether you want to president or not, stay there. They'll remain there. In 1999, oh, crisis, okay, let's get Obasanjo. So they're not bad. It's just that they are trying to maintain peace. Development, all of that is secondary. As far as they are concerned, let them just maintain peace. And that is enough for them. You can't blame them because they are a product of the Nigerian Civil War. And to them, a peaceful government that does not build school, that doesn't do roads, it's still okay. It's a peaceful government.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince. We'll just hear from Jude, and that will be it.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Can I talk, Odia? Guys, thank you, and nice seeing you faces again.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Mr. Prince Adewole. Nice seeing you again. It's been a long time. I just want to comment or ask a question. I don't know whichever word it is. I feel a little bit disappointed the way you allude to the elections, as if we in Nigeria we conduct credible elections that will incentivize the people to go out and vote. And why it seems as though people, no matter how they complain, and at the end of the day, they still go and cast, in quotes, their vote as though they are voting against their self-interests because of the corrupt system, the corrupt system that has riddled Nigerian political arena, where people who, even before the elections are held, the winners are already known. The elections are just merely to endorse, to endorse the process to seem to be credible. You and I know this fact. I don't know why somebody like you will be coming out to speak about the election as if Nigeria election is credible, so that people by people coming out in mass, will defeat the corrupt establishment or the corrupt system. It's never so, because if that is the case, what do we say about the 2023 presidential election? Didn't Nigeria come out in mass to vote? If the election had gone the way it went, the way it was supposed to go according to INEC rules and everything, the person who is in Aso Rock today, the criminal in Aso Rock today, wouldn't have up to 4 million votes all over Nigeria. That is a fact. If the election had gone according to INEC, with the way they said
let me it's very good. Your question is very useful. Let me tell you, let's cut fantasy out of it. Let us deal with reality. In 2023, I was a candidate. We had 89 million voters. 89 million. Before you talk of INEC cheating anybody or whatever, do you know the number of accredited voters? It's not up to 30% of it.
And why was this so?
Because people didn't come out to vote.
No, that's not it. That is not. Do you know the many people that have registered to vote?
Can I say something?
The voters registration.
Hold on. Let us take it one by one. I was a participant in the election. I had agents there. I was participating there, my parties there. when election takes place in stages, and I knew that we were in trouble already, because the first thing that happens is accreditation before you start voting. So if you have a situation room, you are receiving accreditation. Like today now, when I saw the 3 dominant polling units at local government in Edo State, the 3 dominant local government, Oredo, Ekobaha, and I remember the third one, where they registered 440,000 voters, 330,000 voters registered. When I saw the accreditation yesterday, and the accreditation of the one that has 470,000 voters, the accreditation was less than 40,000. I knew there's trouble. That, oh, okay. So these people are not using this election to settle any score. They're not concerned. Because that turnout was already low. So it means that majority of those who have come out are people who have been canvassed out by party agents, not people who come out on their own. There are people who have been canvassed, and those who are canvassed out by party agents are canvassed out either committed to them or contractually, transactionally engaged with them. So that I saw. In 2023, where we started our analysis from, when I saw the accreditation, and I was getting accreditation number, because you do accreditation before you vote. When you do accreditation number, I realized that the turnout was total failure, because SDP, our plan, which we couldn't for many reasons complete. Our plan was that we will get at least 80 million voters, because we were calculating that 89, let's get the 19 on top of it. Let the 80 be struggled by the other. But it turned out that at that time, INEC was not cheating anybody. It's just accreditation. You accredit. They don't know who's voting for who. In Kogi State, where we won the election, and as the APC went to one local government, one local government only, and went and did rubbish. You can go and read the report. They used 60% of the vote that Ododo is using to be governor today came from one local government that has never voted like that before. Then we knew before, because we were going to beat them. We had calculated and said, don't worry, this local government will have problem there. Even our own person who is representing us there, because there are some I don't want to say ethnic, but there are some domestic issues involved in the communities in Kogi State. And we took that into cognizance. So we said, okay, these two local governments, Okene, Adafi, then the third one, Ugori Magongo. Magongo will solve the problem. But Okene and Adafi, we knew that this place is Yayabelo territory. INEC, everybody would die there. So, but we calculated that, don't worry, since we are popular across the state, we will get this level of turnout. But despite all our effort, we still didn't get the turnout that we needed to get. Though we still won and they cheated us, but if we had just increased, if our turnout had increased just by 10% across, we will still beat them. So what I'm bringing out is that Nigerian people, they did not use election to gain independence. There is a history of, there's nothing we have used election to gain from ourselves. It's not as if, like some countries, they will use referendum to gain their independence. So they will know from that experience that election is very important. In South Africa, they use election to defeat the white minority. So they know that election is very important. We need to do something in Nigeria to let people not give any excuse, because the history of election all over the world, is that the oppressive class never want to give it to you. That is what led to 100 years of Jim Crow in America. That's what led to the Reconstruction and the reverse of the Reconstruction. What I'm saying is that we should stop just saying that the government of the day, which is actually in normal terms, you should see them as oppressors, are going to manipulate, are going to not let it. We have to carry the narrative to the people now that, look, we must use the overwhelming power. Look at Lagos State in 2023. The score that Labour got in Lagos, if they do it, is most likely that they got more than that. But the turnout was so overwhelming that even when they tried to undermine them, they still had it so difficult. So low turnout is not good for a people who are under oppression. That is my thesis. And that the fact that your oppressor, knowing that you are going to use election to liberate yourself, he is confusing the election, interdicting the election. Do you know that in America at a time, if you go to a voting booth, they will say they want to do literacy test for you. Until the federal government had to intervene. In Alabama, in Tennessee, in Georgia, they will see you and say they want to do literacy test for you. They will ask you to go and bring your tax clearance. In Arkansas, when black people went to vote, they will tell you, oh, today is not black people's voting, come next week. So all over the world, there's the history when people want to free themselves through election, that those who are holding the status quo will make the election difficult, they will demoralize you, they will cheat you. That is why I struggle in Ekiti. We came second. They beat us by a trick. I went to Osun. They beat us blue-black. Because in that one, it was even PDP buying votes. So that one went. We went to Kogi. We won. They collected from us and still used judiciary to slap our face. So we are still in Edo and we are still in Ondo now. Why? Because they should get tired before we get tired. But if you say to the people, they are cheating you, that justifies why you don't come out. That should even infuriate you and make you come out more. And many of the reforms that we have done now, there is no amount of cheating in the election that APC will do, Tinubu will do, that Obasanjo did not do more. Because in their time, no beavers, no nothing. They will just sit in government house and write figures. 1.6 million will vote from Rivers alone. Delta 1.4 million. Different figures. But through struggle, through fighting, through everything, we managed to introduce beavers, introduce other card readers, other things. So I believe that if we fight 2, 3, 4, 5 election cycles more, overwhelming them, adding more people, pushing, eventually the dam will break. And we will break the gist and we'll start voting. But the alternative is what? You have a party. You don't show up. And then APC and PDP will use their buses to go and carry the voter they need. And 7% will vote. And that's it. That's what you can do. So, and last point I want to raise before you intervene is that never assume that APC has no followers. Never assume that PDP has no followers. Don't be surprised. The only way you can beat them is to have more followers than them. But don't assume that it is with due respect, it is too simplistic and illogical to say that Tinubu will not get 4 million votes. No, because they have party structure and they have money to mobilize them. So don't assume. In fact, in 2027, my calculation is that Tinubu, through his manipulation, he's going to be in charge of INEC and everything. Through his manipulation, he can push himself up to getting 20 million votes. So whoever is going to be the opposition that will beat him has to do it so the way Dubois beat Anthony Joshua, so that there's no doubt. So that is how you need to do it. You need to make sure that when they see the crowd lining up, even the INEC man will say, I'm finished.
All right.
So you need to do that. That is the way out.
Okay, we have to take a break.
There's a reporter, I think, one last.
No, you don't know him. He will be here for a long
No,
time.
no. Very short question. I just want to respond to it.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Let's take a break. We'll be right back, and then we'll get a chance.
Chukuna malugo yo biadi Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solia Mano agaranya mua Oboye afiozi enipa kwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezio lisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili marima Naino kwane we peluge peluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wanem Nikadie zibo himo
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Consequence of the vote you voted. And it's too early to cry now because actually the real problem hasn't come. But when these problems come, we should solve them as a country. We should not see as a potential of politics. President Tinubu is taking certain measures, which are legacy measures of what he met on the ground. His own policies have not come out. When they come out, you will see that there are complications there because you have to run an economy. It's one thing to win. You can be an expert in winning an election, but you have to be an expert in running a government. And I haven't seen that expertise yet. Maybe when their cabinet comes out and they start to think. I haven't seen the sign of a thinking government yet, which is trying to manage the economy. If you see the contradiction in what they are doing, for example, look at the central bank.
On that note.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're continuing our conversation with Prince Adebayo, who was the presidential candidate of the SDP during the last presidential election. I'm not sure we've exceeded the time that we agreed to, but I want to get to Fatai. Jude, I'll give you a chance to do a follow-up question. He wanted you to ask the question. Simama Echo is Prince, you let me know when you want to because our people can stay here till 12 midnight New York. Go ahead, Jude.
Rudolph, do I have a chance to ask another question or I should leave?
You can hold on, Ovia. I don't know, but hold on. Let me.
Yeah, Prince Adewole, I actually, no matter what you say, because we are in that same way, see what goes on in that country. And for instance, the election that just went.
Hello, Dr. Damo, bro.
In
1 minute, please.
When I finish?
Well, just 1 minute, just 1 minute. Can I ask make a request? Because I'm very sick. I don't think I can last another 10, 20 minutes. I just managed to come. I don't think I can last that long.
You have to last. Nothing should happen to you. Jude, hold on. Let me see. I don't like the way he sounds. Go ahead, Fatai. Go ahead.
Sorry about that, brother. I just I've been waiting and I really have to go and take a rest.
Go. Ask your question and go and take care of yourself.
Yeah. Actually, where do I want to start? There's a lot. I'm kind of a little bit rusty, so I'm just going to say it as I can say it. My first question. My question is just one package, but I just don't permit me 1 or 2 minutes. I don't understand how we don't know in Nigeria what price Dangote sold petrol to NNPC. He sold it. What is the price? I don't understand it. I don't understand. So the Minister of Finance said 95% of Nigerians don't have, when Tinubu came, they don't have up to 500,000 naira in their bank account. Yet they want to sell petrol in Nigeria, the same price they sell it in Texas. They are going to destroy the country. What is going on in our country? Somebody sell a petrol, 2 people have a transaction, and we don't know what price, and we're having a problem to know what price. They don't need to tell us they sold petrol if you cannot know what. If they don't want to tell us at all, they don't tell us at all. The people don't have money, yet they want to sell petrol at 1,000 naira, 1,200 naira. They don't have the money. What is going on?
Fatai, thank you so much. Prince.
Any other one since you?
Okay, Fatai, go ahead.
Yeah. I just wrap it up. Because the real one I want to ask is, so especially even also the professional class in the media. I mean, this is not even in support of the government. They say subsidy is back, subsidy is removed. Look, if there is no a subsidy program is very simple. There has to be allocation before you. Otherwise, everything in life is subsidy. The oxygen I am breathing in is oxygen. It is subsidy from God. But when we're talking about policy as a subsidy, has to be an allocation. In the case of Nigeria, it's budgetary allocation. If there's no budgetary allocation, there's no subsidy. If anybody have evidence of illegal money being wired around, I will join people to call for Tinubu's impeachment. This is a very serious problem, but they are saying subsidy is back because they are between Mele Kyari and MPC. They can condition the people to think that they are doing them a favor if they call the price of petrol 800 naira or 1,000 naira. Then you will say, oh, okay, before when it was 500, 600, it was subsidy. It should be good for 1,300. There's no subsidy. If Tinubu wants to give NNPC, and okay, so my question is this. So NNPC, the CEO of NNPC, they came out this or whatever, or news report that NNPC is not going to pay its taxes, its remittances, whatever it is, obligatory to pay to the federation account. And my question is, do you think, Prince, it is fair for any company in Nigeria, any business, to pay tax to the government, to pay any kind of obligation to the government? If an NPC is not going to pay, if an NPC is not paying, why should any company pay their tax? Nobody should pay any tax if they don't want to take from an NPC. That our 8 trillion, I think they say 8 trillion. We have 8 trillion with NNPC, yet they are borrowing money on the heads of unborn children. Why don't you take the money from NNPC first? There's no budgetary allocation for subsidy. If you say you are doing under recovery net of shortfall, these are not subsidy. These are just accounting, book balancing. Every company does it. Every company do under recovery. They do, you just balance net off. You just balancing your books. So what is the, everybody may have a shortfall. If I do Christmas sales 70%, that's a shortfall. There's nothing interesting there. It's not the same thing as subsidy. So the NNPC should pay our money. Otherwise, why should any business pay? No business should pay any tax or anything if the NNPC doesn't want to pay. If the government cannot take from NNPC, how is it moral for the government to take from anybody else? So those are my 2 questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Fatai. Go ahead, Prince.
Okay, Fatai, I will answer briefly so that you can facilitate your taking care of yourself. And if you are unwell, I know you care for the country, that's why you are still here. But there are people who are not as well as you are who are in the villa. So you also should show some courage, to stay a bit 5 minutes and then we can go. So number 1 is that all of these are problems arising from the debate we had in the election, where I think it was only Showore and I who categorically said the whole subsidy removal thing, don't even try to do it. All the others, including the 3 people who got the highest votes, they were there. And we knew that they were just conditioning the market so that the same way banks are collecting your money in Nigeria and your transfers are reversed, everybody's collecting everybody's money. Disco collects your money without giving electricity to you. So, same thing. What they are trying to do is, they know that Nigerians consume petrol, and they collapse the government facility taking care of that. The same way they destroy FHA. There used to be Federal Housing Authority, FHA estate. That's how you have First Tag, Satellite Town, and many estates like that, including Guaripa. And if you go to Umwa here, you'll see a place called World Bank. So all those programs, they collapse. Anywhere government is intervening to make your life easy, they collapse it. So the Dangote is lying, NNPC is lying. But because Dangote is a private company, they don't owe you a direct explanation. But normally, if you are selling a commodity in Nigeria, that commodity ought to have a price as a company. There's nobody who's selling something and is hiding his price for the customer. So what is going on there is a racketeering, where if it's the US, the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, will come and get you arrested. So Aliko Dangote will be in jail, long overdue. Mele Kyari will be in jail, long overdue. So it's a crime they are committing, to be honest. I'm sure Aliko will not be too happy to hear this, but essentially his lawyer should tell him, this thing you are doing is a crime. So because what they are doing is just to form a racket, a racketeering. That's what they are doing there. With respect to subsidy, there is fiscal subsidy. There is also non-fiscal subsidy. What Tinubu has done is to take the subsidy off the book. He shared the money with the governors. So there was no subsidy savings. The so-called money for subsidy, they spent it. So we don't know on what they spent the money, but what was supposed to be a savings from subsidy, the money that the subhead that was subsidy, official budgetary subhead that was subsidy, has now been eliminated by law. But that money has been merged with other money and has melted away.
Sorry, sir.
Yes,
Sorry, sir.
yes.
Sorry, sir. I'm not really talking about how they spend the money. We know that they just spend. I don't know. Is that understood? When I mentioned the subsidy, like when they say subsidy is back, I think like Bismarck, Rwanda, and all
that.
these.
I'm giving you a background in public accounting, because as president, I myself have to follow financial regulation. So if I'm going to analyze a government, anything they do, I have to analyze according to the law. The law is that subsidy in agriculture, in petrol, in any area of subsidy, is budgeted under certain subheads approved by the National Assembly. And when Buhari passed his non-dimittis Appropriation Act, the last Appropriation Act, he eliminated subsidy from the budget. Then when they passed the Petroleum Industry Act, they also eliminated subsidy from the act. So the public finance of subsidy is gone. What they are now doing, you have to know there's a difference between budgeting for subsidy and actually doing subsidy. So those are two different things. What I'm discussing now.
No, sir. That is my disagreement. That's not my disagreement. There's no, if they are doing illegal money wiring, that is illegal. There's no, if as a program, there must be allocation. That for you to even call it.
You're not getting me.
No, I get, sir.
Believe me. Let me tell you why you didn't get me. Let me explain to you.
I understand. I've listened to this argument on television 1 million times. Okay.
No.
So for you to say that,
let me explain to you. Don't do ellipsis and assume. What I'm saying to you is that the fact that when you are allocating for subsidy, if you allocate 8 trillion for subsidy, that money is there. It doesn't mean that they actually do any subsidy. That's what I'm making. You can budget for a highway without building the highway. So there are two different things we need to discuss. You need to discuss the budgetary mechanism for subsidy. Then you can now audit subsidy on its own. What I'm saying is that what I'm discussing with you now is the financial regulation, financial fiscal provisioning for subsidy, which is that before now, they were budgeted for subsidy. And I believe that even all that money that was budgeted for subsidy was just misused. It wasn't used for subsidy, but they were budgeting for it. Under this Tinubu arrangement now, they are not budgeting for subsidy anymore. So in the public finance of Nigeria, subsidy is gone. However, there's another public money somewhere, which is the dividends that we're supposed to collect from a company owned by the public called NNPC. So what they are doing now is that they now go to NNPC. NNPC will now say, I'm doing 4 transactions. In 3 of my transactions, I've made a surplus. Now, out of the surplus they have paid, because they are now doing a 4th transaction called importation of petrol, that in the importation of petrol, they are running as a loss. It is no longer subsidy now. It is now trading at a loss. They are now saying we are trading as a loss as a result of under recovery. As a result of that, when we merge all our monies together, the surplus we made from crude, surplus we made from other undertakings, when we now net it off against the loss that we made here. So this is the reason. That's what they are doing now.
No, that's not what they are doing. That's not what they are doing.
I will listen to you. Let me tell you what they are doing. At the end of the day, the solution to that problem is easily solved because NNPC is subject to public audit. So when you audit NNPC, then you can now check their ledger and the journal and see this transaction from which you are making a loss. How did you arrive at the loss? But this is what they are explaining that they are doing. What they are doing is that they are still taking money on two sides. They are taking money from NNPC using shortfall, which is a replacement for the subsidy. At the same time, the money we save from subsidy every year for not provisioning for it, that money is also matched. So you can now intervene.
Sir, what you have explained now is what they were doing under Buhari, and they are allowed. They had a ground to stand on to do it because of budgetary provision for subsidy. But Buhari was telling them that, well, is there in budget, but I don't have money to finance it. So they will then, but they are allowed because there is a contractual obligation of government to give them this subsidy allocation. But government says, I don't have money. I don't want to go and borrow money to do this. So fix it. Right now, they don't have any authority to do that. There is no, what they are doing is absolute illegal. If they are allowed to get away with it,
We both agree on that. We both agree on that it's illegal. We both agree on that. What we are saying is that they are doing it anyway. So
no, they are not doing it. They are not doing it. They are telling you that whatever they are doing, they are calling it subsidy. It's not for them to define what is subsidy. They say, oh, we are doing under recovery, we are doing shortfall, we are doing this, and we call it subsidy. No, it's not for you to call it subsidy.
No,
if they can do that, no company should pay.
Patai, get something right. Get something right. Remember that it is outsiders that have been saying it, that the government, their subsidy is back from the back door. The government has on its own has not come out.
The outsider, IMF, that was a garbage report. That report was so garbage. It was a copy paste. There's nothing. I read the report. There's nothing there. We were just talking implicit subsidy. Okay, that is nonsense. Even IMF, I'm very sure they are ashamed of the person that wrote that report. So that's not really anything interesting. What they are doing now is equivalent for you if you have a company in Nigeria because you sold a. Because let's say you have a company. Let's say you have a client as a lawyer. You are meant to charge your lawyer 1 million, and you ended up, for whatever reason, you think maybe he doesn't have money right now. You collect 800,000. You now say, I will not pay my tax because I have shortfall. Who cares about
No. Let us get something. Let us get something clear. I don't want to, because you are trying to maintain your head. I don't want to meditate, but let me point. Let me get you something clear.
Thank you, sir.
Let me tell you something. Before you go and talk of tax, you must make profit. NNPC as a company has to make a profit before it pays taxes. So leave the taxes out first.
And they are making profit. They declared profit. They are just saying that they are unable to pay their creditors. Unable to pay your creditors is different from recording loss. They declared profit. They didn't say they are losing. They say I can buy good from my creditor for whatever reason. I'm not paying yet. So that doesn't mean that I lost on that my goods. When I stole it, doesn't mean I lost.
No, that is why I wanted to make a transition from public finance to P&L. Because when I'm dealing with NNPC, I deal with profit and loss. I have to do a P&L and take you to my balance sheet. So it's very simple. If you look at NNPC P&L, if you look at the items, you go to the income side. Before you go to the expenditure side and net up to now know whether it's a net loss or whether it's a gross loss or gross profit. Start with what they are saying is very simple. For the petroleum importation options, they are saying that whatever they do to get petrol to the street is done at a loss. That is their official position.
No. That's not their position. They said the government told them to have the price of their whatever they call landing cost. They are not look, sir, they are not saying they are losing. They are saying that the government is asking them to have their landing cost. You are interpreting that to mean a loss, but they don't tell you, they don't break down their landing cost. The landing cost they are talking is a garbage, because a landing cost also includes administrative costs. The cleaner cleaning Mele Kyari's office is part of landing cost, because if Mele Kyari cannot sit down in a clean office to sign the document, petrol will not land. So when you are saying landing cost, you have to break down, you have to define what you mean.
With due respect, I don't know how much time they have for us. Let us listen to you. In NNPC, it's a group. You have compartmentalization. When I am auditing a company as a lawyer, there's something called cost allocation. You cannot do cost allocation of Mele Kyari secretary into petroleum. No, what you do is that you hold on, because Mele Kyari is also doing upstream. It's also doing other JV, other things. So what you do is like you start the P&L from cost of goods sold. I don't know if you, I believe you have accounting background.
You don't even do a financial statement, cost of goods sold, remove from your.
So what I'm saying now, hold on. Now, so when you look at cost of goods sold, you break cost of goods sold into two: the cost of buying the goods and all the other pertinent costs. For example, insurance, administrative, all of that is still under that product. Now, and in the petroleum industry, rarely do you miss white.
No, sir. Cost of goods sold and revenue are separate. This is operating.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking of
1 minute. I know. I just want to make it. In fact, I just want to make this input. I might even just leave it. Where you put your cost of goods sold minus your revenue, we are trying to get your operating profit.
I'm not even come to revenue. I'm not even come to revenue yet. I'm saying that.
I know. Can I just make this clarification? So that is separate from every other. It is after that you start to separate other costs, like your depreciation of whatever company, anything, your administrative cost and everything like that. My point there is that if you want to be strict with the operating cost, yes, you have to define what is your landing cost as just in your operating cost. But when you just say landing cost, you can make a landing cost that will land petrol in Nigeria for 10,000 naira per liter. You can make a landing cost that will land petrol in Nigeria for 100 naira per liter. So they are not being specific. They are just saying landing cost, of which you can. It's like you can drive anything through that. You can even drive the cost of the cleaner into it.
Mr. Fatai, my hand has been up. Round up so that we move on.
Let me say something. There's something in accounting. It's called petroleum accountancy. In fact, Tinubu is an expert in it. That's what he was doing. It's called petrol accounting. In petrol accounting, the landing cost is landing cost at Atlas Cove. So the landing cost is hold on. The landing cost at Atlas Cove. Then for distribution, the landing cost at the fueling station. So you get my point. So when you look at the landing, so when you look at landing cost at Atlas Cove, lock it. What is it? It is CIF, cost, insurance, and freight. You can't put anything outside that. You go to jail. Cost.
So which landing cost are they talking about? Which landing cost are they talking about when they say landing cost? Which one?
Okay. Now, we will do a session. We will go to NNPC and download the accounts. And you and I will do the analysis of the account. In fact, I spent many years. I spent many years auditing refineries. I've audited 4 refineries in the world. So they cannot fool anybody. Nobody is fooled in their group. Tinubu is not fooled because Tinubu can be in the hospital. You carry his leg and hang it in the air. If you open one eye, can calculate an NPC for you from beginning to the end. Nobody can fool him because I still have a copy of one audit he did when he was in Mobile.
when he was financial controller in Mobil. That's one of the most radical audits ever done in any Mobil group. As a result of which they suspended their managing director. So he's very smart. He knows that sector is an auditor. So,
No problem,
so
sir.
if he,
No problem,
yeah, so
sir.
if he's joining them now to say he has landing cost, he's just telling you that he has just joining them in stealing your money, because he shouldn't have a problem with it at all. And I don't have a problem with it at all. And any reasonable person who wants to audit NMPC, I will sit down at this table and I will audit them, and I will do the cost allocation for them, and I will tell you. For the other one, Nupen can analyze for you from Atlas Cove to filling station. That one, Nupen can do it for you, because everybody knows how much is to take like 3,000 liters, how much you pay on the road to get there, and the land. So that was not a problem. But cost insurance and freight, and most of the refineries where they are buying it from, they also keep their own accounts, how they are selling it there. And then the vessel, it's not difficult. What they are trying to do, in essence, is this. Government people do always want to distract you. This idea, all these calculations are not supposed to be our headache. The solution to our problem is that our refineries must work. And the throughput of that refinery is what we should face. So any government that cannot make the refineries work, automatically they are failed. And don't listen to any other argument they're giving you. So let the refineries work. When the refineries work, we will have no problem at all. That I can tell you.
Anyway, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Matai, and thanks for the energy you show despite your situation.
Thank you, sir. Thank
you.
Yes.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, Fatai. Okay, so we're rounding this up. It's been interesting.
Okay, it was Jude the other time. I think that Jude given up.
Yeah, Jude is gone. Unless he wants to come back. Jude is gone. So I would let.
Can I ask something?
Let's forefathers ask a question on KJ, and then we're.
Ancestor, how are you?
Greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and greetings to all the panelists, chat, and the viewers, and special greetings to Prince Adewole Adebayo. I really appreciate you for coming in and the time you spent with everyone. Please be patient with me. My issue with the Nigerian space, what I've seen so far, observing it for the last 2 years, I've tried to make sense of why our nation generates about 5 gigawatts for 220 million people, and we are not even under sanction, while Iran can do 70 gigawatts, and they have half of our population. And if you look at the way the nation is being run, it's almost as if our political class are not governing for our people. I watched the current president at Chatham House promise Nigerians that he was going to recruit into our security forces to prevent the loss that our economy is suffering due to insecurity. I'm just looking at the report just now that just said that over 10 years, Nigeria has lost over $565 billion due to insecurity. And our leaders and our political class refuse to do anything, probably including yourself. I don't see you saying that we need to change our security posture in that country to secure our people, while all of you go to Western countries and you make a call, 15 minutes, your police officer will be at your house, but you don't want that for your fellow Nigerians. You don't want to create that 2 million jobs that is going to protect our people and grow our economy. We see a situation whereby you watch our president remove subsidy to save money and went on to float the currency. That meant that petrol price will go up to 1,000 or something. That resulted in the argument you are just having with Fatai, because now they have to pay subsidies again. Now they have to find a way to do it, and they pass it on to NAPC to go and do. I watched it happen before my eyes, and I saw how our own people sabotage our own economy. That didn't need to happen. They didn't need to float it. They could have manage this in depreciation, because when you float it the way they did, it exacerbated inflation, destabilized the economy. A lot of businesses lost money. Is that better path to take than this in pegging the currency, or at least doing a managed float? So What I saw was direct sabotage of our political class on our economies. And no matter what you do on the lower level, you can't fight that. How can somebody depreciate your currency and you fight that from local government? You can't win. You can't compete in the world when everything is more expensive for you, because the cost is going to come in when those people import these goods into the country. So the question, because I heard you say that many of these our leaders, they just want to pass on, which is quite selfish. They just want to pass on without any problems happening in Nigeria. And that if they see people that are trying to make positive change, they are going to allow it to happen. But I just watched a grown one of the leading ones, ensure that didn't happen. And they had 4 refineries at their disposal. None of them is working. Ajekuta still, I just learned that they went to Russia to sign a deal, MOU. Maybe for the next 10 years, they're going to be signing MOU. So the question I want to ask you is there any hope that this political class will ever watch this nation, allow this nation to develop? Because everything they be saying now, if you just rewind news reels, it's the same thing they were saying in 1999, 2005. Nothing seems to change. Nigeria didn't need to be here today. This president could have been the greatest president in Nigeria if he didn't float that currency the way he did. If he had just done what he promised us he was going to do, and recruit into the security forces to secure the country, Nigeria will not be bleeding. Our farmers will be going to farm. Our people will be safe too. And many of us that are jackbarring, it will be jackbar that you'll be seeing. But they don't do that. If anything, he literally said, we are going to supply them more when they go jackbarring. So do you think this political class we have right now are capable of industrializing our nation, changing our security posture so that we actually enjoy what they call true sovereignty of a nation that other people enjoy easily? Other people enjoy it easily. We don't seem to have true sovereignty. We don't have our own security. We don't control anything. Do you think this our political class are actually capable of doing it? That's my question. And you are probably one of them. It's an open question, because I heard you say that if this in Obasanjo went to the West and told them this man is not likable, that they will not like the person. Why do we have to qualify on their books? You see what I mean? You said that in a passing statement, but we don't need to qualify by anybody. We only need to qualify by our own people. That's how I see it. So the question still remains. Because I'm looking at it, I don't see this political class changing. But if you believe so, please let me know how you think we can change the mindset of these people so that our country can actually move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Number one, I've said a lot about national security. I've addressed the issue. I've had seminars on national security and my plan. There was, during the election, there was a session that I had that's dealing with 85 general, retired and serving. And if you see my outing in NI and other places, and at NIPS in Kuru, I've addressed security issues. The only difference between me and many people is that when I'm addressing our national security components, I try to be very careful, not to telegraph too many things. The first thing is that Tinubu's mantra about, that's where Agbado, whatever, came out from. It was when he was talking about he was going to recruit young people into the army and so on and so forth. But even at that, I think that was just a poorly thought out program, because my understanding of our security is not just to expand the army. The first problem with our security is that they are too far from the theater. So many of the challenges that our soldiers are jumping up and down, I recognize them and I like them, but many of the things they are jumping up and down for are actually serious police actions. And it's because we have destroyed the police and we have not managed to let the police work at lower levels. That's why many of the things disturbing us are disturbing us. So my understanding of the security architecture would be that we need to do devolution of the policing and to gather more intelligence, because and to restructure the intelligence agency in such a way that if the DG of DSS is looking for Showore, he has time to remember that a guy called Showore. Showore is the most harmless person on the face of the earth, because everything he wants to do, he will go and call press conference. So his guy is a harmless guy. So if he's still spending his time on it, it shows to you that our security system is not operated to secure the country. It's operated to keep the regime in power, which in other countries will be regarded as an abuse. For example, if the director of the CIA, a director of the FBI, all say that their main concern in life is to keep Biden government in power, they will be impeached, because that's not your job. Your job is to secure America. So that is what will happen in my own time. Those are the changes we'll make, so that intelligence is flowing about the critical risks dealing with Nigeria. In fact, the first interaction I had with government when Obasanjo came and Guzo was National Security Advisor was to give them a glossary of the critical assets in Nigeria, including farmland and all of that. That time there was no Boko Haram, and how national security should be planned, including silos and all of that. If you ask Nuhu Ribadu now, how many silos in Nigeria to keep food, where are they? He doesn't know any of those things. So talk of the acreage of farmland and all of that. So they are not doing security. So the security situation in Nigeria is not critical. It's not a difficult security situation. What is happening is the sheer absence of government. It's a little mop-up. 6 months of mop-up will clear all the security situation. But I interact all the time, and I see that the security is not there. Even in the thick of Boko Haram and all that, I've gone as far as Mubi, all those places, and I've seen that it looks like it's a stage theater. They collect money for operation. They go to that theater they have allocated where they say that there's a problem. Somehow, by coincidence, the terrorists and the soldier will meet there, do a few skirmishes. Terrorists will go and rest. Soldier will go and rest. The money will go. Then they'll go again, cook out another report, collect money, go and do. So that was why General Tiwa Danjuma is surprised where there's so much coordination between the terrorists and the security people. Because you will see on many occasions, the terrorists will be in a particular place like EB, all those other areas that are ungoverned, they will be there. And you'll see that a helicopter will fly in there, drop the ammunition for them there. And the bandits will now suddenly go and grab the ammunition. And then later, the army will be marching towards that place. So they want to go and confront the same people. And the community will say, but we saw helicopter dropping things for people here. So it's all, they are just staging it. It's like what happened in the latter part of the Nigerian Civil War. If you read Benjamin Adekule's report to Gawan, where he was cursing Gawan out, saying history will judge Gawan harshly, because he discovered that he wanted to end the war, but nobody gave him permission to end the war. And many of the skirmishes were just empty skirmishes. And they were spending money, and he was writing. And as he was writing to Gawan, he will get to Supreme Headquarters, they will carry the letter and hide it. It was when Adekule was launching his book that Gawan came and was telling Adekule in Lagos, that was around a year two, very recently, before Adekule died, that he apologized and said, "These things you have written in your book, I never saw them as head of state. I never saw them." So it shows to you that the racket has been on for a long time.
I think sorry, I'm really sorry to say you seem to misunderstand the nature of security. You literally said our security challenges are not serious. You know, if any nation let me just add
can
this
you
quickly,
stop there?
because
So I know your style. No, I know your style. You don't let somebody.
I don't know. No,
I know your style.
I'm sorry. You've been saying stuff.
No, you don't allow somebody to give full perspective. What I'm letting you know, there's nothing mysterious about security. What I'm letting you know. Oh, hold on 1 second. There's nothing mysterious. Why? Because countries around us, this is how I got to know. Countries around us, we are not in the wilderness. We are in the West Central Africa. And if you look at countries around us, who are they? Cameroon, Chad, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, Benin Republic, Togo, Ghana. So I understand what we face. Whatever we face, what they face. Whether it comes from the God of Guinea, it comes from the Sahel. What I'm letting you know, and I have studied the operation of the Chad Republic. Recently, I'm telling you now, for example, let me give you one example where I'd let you know that we don't have any. We have a conspiracy between security forces in Nigeria, where Nigeria has its own military contractor complex, not military industrial. Because in America, they produce their own ammunition, so they have military industrial. In Nigeria, we have military contractor complex. That's the problem they have. Because every security incident in Nigeria, I go and do the analysis. Who's behind it? What happened? Including the latest one that happened when the Secretary of Mubi Gobi was killed. Secretary Gobi. What happened? Why did Nuri Badu send the Chief of Defense Staff to go to Niger to have a meeting with them in Niger recently? Why? Because the Gobi Rawas are a community that are based in Nigeria, Chad, and Niger. And when the attack started happening into the territory, in Niger, they contain it. So because the Gobi in Nigeria, there's also another Gobi. That the main Gobi is in Niger Republic, where you have the Sultan of Gobi. And there's a Gobi, the Gobi Rawas are also in Chad. So when they said they have this Fulani caution, as they put it, let me put it that way, they have this caution. Only the Gobi in Nigeria suffer that. And when they killed the Sorikin Gobi, which is a law, I've given that interview to Charles Anagolo in Arise TV. I don't want to go into it again because we don't have time. What happened? Immediately that happened, the Gobi people started talking to the government. I myself spoke to the government. People I know spoke to the government. Government was giving the pressure as if they couldn't find the terrorists. The Seriki Gobi was kept for about 3 weeks in captivity, sharing with his son. And Niger people could go there, pick the guy out, and deal with it. They were respecting Nigeria. Everybody was talking. The community, eventually they killed the man. So when they killed the man, then the community realized, okay, government is fooling us. They are wasting our time. They decided on their own and went to that community and wiped out the terrorists. Now, when Nigeria discovered that the Niger army, in trying to help, because the Niger people are also Gobi people, when they saw the Niger people trying to help the Gobirawa community in Nigeria to pin the terrorists, the Nigeria now send Chief of Defense Staff to go and have conversation with the Niger people that please don't interfere, we are dealing with it. So all I'm letting you know is this, that the security situation in Nigeria, nobody can tell me that it is not majorly for the purpose of business. And if you look at our budgetary allocation since Boko Haram started in 2011, seriously, if you look at our spending on military, it's gone up. And if you look at the lifestyle of our officers from cost 27 to the current cost that is something down, you will see them that they are different from the courses before them. When they will retire, go and collect their pension and go and lie down in one place. You are seeing that we're having billionaire officers. If you see many stories, so I'm just letting you know that before you go into the theoretical analysis of security, let us understand that in Nigeria today, the 3 facets of insecurity, terrorism, banditry and kidnapping, are government business. In fact, you find out that recently in Delta State, they found out that the people who went to Asaba to go and kidnap people were policemen posted to Oka, Anambra State, and they got them arrested. So what I'm letting you know, generally speaking, is that the security problem in Nigeria is same thing as the problem of petrol scarcity and all of that. It is there are some people in government who have got so numbed, so dehumanized to the point where human life making money is the same. And it started same thing with
Can I add to it? Can I add to this? Because
yeah.
I get what you are saying from the very first 5 minutes. You are insinuating that the security forces are the problem. In reality, we don't have zero security in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, I actually consider our security forces overperforming. Otherwise, when you get out of the airport, you'll be kidnapped immediately. I know that because insecurity, if there's nobody protecting you, they will kidnap you.
Yeah, with due respect, let me tell you something. You have not traveled Nigeria the way I have traveled Nigeria. When you let me tell you something. I go
let me finish what
everywhere.
I'm saying. I need to make my point.
No. Because you are starting on a wrong promise. You don't. I
can disagree with you. I disagree. I'm disagreeing with your position. It's not what I'm wrong or not.
No. You are disagree. You can disagree, but disagree based on fact. To think that in Nigeria, let me tell you, I've gone around Nigeria in many instances, and what I found out is that anywhere you don't have police, you don't have army, you don't have anything. Go to Ado, go to all those places. You don't have insecurity. Insecurity is related to anywhere where those who are in charge of our security want to make money. I've gone to many parts of Nigeria where they will tell you, don't go there at all. When you go there and you find out that you find the community, no serious army presence, no serious police presence, the community is relatively safe. So I have come to the conclusion. That is why during the time I was campaigning and they asked me, how will you deal with Boko Haram? I said, the headquarters of Boko Haram is in the State House, Aso Rock. So if I can defeat the people in Aso Rock, I've defeated Boko Haram. And I can give you analysis and speak to officers who have worked. Go and find out when they created the 7th division. There's the latest division created in the army called 7th division. And they put an officer there. Go and ask the officer, when he was the 7th division and he was fighting the GOC of 7th division, what did they tell him? Well, I'm letting you know. Go and read Obasanjo's record that when they came up, Obasanjo wrote in his book, I think My Command, one of those books, that when he met Murtala after the war, when he came back to come around, when Obasanjo went to Amici and took the instrument of surrender and came to Gawan, many of his friends were not happy with him at all. In fact, Obasanjo wrote that Murtala told him, you see, when I told you we should not end the war, you bam, you went to end the war, started again with him. What I'm letting you know, and that's why Eisenhower, after coming back from the war, he was telling America, I warn you people against a military-industrial complex that will give you permanent war to fight. What is happening in Nigeria is that the government has become an instrument of insecurity for the people, and they are perpetuating that insecurity. Even somebody will tell you that there is a crisis in the East, in the IPOB, forget it. There is coordination between the people in government and the so-called IPOB. So even IPOB people, if they repent and say, I don't want to be IPOB again, I don't want to do, they have lost control.
Can I reply?
So don't say that this government now that it protect. No, the reason
can I reply to what you're saying? Because I've had it shouldn't trigger you. It shouldn't trigger you.
No,
let me tell you. We are here for the betterment of our people, isn't it?
No. What trigger me is you saying that if not because of the security, they will kidnap us at the airport. I said no, it is because of the security that they're kidnapping us.
You have the same kind of view as Showore that caused our security forces what they call mercenaries. I know that I'm in Nigeria, and without security, the reason why you are insinuating that where security forces are present, that's where you have insecurity. It could be the opposite. They are there because of insecurity. That's why they are present there.
No, because I'm not speculating.
Let me finish the point I'm making. There's a reason why Nigerians live. There's a reason why Nigerians live in estates. There's a reason why Nigerians are very cautious wherever they are going in the country, because they know there is insecurity of different dimensions all over the place. It's not
There is no
because
insecurity
it's not,
other than government. What I'm saying, forefather,
let me just finish my point.
I
I'm
will
not going
leave
to take
you. I
too
will leave
long.
you to say it. Let me put a thesis to you so that you can now debunk that thesis. My thesis is that the insecurity in Nigeria is a product of Nigerian government creating an insecurity subsector for themselves. The same way the civil war in Nigeria was not a foreign war. It was an orchestration of elements in the army to cause problem for the people. So it's not as if when they went to Abiru in Ghana that they could not resolve their problem. They caused the problem. It wasn't as if somebody invaded Nigeria. Go to every phase of our insecurity. It is the government of the day. Tinubu today, if Tinubu wants to seriously end insecurity, he knows what he's doing. He can end the insecurity today. The problem you are going to have, go and find out from Nuhu Ribadu and what he's doing. Nuhu Ribadu is paying bandits, officially pay bandits allowance. And he knows where the bandits are. Look at all the revelation about Matawale. It's not like fiction in the air. So what I'm bringing out is that I am submitting to you that I have looked at the insecurity situation in Nigeria, and I'm ready to debate with anybody with fact, figure, and situation analysis that where government wants to eliminate insecurity, they will eliminate it. However, there is a whole estate. There are places if you come to Abuja today, or you come to Lagos, or Port Harcourt, I can show you certain places. And I say, go and find out who is the owner of this house, this house, this house, this house, this house. Nigeria has reached a stage where people in the military can sponsor you to be a governor in a state. And somebody who is still serving the military will give you enough money for you to go and run an election in your state and win.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm aware of the dimension you are explaining.
That is what is causing insecurity.
Let me just go to my own this explanation of what I see. All the things you've said, like about basically having an element of fifth column in the security forces, is a fact. Almost every nation has it.
Not fifth column. That means the whole government is the column. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, if we want to look at it like that, okay, but if the security was zero, nobody will be arrested for committing any crime. Nobody will be tried for anything. So people are doing their job. They are actually doing their job in that country.
No, insecurity
I'm sorry. I have people that have lost their lives. I know somebody that I worked with me that has lost their life in the security forces serving that country. For you to be telling me that all of them are just out there looking for money.
Even the soldiers, excuse me, have you interviewed soldiers? Let me give.
Yes,
I can give you.
I spoke to one yesterday.
Okay. Hey, when you interview soldiers, go from sector to sector. Look at Bama Meduguri when it was an issue. Are you not seeing the deployment? Why was it that the soldier? Why did they want to kill Yusuf, General Yusuf? Why was it that General Yusuf?
I've not finished what I was saying.
Because you are saying a lot of fallacies along the way.
It sounds like fallacies to you, but I want to let you understand
because you are saying that because a soldier, listen, a soldier who is a victim of wrong deployment, of a problem caused by his own government, who is wrongly deployed. There was a battle that took place around Bama that after 4 hours of battle, one of the soldiers, I spoke with the soldier myself. What happened? They were asked to leave and go to Meduguri. That was in those terrible days when nobody could pass there. They went to Meduguri, but because they're highly experienced, they switched off their light, made a detour, and they got to Meduguri. When they got to Meduguri and they signal that they got to Meduguri, they gave them immediate signal to come back. So they were thinking, why did they send us to Meduguri? And when we got there, why are they asking us to come back immediately? So when they were coming back, they received fire of the highest order of fire. They were supposed to receive that fire on their way, but because they took a detour, when they were coming back, they received fire. One of the soldiers, they said, sir, listen, told them to fire back. Listen. He now said, are you not listening to the firing on the other side? They're firing like our boys. This is how we fire. Because they were supposed to return the fire. I told them, no, stop. Look at the way these people are firing. They're firing like us. So they now kept away, kept down, and found a scout to go to those people, found out that they are Nigerian troops firing at them. And those boys said, we were told that terrorists were coming from Maiduguri down to Bama, and we should intercept them. These people said, we were sent to go to Maiduguri. So that's how they resolved it. So when they resolved that issue, they now carried, they were all crying, destroyed, totally disoriented. Some of them have died. They now carry, that was what led to the shooting of that general. So they now said, okay, let's go back to the barracks. We are going to call a meeting. So when the general came and saw that the two sides are all standing, what made the general to be alive today was that soldier who wanted to shoot, because in the military, if somebody is coming out of a vehicle, you have to make sure they take 3 steps before you shoot. So that if they want to run back, the bullet will hit. The minute the general opened his door, the guy started shooting. That's how they closed the door. That's what led to all that court martial, everything. So what I'm telling you is this, and there are so many other reports soldiers are giving back. If you have people in the military, listen to them. Our soldiers are not stupid, but they are under command, and they are being sent blindly to places where they don't know what they are doing. So if you are in your barracks in Kaduna, and somebody tells you that IPOB is on the Okigwe Road, go there, go and kill. What are you going to do? You will go there, but you don't know who set up the so-called fake IPOB there.
I accept that part, even if all this is true.
That is not fake column itself. That is the government killing its own people to make money.
Yeah, in the end, it was the government that is not doing what they are supposed to do to secure the country. If what you are saying is true in terms of military industrial complex, everything is the government. It means that Burkina Faso is also sponsoring the terrorists that is killing their soldiers. Mali is this in Niger.
Okay, let me explain Burkina Faso to you. Let me explain Burkina Faso.
No, sorry. Let me finish my point.
I can tell you what is happening in Burkina Faso.
So it's only Nigeria that we have our military sponsoring people to kill us too. That is unique.
You see, first you don't listen very well. I never said military. I said our government.
Okay, our government. Our government is the only one that is
now let me explain to you, Burkina Faso.
Let me finish my point so that you can dismiss, you can at least respond to all the points.
Okay, go ahead.
But there are various things. Your initial comment was that our security challenges was not very serious. If personally, I would have, I had a conversation with a military official yesterday, and a retired one, and I asked the same question. And the idea that they all think that we don't have security challenges, like you literally gave an example of Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Niger. How about the rest of the world? Any nation that is more developed militarily, technologically than you is a threat. Let me finish the point. Because when the British came here, they didn't take permission from Burkina Faso, Benin Republic, Cameroon, or Niger to come into our country, because they are already stronger than us, and they are out there now. We pretend as if we are just here and nothing is happening. And you are one of the leading lights in Nigeria, and you are telling us we don't face any threat. You don't have Olympics competition going on in the world and pretend as if we are just competing against West African countries. That's not how it works. You have to prepare yourself for the threats that are out there in the world. And this is the problem I feel like our nation is facing. How is it that we think that our security is depending on what is going on just around us? We have already experienced it. It's not like history was written yesterday. We've already experienced it. The British came here, the French came here, all of them came here, and they took over everything and enslaved us and colonized us. And we are still pretending as if they don't exist. That is wrong.
No, what you are doing is what we call in argument.
We don't have security
in philosophy, we call it straw man. Nobody said all of this, and you say it by yourself. What we are saying is this. There is security is concentric circle. Security is a concentric circle. If you live at number 5 Ogui Road, Enugu, and there are thugs on Ogui Road surrounding your house, you have no liberty to worry about what is happening in Night Mine Corner, because your house where you are now, you can't come out of your gate. So in dealing with security, you create concentric circle. The first circle is internal security in the country. Before you think of external security, dealing with Gulf of Guinea, whether America wants to come and invade you, China, whatever. No, you start with inside the government. No, you start. This is a practical security thinking. This is what you do. You have to have internal security first. And a government
that is sabotaging your internal security in order to make money. That is not the government that is going to secure you against America or anywhere. So you first have to put your house in order. And that is the reason why, of recent, you are seeing a spate of military coups in Sahel. Why? Because the elected government of West Africa, they were behaving like our own government. They were accommodating a lot of insecurity. Niger was like the theater of insecurity for many years. And they noticed that this civilian government, they are not protecting the people. So they started to take military action to take over. That's what led to Burkina Faso and all of that. In fact, the
Because they
president
were
of
not
Burkina
protecting
Faso,
their people, like Nigeria is not protecting its people now. And I'm telling you this, and you are giving
that's
just
what I'm saying.
why
Now,
no
what I'm telling
into
you,
the
what I'm
security
telling you now is
forces.
that, what I'm telling you now is that in those countries, they are taking some action. In fact, in the case of Burkina Faso, I met with the leadership in Washington when they came to lobby because they were concerned that the military of their country was immediately going to take over. And they were looking for assistance of who was going to assist them. And they was in Washington. And I was telling them that, look, the Washington will not listen to you. They will only deal with whoever is there. So you probably go to Nigeria and see whether the Nigeria can help you, to avoid the problems of this. But eventually, the military took over there. So what is happening is that there is insecurity regionally. However, every of these countries, Chad, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, they are all taking action. And you find out that our own is about the wicked. And you remember there was a time when President Jonathan went to see the president of Chad. I wasn't too happy because it was the first president of Nigeria to go to Chad. Typically, Nigeria will call Chadian president, come here.
Sorry. If it's about the wicked, why not just recruit people like other countries do into your security forces? Why is it that you keep your security forces so small compared to even Scandinavian countries that don't have any real security
You are not
challenges?
getting my point. It doesn't matter how big or small. The problem is that
Make it big first before you complain.
No, with due respect. If there's a doctrine and command in the military, if the leadership of the military is not properly led, our military is poorly officered. You have to know that. And if you look from the report, what is happening, if you attend military proceedings, you go take your time, go to the war college, interact with the officers there. Let them tell you their field operation experience. Read the military court martial report. See what they are facing. Get to know what's happening in the front. You know that the problem is not just recruiting more. The problem is that the government of the day has to make up its mind that they want to eliminate this subhead. Because I don't want to go into mentioning people's name talking, but I've spoken to different ministers of defense, different national security advisors, and you put situation in front of them, and the conclusion you get from them is that, do I look dumb to you? Don't you think that I know these things? But this is not what the authorities are working for.
But
This is not
your
what they want.
nation's security forces are too small to defend the country. If
They
you
are
look at
not
even
too
Sri
small.
Lanka, they are too small. You can't have okay. Do you know that a report came out recently that said almost 40% of the Nigerian police is used to protect VIPs? The problem in the nation, there is nobody defending the country. About 80% of our security forces, if I'm not mistaken, or 60% of them, even in the military, they are being used to protect national assets. Who is going to protect our farmers? Who is going to protect our people on the roads?
Mention two towns randomly, in Nigeria. 2 towns that you know. Just 2.
That I know in Nigeria.
Any 2 towns.
There are many towns that I know in Nigeria. You want to
Just
start with
2. I don't need 2.
Okay. Onisha is a town.
Yes.
Aba is a town.
Okay, town. Okay.
Yeah.
So what you do? You go to Fege in Onitsha and ask the people there that if you go to Fege police station and you need their help, what is the problem you meet? Is it that they don't have enough policemen to follow you?
or that the police is even worse than the problem you brought in the first place. If you go to Umugasi in Aba, you go to Umugasi and say that somebody has broken into my shop, the problem you are going to have with the police in Umugasi, Aba, is it that they don't have enough officers to come and catch the thief, or the police are even worse than the thief? In which case, even if you bring the thief to them by hand, the thief is going to come to your house next day and say, "See your life, I've settled myself." You get my point? So what I'm saying is that so it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of service that the police, because the policeman himself.
That way.
Listen, look, I have
nation does what you are saying. No developed nation does what you are saying now.
No, what I'm saying to you that what I know.
Your people?
No, what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, the first thing you do in the police or law enforcement is that you have to get them to be true, to be loyal to the system, to say that whatever they are doing for the country. As a leader of Nigeria, the first thing I would do is to have a police that works. The national secretary of my party told me of a problem, and I will tell you that I won't take your time with the problem. He was doing a job, and somebody went and stole the pipes there completely. So the manager reported to the police, and they asked him to bring the workers who laid the pipe, because the pipe were laid in a way that only the person who knows where they were laid could have stolen the pipe. So he laid the pipe, and they stole the pipe. So they arrested the plumbers who laid the pipe, and they took them to the police station. After a week, no resolution. So he went to the DPO of the police station and said, "Have you investigated who stole the pipe?" And the DPO told him, "If the people who stole your pipes are those people who were arrested, if they are the thief, my people will have released them by now, because they will have given them money to release them. But if they are still around and they are still in detention, they are not the ones who stole it, because they don't have money to give the people who are going to release them." So what I'm bringing out of all of this is that we need to make, before you recruit more, you need to, one, make the one you have now to take care of themselves. I have here policemen who used to guard me before, who used to work for me before, who used to interact with me years ago, who are now senior officers or middle-level officers in many places.
Okay, can I ask you then?
Hold on, I can show you. I can show you the text messages that are sending to me. The messages that are sending, the text messages that are sending to me are not the text messages you receive from any police anywhere in the world. Because the text messages are, "My children are going to school. I cannot afford to feed. My wife is sick in the hospital. So and so and so and so." So, and if you are in the police today, if you know how the police work, anybody who has worked with you before, who is the police, when he needs to get promotion, he will come to you and say, "Sir, my promotion has not come out, because when I went to the office, they said I should pay 200,000.
Yeah, we understand all this, but let me ask
you
the relevant question. These are not relevant.
No, if it's not relevant to you, how are you going to? How are you going to? How are you going to? How are you going to?
Peculiarities like this. Let me ask the pertinent questions.
How are you going to add to the number of policemen? If those who are inside
let me ask the pertinent questions.
They have no barracks.
Let me get an idea of what you think about the Nigerian police force. Okay, the justice that has been this thing done by the police, or crime fighting that has been done by the police right now, how many of the percentage do you think is being done reasonably within the law, or at least upholding a?
Okay, I am going to answer you as a person who is involved in law enforcement. I'm a lawyer. I see what goes on in court. My lawyers go to court.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. How many percentage would you say is doing real, to an extent, justice, even if they settle it out of court or they settle each other? How many percentage of police work is actually productive for the society?
All right, thank you. For further.
Sorry, this is important, because some of the things he said, I feel like it's a little bit missing the trust of what the police is actually doing, or what the security forces are actually doing.
Okay.
So what would you say the percentage is?
For my experience as a person who is in law enforcement myself, I'm not talking as a politician now. As a person who is in law enforcement, I will say that the public service work done by the police, that is public service work, and I can define it for you if you want, is not more than 10%.
Okay.
The rest, that is to say, you are in distress, police come to rescue you. Or you walk into the police station and you say, my property is missing. But more that they help you out is 10% maximum. Because most of the time, what happens in the police is that the police is like a mercenary force. The same way you go and buy petrol in the filling station, the way you buy food, the same way you buy police. In which case, if something happens to you, you come to the police and say, I have this problem. And the policeman says, okay, I can help you, but you pay me so amount. So the reason why it's working for you is the amount of money you are going to give. And sometimes you can say, when the money is complete, call me anytime. So it's not following you instantly. Now, and if a person is also interdicted by the police, somebody just accuses you of something. Somebody says that there was an issue somewhere, and they come to your house to try to arrest your child or staff. How the police relate with you also depends on how you deal with them in terms of money. If you go to ask for bail and you don't give money for bail, you just say, well, it's a bailable offense, bail. The policeman will go here, go there, find one excuse or the other. So, not that I'm blaming them, but I'm stating a fact. So, and I've lived in another society where it is unthinkable that you call the police and they ask you for anything other than information. How can I assist you? So, and I've been to other countries that are even technically poorer than us. Their police has not deteriorated to a point where you go to a police station. I know in Tanzania, the police is worse than Nigeria because I've interacted with them in Tanzania and I've seen that their police is even worse because on many occasions, the police in Tanzania will just talk to you like they're not police. They will say, this fellow you have now, do you know it will cost you 25,000 shillings? They just talk casually like that. They like as if they're private investigators. They're not working for the government.
But
so,
I think I think personally, I think this informs a lot of your
we have to
opinion.
round it up.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this informs a lot of your opinion of what security forces represent. But for me, the overarching work they are doing, even consciously or unconsciously, is helping with security about 70% of the time. Otherwise, take them out of there, remove police, then you know what insecurity truly means. Remove police, you know. And this is the thing, we don't seem to know that our police forces, they are actually overperforming given that they are undermanned. The reason why you see what you're
with due respect, sir,
let me finish
please,
my point. Yes.
Don't ever say to Nigerians that police are overperforming. And with due respect,
no, they will not believe it until reality hits them. Don't worry,
no.
later.
And go to many parts of Nigeria. Many parts of Nigeria where they have one rickety police station somewhere. Go to Bubra, go to many places. You will see that the community effort is even more secure than the police. So,
but that is the point I'm making. They are doing their best with very little.
Right. Even the police,
a politician like you that should be advocating for them, you are busy knocking them down so that the system will be collapse completely. No nation in the world is run like that.
No, because I have taken
they are doing with very little, so much.
No, I've taken a personal vow that in the course of my public life, I will not add lying to it. To say to a police that has a complete failure, even inside its own system, that police is performing, is not how to lead them. It is to give police a new orientation to say, one, society has been unfair to you. Even before you join the police, you have to pay bribe. So this whole system is rubbish. Therefore, we need to reform the system. And then you will start to have police like we used to have in the time of MD Yusuf, Kamsalem, and all of that, where we had police.
But it will fail again if you don't give them the right numbers. It will fail again. Every nation that has succeeded have reasonable sized police security forces, but we never did. And they refuse to learn. Look at that. They refuse to even check the data to find out whether it's true. This is what we are dealing with in Nigeria.
forefathers, we have to round it up. He's been here since.
I understand.
So he will be back.
This is what we are seeing in Nigeria.
He will be back, and you have enough time to talk to him. He will be back.
I'm glad. I mean, he spent a long time. I really appreciate you putting up with me.
It's not very fair to him. And KJ, you will have the last chance to ask a question, and then we will call it a day. We will let him go, and you can continue the conversation. Now, if people want to.
And I don't know why all these people on the chat no, this is serious stuff. This is our lives here. And when people get kidnapped, we keep coming here saying police this, police this. We need to do our job. Get people into that security forces to protect the country. So
let me tell you something, forefather. 90% of kidnapping is resolved outside police effort. It's only when you are paid the ransom, the person has come home, police will say, where is they? And then they will say they are rescued. On my farm in Edo State, in Agbede, I had Indonesians, Chinese, and other Asian experts that came to try to help us to achieve certain targets. They came from their country. When they got there, they got kidnapped. So when they got kidnapped, the people went and told police and everything. So there was no shortage of police. The policemen all came, landed there. And the first battle was asking my people to pay deposit for some money because they look at the farm. So you have farm as big as this here, so and so, and they were asking them for money. But to cut a long story short, that was why I feel bad for this policeman that is in prison now, Abakari. He was the only policeman that talked to me like a human, like an officer. Because, to cut a long story short, due to my exposure to security and with the alliance of their home country, we were able to locate my staff that were kidnapped, and the kidnapper that kidnapped them, including their photograph, including where they have been in the last 1 year, different places where they have been, Kaduna, this and that and that. So I took the collage of this intelligence and I kept with me. Then one of my staff has a brother who works in DSS. So when he told him, that one said, please, since you got this into yourself, just keep to yourself. Because you have advanced more than these people. So don't give to anybody. But there's a particular person in the police that I know, if you give it to him, he can help. So that's how they gave me I've never known Abakari before. They gave me Abakari's number. Then I went to meet him at Batua in Abuja. And I kept all my information to myself. I just said, they kidnapped my expatriate. These are their. So it was okay, we'll find out. After he struggled. At that time, Oshimale was still governor of Edo State. They called me only one time. Prince, okay, we'll see what we can do. They never coming back again. So, to cut a long story short, we are now allocated, we now know where they were because we're using advanced technology to trace them outside Nigerian security system. We were tracing them. To cut a long story short, we now, when it came to, we can't go and catch them ourselves. What are we going to do? So, I now told Abakari, sit down. I know the kidnappers. He said, what? I said, yes. See this. How did you know? I said, don't ask me. Just use the intelligence like that. I gave to him. He said, okay. He started working. So in the process, the kidnappers, either they had 6 cents or something, they now settled to an amount. So then the family of the staff were calling, one of them was crying, don't worry, use my salary to pay, just save me from here. At the end of the day, we got them. So they delivered them to us. While Bakari was doing his work, they delivered them to us in good order. I packaged them together, took them to the airport, they flew to their country. Nigerian police did not know, nobody know the people have gone. So now, after all of that, they started asking us, how much did you pay? All sorts of things, document. They wanted to get detail of, so that they can see their report and say they have rescued. Later, I saw the picture. They said police has rescued expatriates. I said, thank God. Expatriates that were rescued, they have gone. So, at the end of the day, kudos to Abakari After months, he traced them and caught all of the kidnappers. He caught them. So when I thought he had forgotten, and I had forgotten myself, but he caught them. So all I needed now was to get my expatriate from their country to start identifying them one by one. And I don't know what he did with them, or whether he took them to court or they took them to court of God. So what I'm saying at the end of the day is that we are not running down the police. We are letting you know that what we call policing in our society is not policing. And that in the past, we used to have better police than this. Before, in Nigeria, when I was growing up, they say something's with the CID. Even the thief will start confessing. You know? So the police has a system, and we must restore that system. But don't lie to yourself that police is doing majority. In many places, at least I know in Yoruba land, in many places, the reason why the policeman is staying in his police station is because OPC has assured him that he can stay there. That don't worry, if you have problem, come and call us.
So what is the lesson from that?
The lesson from that is that one, we need to devolve our police to work in the communities that need their services. And we need to fund the police in such a way that don't add more first. Fund the one you have. Give them training, give them equipment, and then give them ethical salary so that they will live in police barracks. They will be able to have their children go to public school. When a policeman is sending me to send him money for his 3 children that are going to school, it shows to you that he's not a policeman anymore, because if I don't send him that money, he's inevitably going to set up a checkpoint and start to search people's intestine as they're passing by to say he wants to collect money. So you need to give the policeman a decent place to stay, a place where he can eat when he's at work, give him school for his children, have police medical facility.
Have we done this before? Have we not done this before?
We did it in the past when we had a government, but right now we don't have a government. You asked me a question earlier, whether the political class here can do anything. There's no political class. We have to constitute a political class. What you have now are people who are involved in state capture. They don't want to govern. The one who knows how to dance will dance for the 4 years. Anywhere you call him, will dance for you. He goes his way. The one who knows how to travel will travel. The one who wants to do comedy will do comedy. The ones who want to be doing prayer will do prayer. None of them is governing. There are some of the governors that are just pure pastors. Like Autumn, every church will go there, oh Lord, never do anything. So the one in our show is dancing away is sorrow. The different things they are doing, but they are not governing. Tinubu is governing, they are not. So we need to now set up a political class. That is people who are in politics just for the sake of being politics. They want to serve. They don't want to make money. They are okay. They just want to serve. They don't mind. They don't want to build empire. They're not interested in business. Aminu Kano, my leader, said it before he died, that corruption in Nigeria will be irreversible when there's a merger between contractor and public servant. That a time is coming when public servant will not be interested in 10% anymore, that they will now become the business people themselves. So do you know any ministry where the permanent secretary is not a contractor? Is not interested in contract? Is not, that's what they are about. So that's what I'm saying to you, that the political class has to be reconstituted. And when you reconstitute the political class, that is to say, some will not win election, some will win, but aggregate, you have a surplusage of politicians that are available to serve the public. And they don't care. When Solomon La died, he did not have 2,000 naira in his account. Solomon La has no house. And he joined the House of Representatives before independence. And he became governor of Plateau State. And he has been minister of police affairs, he has been this and that. But till Solomon La died, he never had a second car. He never had a house. And he was always there, but you could not defeat him in any election because people say this man is there. But compared to Dariye, compared to other people that follow, so we need to go back. So Chief Ajasin was governor of my state, the best governor so far in my state. He was a principal of Imade College of War. He had only one car. about 6 pair of dresses, one house, never have any other thing. Same
So
thing
you are
with
saying that we should
Bola
go
Ige.
back to a system that failed, that collapsed?
No, the system collapsed because of the fact that
Not
the people,
sustainable.
no, it was
Telling
sustainable.
you.
Why it collapsed was that the forces of degeneration in Nigeria, they took over after we managed to survive the civil war from their hand. And when we went to civilian rule, they came and truncated it again because the politics of inside MPN, the worst elements of our politicians were inside the MPN. And in the internal fight inside the MPN between Abiola, Shagari, and all of them together led to the military coup. And then they started this politics of money, this new big politics. The jailer, Abu Sali, did you have any money? They just punish all those people for nothing. They just wanted to demoralize those people who came from the old tradition of politics. Why would anybody arrest Sam Bakwe? Sam Bakwe has no money. He do not touch anybody's money. But they wanted to demoralize and create a new political class. And now, look at the political class that they created that replaced those ones. That is the problem. The same thing happened in the judiciary. We have Okuta, Obaseki, and all those people who were there. They were incorruptible. And the military aged them out. They passed a decree and said that they must retire. They retire all of them and put their own people there. So this is how they take over institutions. So they go there, see that this institution is performing. Look at what happened to Boeing. Some ragtags from Wall Street saw that Boeing was a high-value company. They came there, asked them to do merger with McDonnell Douglas, and they took over the board by trickery. Boeing is a useless company now. Doesn't have all that tradition, doesn't have anything. So it can happen to anybody. That is why America is fighting for its life. It can happen. Look at what happened to them in Britain. So everybody is dealing with it. It's not only us, but we cannot lie to ourselves. When a renegade set of people...
Better to cry on a Mercedes than cry on a Poto Poto. Americans are crying on a very rich country. We are living in penury. That is the problem. Everything you said in the past, all those things failed because we built it on sand. And when I keep saying, and it's not only the police, we ended up talking about the police, our security sector is not where it should be. Please take your time, look at other nations. Next time when you come, we
You are talking other nations. Pinpoint the nation you know. Because you see, I'm not
Algeria,
against you.
Algeria is in Africa.
So what do you know about? Look, let me give you Algeria security. Are you starting from Algeria security from the time of Bembela, the Algeria-French war? What is special about Algeria?
No, as it is now.
What is special about Algeria?
What is special about them? Not African countries, just 5 of them have as much manpower in their military than more than 40 black nations.
It's irrelevant. Let me tell you why it's irrelevant. Let me tell you why. There's something called, let me tell you, called situational analysis. For example, if I was Egypt, listen, if I was Egypt, I went to sign Camp David Accord, and I was made the guarantor and custodian of the peace in the Middle East, because Egypt is the largest Arab country. So they signed the Camp David Accord and said, okay, Egypt, US is going to subsidize your military, just like they do with Pakistan. So we're going to subsidize your military. Anything you need, we'll give it to you. Don't go back to Soviet Union like you did before. Anything you need, we'll give it to you. Any used equipment we have, we'll give it to you. We will now invest in your military. That's why in Egypt, the military control the food, the bakery, the hospital, the everything, because they are getting this grant that was promised them at Camp David by Jimmy Carter. America adopted
the Suez Canal that Egypt provides for them.
So they have now they are now surrounded. There are certain tasks they need to perform. So if you look at Nigeria, where we are, what we did in ECOMOG, Egypt can't do it. Nobody can do it. Only we could do it. And it's from that moment, that's why we ran into trouble. We ran into trouble when we did ECOMOG. And they realized that, wow. So Nigeria can do what even Lebanon cannot do for itself. No other There's no other, I tell you today, no other in modern history, no other regional power has done what Nigeria did in ECOWAS, in ECOMOG. None.
No, that was an accomplishment. I agree with that. But however,
okay,
it's
now
basically measuring height among dwarfs. Those are
no.
really
You
relatively
call it
powerless
measuring height
nations.
among dwarf because if you come from a family of dwarf, you have to know that you are a dwarf. Just get used to it. The point we are making is that in West
There are
Africa, in
giants
our
out there.
territory, no.
There are giants
When
out
we
there
are
we have to compete with.
no, what I'm saying is this: if you are the tallest person in Gabon, you will be the shortest man in Southern Sudan, but you are proud that I'm the tallest man in Gabon, even though they are usually quite short people. The question is this: the Nigeria's regional threat, our regional competitor, is as far down as South Africa. During the time when we were a frontier state, Nigeria articulated ourselves to the point that the regional threat we had was South Africa, apartheid South Africa. So what we did was we invested in the frontline state and joined them and said they're frontline state. So we contained South Africa. So before South Africa will do anything, Mozambique will fighting them, Angola will fighting them. So we did very well with that. Then our next competitor, Algeria is on our side. Our next competitor was Morocco. And now that Morocco is not a regional power, it's not anything. In that neighborhood, it's just respecting itself. So if you look at, then in the east, nobody said, all of West Africa, they are together with us under ECOWAS. We headquartered in Lagos at that time, now in
How about
Abuja.
Europe?
So, no, wait a minute. Europe problem is this. Europe engagement with us. Europe has a policy. After they faced the Waterloo in Second World War, Europe has a policy of not invading anybody. What Europe does is that Europe will be undermining your institution, undermining your educational system, your trade, but there's no European country, especially Western Europe. None of them had the appetite to enter anybody's country. France was the only one that had influence around us, especially with the people around us, and we had a relationship with France that we settled. So France doesn't disturb us, we don't disturb France. But the understanding we had with France, which is part of what we are paying for now, was that we will not disturb France in West Africa. That was why, even when we set up ECOWAS, we allowed them to set up the UMOA of their own. We allowed them to go on with their same. At the time, Nigeria has enough money, especially in the late 70s. We had enough money to tell Cote d'Ivoire, leave CFA, come on, join Naira. But Ufe Boyin had a good understanding with Gawan and with subsequent government. Look, listen, leave the French the way they are, we don't have a problem. So French understand us, West Africa will share power with them. So at many occasions, if you're negotiating ECOWAS, once Nigeria talks, Ghana will support, Gambia will support, then we wait for the Francophone to go and settle themselves in France. When they settle, they come and take their position. So now, when they have come of age, the French country said they have come of age on their own, not instigated by Nigeria. They said, we have come of age. We don't want to have anything to do with France anymore. We said, okay, the only mistake Tinubu made was to shut his mouth and not say to them, oh, why do you change your government? You should have understood that they are trying to assert authority. Why are they asserting authority? Because there is a right-wing movement in France. And the French politicians, most of them school in France, whether Niger, whether Mali, Burkina Faso, all of them, they live in France. And they discovered that in the French government, there's a right-wing element that is coming up that is saying, look, you Africans, we don't need to dominate you anymore. Go and sort yourself out. And they know that if they start declaring for independence, none of them has the power. Macron has no power to get majority in the parliament because he himself is facing right-wing politician. And the right-wing politician in France are supported from Russia, mainly Marine Le Pen and all the rest of them. And Russia is also backing, Kim Jong-un backing to this French country. So now the regional threat is changing, which means that as Nigeria president, you have to listen to France a bit for countries like Cote d'Ivoire and Cote that have not voted out. Then you have to listen to Russia and to find out, okay, what is Russia going to do? And if you are going to listen to Russia, you have to have a good relationship with Eritrea and Ethiopia, who are their partners around, and Sudan. To see that Sudan, our brothers, because we have ethnic relationship with Sudan. So Sudanian situation, anybody who's going to be national security advisor or president of Nigeria has to do all this balancing. That is what is reflecting in our military. Our military is in the context of what we need. What is a shameful thing for us now is that we have internal security collapse. And that internal security collapse can only be built by reviewing our national security architecture, by getting the DSS. I gave an interview recently where I said the DSS will stop following politicians. I take them away completely. The police, no policeman will follow any governor, anybody. Then we can allow one agency that doesn't interact with the people, like civil defense or something, or create a special branch, like secret service, who will just be following politicians. But they will have nothing to do with law enforcement, anything. So that the law enforcement and the security arm, they won't have anything to do with politicians. They will keep away from them. They won't have interaction with them at all. And as president, I will not take any soldier to be my command, to be my ADC and follow me. I don't need all of that. So then they will be separate. Then
how about the British and the Americans, the influence that they have in our country in terms of the reason why I'm saying it, I'm not saying it to malign anybody. I'm saying that the people we have relationships with, this is the result we are getting from them. And we are not doing anything.
Everybody has relationship with America. Even if there's a ghost town, Papua New Guinea, anybody. America is the oxygen in the atmosphere. You have to breathe it. However, in West Africa, there were two challenges we had. And the challenges was failure of diplomacy. Because when Obasanjo was romancing George Bush, romancing Clinton and dancing, and Bill Gates is coming, they did not. America is a needy country. Forget about anything. America in diplomacy, America is a needy country because everything worries them. They will need you more than you need them. That's why Pakistan can be fooling them sometimes. That's why everybody is dealing with them because America is needy. America has two problems, two things they want to do here. They want to contain China and they want to contain Russia now. Before they were trying to work with China and Russia to block China, but now they've lost everybody. So what they want to do, they came to us and said, let us do the Gulf of Guinea initiative. And Obasanjo said, I don't want to go, and I agree with him. He said, I don't want to do Gulf of Guinea. I'm sorry, I don't want to do it with you. So America is feeling, okay, I don't have a base in West Africa. They have bases everywhere, but they don't have a West Africa. So they can't do Gulf of Guinea with us. Now they thought, okay, let us create a situation for these people. Let us create a Sahelian problem for them. So they got rid of, the person who was blocking them was Gaddafi. So somehow they found one excuse or the other, Arab Spring got rid of Gaddafi. And then that opened up and they imported terrorism to join our own show. Luckily for us, the Sahel is so big and America does not want to commit troops. So they have this Air Force base that's in South Carolina. That's North Carolina. That's where they're taking the troops for. And they are dealing with these operating drones. So they brought them to the Niger, paying Niger government. So they put the drones there. So they know where Boko Haram is, where this person is, and the satellite that they are using to operate it is owned by Brigade. That's why Brigade goes up and down like a do-gooder. So now, they are capturing data within our atmosphere, but they are not giving us the data. But if Boko Haram is going to attack you tomorrow, they know. They're going to harass next week, they know. And if you are doing anything, they also communicate with the other side. So they are managed not because they want to kill us all off, but they don't care if you die. But they are trying to protect a certain belt where there are rare earth minerals, where you have uranium.
But why are we
Where
not
you
the
have
ones
no
doing all these things? This is
But
what
why
I'm complaining.
we're not
Allowing other
the ones?
people to carry us like babies constantly.
Why we're not?
Israel doesn't need America to do this for them. Why are we always needing people
No.
to do stuff for us?
Why we're not doing is this. One, we are not producing thinkers in our politics. Our Yabatech should have been making all the drones we need, Yabatech and IMT Enugu. We don't even need to go far because that technology is so basic. But the children there are still people handout. Are memorizing through handout and they get HND. So we need to have a government in place that is aware of all of these things and is now governing. You cannot be talking of taking care of yourself when you cannot run dispensary, when you cannot run maternity. Basic things that are easy to run, like make water flow into houses. There's no major city in Nigeria today, apart from maybe Abuja, that has partial connection. There's no major city in Nigeria today where you can go to the tap and water will come out. So you need to set up a government that works. You need to set up a police service that this policeman, if I go to the station and say, hello, how are you? I have this problem. Can you find that the policeman is going to be working? The policeman that I know, many of them are prayer warriors and pastors because when you are passing your car, they will stop you and say, sir, let me prophesy. God will bless your family and things like that. And then when they pray, you give them the money and they say, thank you, sir. They go. So you need to stop having police like that. Then you need to work with the army because the army is easily redeemable. You need to work with the army. And then there are lots of the collapse of the intelligence network because there's I don't talk too much. There's something we call JIB, Joint Intelligence Board. They feed. Recently, I was talking to people and I found out that it will shock you that the most efficient and most productive and prolific of them is civil defense now. Relevant, usable information that you can use to make any governmental security decision. It's not come from DSS. DSS is finding out whether Chowore is coming to say something or they're just distracted up and down. They are doing INEC work and doing silly things. They've forgotten their work. So we need to reconstitute them. The Directorate of Military Intelligence was ruined by Babangida and Abacha because they used it to spy on who's going to do coup. So officers were not, so all those officers who were there, or Menka, they were not dealing with overall security. They were just thinking who is plotting coup, who is not plotting coup. So we need to reform and revive all of those institutions. And then coordinate the office of the NSA very well and do in such a way that this information can flow. That way, we'll start to deploy things and get things done. So if some of the security work, it may be governor of Borno State that will do it. Once you have sufficient intelligence, it will just be a local law passed somewhere, it will address the situation. And so many things. So those are the things we need to do. But until you do them, you cannot say that, oh, why are we not taking about security? Many of the platforms they are procuring in the military, I've interrogated many of them. They are just buying them for the sake of spending money. Because when they buy them, some of them, they have a long lead time. Some of them, they are not complete. I've been in National Assembly, listening to Air Force coming to buy, for budget to buy aircraft. They don't have complete squadron. When you look at the appropriation, the money is so diluted that if they fly, that's why sometimes they say they fly and they crash or they get hit because you fly in a formation. So somebody is flying to do surveillance, another person is backing you, another person is doing backup. So there are a lot of things we need to so gradually build them like that. But the first thing you must get right is a government that is actually at its present. That you wake up in the morning, it's a government. And you will know that there's a government in town when you start to see. But I can tell you that is not the case now. So that is why we're in politics. And once we get our governance right, then we'll start to now climb the pyramid to do other things that we're supposed to do. But when you basically can't function, there's no government anywhere, you can't function. How is that going to happen? That is the problem.
The last thing I would say. Sorry. That's it.
No. KJ.
The last thing I would say, Dr. Damis, please. The last thing I would say.
Thank you so much.
Because this is not my word. This is not my word. So that people
This is
don't
not
take it as my words I'm saying here.
and no, with due respect, no. I'm not giving you any ground. I'm setting my ground, brother. I'm not going to give you a space. Come on. And you have even made me forget what I need to say, But I want to thank you most sincerely for your energy, your time. It's been, in fact, listening to you, it reminds me of some of the things I've said on this platform, and I'm just laughing here because I have listened all the while you started talking. I've been behind listening throughout, even to this moment I started to come in. Some of what you said I've experienced. Like there was a time in the north. I grew up in the north, where you can drive from Abuja to Sokoto. You hardly meet any policeman on the road. And you don't get anybody who stops you. No thief, no armed robber, nothing. The road is just bare. Whether at night time or in the daytime, you can travel from Jos to Abuja to Makurdi, and even all the way to Calabar. Well, I've done that because I have just like called Gubora. I've gone to Gubora before. In fact, I have a relative in Boki. So we drive all the way. Sometimes we get to Boki around 2 a.m. at night, and we don't see anybody stopping us. No police checkpoint, no policeman, So Nigeria was relatively very peaceful until we came into this new season where we see that everywhere you go now, we're declaring insecurity and all that. So it's man-made. I totally agree with you. My only fear now for you is this, that I pray that you make it to that position, because with this kind of energy, you can actually sit up all night and think of how to bring solution. We're not having people, it's not going to be like when we have people who are already there, who don't have the stamina or the determination or even the brain power, because for you to sit from 12 to this moment, you must have a lot of brain power, to do that. And it will be a very good experience if Nigeria can select among their best. And but I fear, because looking back at a donor, if you take that into cognizance, you see that I don't know the other people, but I would not have made the choice they made if you ask me as an Edo person to make that choice. So I pray that Nigeria will wake up. It's a sad thing when you go through the history. I'm not going to make a comment and I'll leave it. You go through the history, you find out that most of the time we have opportunities of having great leaders, but they never get to that point. Many of whom you have mentioned, one of whom, chiefly comes off the block is Aminu Kanu. And I remember when he put that quotation, we knew of that quotation. I had the opportunity of meeting some of those politicians when I was quite young, since I grew up in the north, at that time. People like J.S. Stack and the rest. So we have had great men who have stood for the path of truth and who wanted to bring greatness to Nigeria. But somehow the system don't allow them to come up. My prayer is that the system will allow you to come to the place where people can make that decision and that you get that position. And nobody wants to see Nigeria divide, but we are all asking that Nigeria should divide because we are tired of people's lives being wasted and the time of the people being spent with no result whatsoever to show for it. God will help you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. So, Prince.
But you forgot to pray for forefathers. It needs more prayer than anybody here.
No, forefather, we don't have we sort ourselves out to forefathers. We just wish you to, and idea you share, which I want to encourage, is to bring like minds. We in the diaspora will readily support those like minds that want to change Nigeria. It will be a great thing to see those like minds come together. If you want us in any way to come in, let us know. We'll be very glad to put you on that line. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
KJ. So, Prince, you said make your final comments, and then
okay. My comment for tonight, closing comment for tonight.
Can I just say that final line now?
Yeah, okay. Say your line. So it doesn't have a nightmare. Say it.
All right, go ahead, forefathers.
Thank you. You see, this is not my words anymore. If I'm crazy, the father of political science, which Machiavelli, that you all like Nigerians love so much and like to talk about a lot. You know what he said? You cannot build a nation without good arms. If you don't have them, forget your laws, forget everything else. He even used Switzerland as an example. Switzerland is supposed to be a country that has not been at war for over 200 years. And yet they are more militarized than Nigeria today. If we don't, and securitized than Nigeria, if we don't take care of our security, all this stuff we are talking is a waste of time. All these people in the chat calling me crazy. You guys don't know what you are playing with. You are playing with your children's lives. We were here when the British came. They didn't take permission from us. They didn't need permission. And they are still there. The Chinese are there. Everybody that is stronger than us are there. And when we are saying that we need to take care of these things so that at least our children have a future, some people are thinking I'm crazy. Oh, people are not crazy. They did better and they know better and they come here to do us. Switzerland that we are talking about today has got 93,000 in terms of GDP per capita.
All right, it's not me. I didn't do anything.
And they are still more securitized than Nigeria. This is my point. And I feel like if our politicians and our elite class don't open their eyes to this problem, we are going to be like this forever. Because if I'm the one sitting on the other side, I will never let you develop. I will never let it happen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, forefathers. And you have a point. I believe you will have read Bolaji Akinyemi. I don't know why you are going. You like to quote dead people, but if you remember Bolaji Akinyemi, when he was talking about what Nigeria needed to do, especially when we thought that apartheid South Africa might not leave, and we were thinking of what to do. One of the that was why he said, look, maybe Nigeria should have a nuclear weapon. As a Bolaji Akinyemi at that time, that maybe he was then DG of Nigeria's International Affairs before he became External Affairs Minister. So at that time, why were they able to say so? That Nigeria should acquire nuclear. In fact, if anybody knows the University of Ife, you will see that as you are entering the Ife gate, Road 1, on the left side was a nucleus of a nuclear weaponry program. You know, why was Nigeria able to do all of that? Why did we have the largest shipping line? Why would we have Whiskey Tango, Nigeria Airways, bigger than Ethiopia, whatever Ethiopia is today now? Why did we have all of that? At that time, we thought we had built the basics. We have built the best universities in the developing world. Lagos had the best water in the British Commonwealth. Lagos. Better than London, Brisbane, Ottawa, anywhere, Toronto. Lagos has the best water. And University of Ibadan, UCH, was either number 1 or number 2 in the Commonwealth when Kennedy was Vice Chancellor. And the immediate past Asaba of Asaba was a doctor there. My uncle, Professor Joseph, was a doctor there. And the Ogan was the doctor there. Kuroko Ogan, I don't know if you remember him. So we were building things that could make us to build higher things. So we have working railway system, even though it wasn't nationwide. First, it was railway system. So the reason why you are hearing Uba family, Chris Uba, and Uba, that was because Philip Uba, their father, was an Uga man from Agwata, who was working as a manager in railway. So he was able to educate his children and do everything.
I think, okay.
So we had railway, we had all these things. So we were also building a powerful project at Jakarta. And the rolling mill was supposed to be in Onitsha, by the place we call Port, Onitsha. So the idea was that we're going to dredge the Ethiop River, and do all of that, and become so you can't do weaponry without having steel. How are you going to do it? You can't do weaponry without having electric circuits. That's why Cable Metal and all these other companies came. So, forefather, anybody, go and read Nigerian First Development Plan, 1960 to 65. So we didn't finish in 65 because of our politics, the coup, and the war. So when Gawan came, we started that. So go and talk to people like Femi Okuno and our spy when all these things were planning. So this is what happened to us. So it's like a student who says that when I'm 25 years old, I'll have a PhD. Because why is he saying so? Because when he's 17, he's already in year 3 in the university. But if he's involved in an accident and he couldn't leave the hospital for 7 years, and didn't graduate from the university for first degree until he was 28, can he still have a PhD at 25? So he has to replan his life and say, okay, something happened to me. Let me start to rebuild my life. Let me first go and do my master's. Then maybe I'll do the PhD later. So what Nigeria needs now is to reconstruct the basics. We don't even have a civil service. So even if you are doing anything military, anything security, they will just give money to the director in the ministry. He will sell all the secret and collect dollar and put in his pocket. So the way you saw Ganduje move like Abriba masquerade to put dollar inside his pocket like that, nobody would do it before. Nobody who was in that seat will ever dream of doing it. They will not even know what to do with it. So I'm a trustee of the Aminu Kano family, including children and grandchildren. So the Baba left a legacy for the 11th generation, but did not leave 20 naira for anybody. So there's no one day that will pass that I won't talk to the children or the grandchildren and all of that, because I'm like a guardian to each of them. No one of them will go to one school without calling me, or should I do this course or not do that course? So when you go to Aminu Kano's house, with all the greatness, you didn't have any of those things. So you need to rebuild a society, and we need to talk to ourselves and rebuild a society. Before Okwadike died, Dr. SCV, I used to go to his house. We'll just be doing lamentation, because that's one of the greatest brains ever. So, and when you look at people like that, compare him even as far as recently as 1993, compare him to the people who are on his seat now. So it's the same thing I'm talking about. So we need to rebuild our society, so that if somebody says, I have a first degree from Abia State University, Uturu, you will say that this is actually a graduate. You can't say that now. If someone says, I graduated in engineering from Ondo State University, Akumba, unless you want to kill yourself, don't let him join 2 wires for you. You will explode. So we need to rebuild all of that back. I remember Professor Adewole Adebayo. He was made to supervise the medical program at Uturu. And one day he just came to my house. I said, Prof, what happened? He said, no, call me. Come on, pick me up. I'm not going to that place again. I said, why? He said, no. I said, well, you can't do that. He said, well, I can do that. And he said, they are unteachable. The students are unteachable. I said, don't compare Nsuka or UI. He said, no. I'm not comparing that. I'm comparing a good secondary school. These kids that they are giving me to study medicine are unteachable. I have to take them back to elementary chemistry. I cannot teach the private secondary school. So we told the Oji Sokalo, keep your university, I'm not doing, but I advise you, close medical program, manage them somewhere. So we need to do, and I think Shoyinka at the time even said we should close our universities, and start afresh. So we need to close our politics. my mission now is that we need to shut down the politics we do. The politics we are doing now is not politics. It is just investment in state capture. So all this trouble I'm going through, wasting my time on, as people think, I could just gather my money and give Tinubu some money, and give Atiku some money, and give Obi some money. One of them will win. I'll go and be whatever I want. So it's not. I don't need to be wasting my time. Just give each person sufficient money. They will say, okay, bring 3 ministers. Before you know it, my father is a minister. He cannot do his defense in the air. So I can do that. But what we are trying to do now is that we are saying, hey guys, we are not against anybody. I'm not anti-Tinubu. That's what some people think. I'm not anti-anybody. I am frightened where our ship is going. It's worse than Titanic. So I'm thinking, why don't we change the crew and stay away from the abyss? And to do that, you need to have surplus of politicians. In which case, if they're looking for governor in one state, you have like 15 people who are qualified and who are good, who mean well. That was the enjoyment we had in Second Republic. Second Republic was our golden era. Because if you don't vote for Zik, you have Awo. You don't vote for Awo, you have Aminu Kano. You don't vote for Aminu Kano, Awo Asir Ibrahim. If you don't like that one, you have to deep wait. So we have a surplus. But now you can't find a credible person. Even when I recruit in my state, when we're looking for candidates, I was doing interview. I had to do psychiatric analysis that this person is the way a human being at all. So, and all of that. So, more people are not ready to do politics. The forefather, I don't know if I call forefather now, say, forefather, come back, come and run for Senate. I don't know whether he will accept. So, but you need to get people who will now come and do it. So that is what we need to do. As I'm talking to you now, I'm supposed to be in Amsterdam, coordinating an arbitration. Not arbitration. But I can't go because I have to deal with the issue. So people have something to lose, have to abandon it and come home or stay somewhere and then overpopulate, give the populate option. That was why I commended Olumide Akpata. Because if he hadn't come out, they would have said in Edo State, this was the chance we would have elected somebody. But you see, we didn't see anybody. So we need to have like 10 of that. So that at the end of the day, majority of the people on the ballot will be people who are good on their own. That either way, even if you take the third best, is he a decent human being who wants to serve you? And that was what we used to have before. We used to have primaries of many good people contesting against each other. That if you look at this one, they're all good people, just contesting against each other. But now we have the opposite. The good, the bad, the ugly, the terrible, error, terror, and horror contesting against each other. So anyone you choose, you are doomed. So this is the closing word that this is what we need to talk about now. That we need to change our politics. We need to bring people into the political parties. And I know they are going to cancel many political parties. That's their plan. They are going to delete so many political parties now. But we need to start to talk. And once we do that, our politics will start to repair itself. And then all other things we want to put on top will be on top of a government that is functional. Right now, you cannot go to a commissioner in your state and say you want to discuss. They don't know what you are discussing. They don't have any mandate. You go to local government chairman in your community, they don't have anything to tell you. They have no answer. I have 2 local governments in my town. I've not met the new people they put there now. But people who were there before. Once I arrive, they will come to me like I am Minister of Finance. The local government chairman will say, this road is bad. How can you help? This one is there. The governor has stolen all their money. So they don't have any money. So they will come to my compound to come and borrow tractor, come and borrow equipment. They collapse as a government. So we need to rebuild all of that. Once we do that, you don't have to tell Nigerians. They will be formulating things on their own because they will be well fed. Their children will go to school. All this anxiety that is making them to go psychotic, become extremely spiritual, they're looking for miracle in every corner. They will realize that if you just work in an office, before now, and I will conclude with this, anybody, if they don't remember, you can ask their uncle. A family just needed one person who work in NEPA, or work in the university, or work anywhere in government. One person. That family will escape from poverty. Because your sister's children will come and stay with you, so they will go to free school, they will use staff bus to carry them to their... So everybody will just stay in that uncle's house, or auntie, whoever it is. And that person would... Right now, there's no such anchorage. So how are you going to develop? If you go to any school, library, all those things were taken for granted. So when I was writing my school sat, I had top A in economics. How did I have top A in economics, among others? When I was writing my school site, I went to a library by my uncle. Just power him, he had the library in my town. So I went to the library, started reading. That library has books for economics up to PhD. And that library for secondary school people. So I started reading, I started having a headache. At the end of the day, when I look at the back of the book, it said for Masters of Science in Economics. And I was in secondary school. So no school has library. No school has teachers now. So these are the things. How can you have a society without teachers? And you say you want to build technology, you want to build, it doesn't happen. No, I don't want to talk about NDO. If I talk about NDA, you say I'm undermining them. I don't want to talk about NDA at all. So this is what is driving me into this exercise. And all of us can come together, at least introduce our people to what good politics is about, and the quality it takes to be a good politician, and what it means to be a politician. And once they understand that, we will have a better future. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. Thank you so much, Prince Adebayo. It's a wonderful thing to have you today, and we appreciate all your time and commitment, and we're going to call on you very soon to come back. I think our people, what I enjoy in this is really in-depth conversation. That's what we provide on this platform. Because on TV, when we see you and other people, you are given 30 minutes or 15 minutes to talk about things. And I think we have this extended time on this podcast to hear in depth real experiences of people who have been there and who know what's going on down there in Nigeria. We appreciate you, and hopefully you'll join us again next time.
Thank you very much.
All right.
God bless Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we review what happened today.
Thank you to all of you who thanked me for freeing Omoyele Sowore after my boys arrested him at Lagos Airport. I am a very nice man, but warn him not to try any nonsense on October 1st. Tell him that I am not Buhari. If Buhari showed him Shegai, I would bring down Shango on him. For those disgruntled elements in Nigeria and abroad looking for me and asking, where in the world is Bola Tinubu? I hope you saw me in Maiduguri feeding the displaced and doing my job as president. Did you see me, Rufai? What about you, stupid doctor? Damages? Are you happy now? Nonsense. I'm able like you. I was busy getting a well-deserved rest in King Charles's GRA. then all of you restless and hopeless people won't mind your business. My plan was to go from the UK to the US for the United Nations General Assembly in New York next week. But you kept running your months on social media. And European leaders started looking at me as if my head was not correct. They said Maiduguri, my country, was underwater. And I was in London enjoying a 24-hour power supply, kebab, fish, and chips. Who paid for my trip back home? You. Next week, I will pack my things and head to the US. Who will pay for it? You. Behni, you cannot stop me. Pennywise, pound foolish, all of you. Wait and concern me. Until next week, I am the Jagaban. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where might is right and war. Have written. Some have called me, begging me to make Reno Omokri my new press secretary. Ide Craze, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am rejecting Reno for that sensitive role, not because of all the nonsense things he has said about me in the past. Having worked with Femi Fani-Kayode, I know his type. The fight for daily bread determines their side at any point. I am okay with that lifestyle. We politicians are nothing but glorified buccaneers. What I cannot stand about him is the security report that said he used to beat his ex-wife. Call me anything you like, but I never raise my hands on a woman. What kind of weak man does that? I can tell you that it is worse than being a male ashawo or even a drug dealer. So please, Nigerians, stop calling or writing to me about Reno. I am desperate for favorable media coverage, but as Jeffrey Archer said, there is honor even among thieves. He should stay where he is and keep dealing with Peter Obi for us. I like it like that. That has been another episode of 90 Seconds Plus with the Jagaban. Until next week, God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where
Chukuna malugo yo biadi ocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fege meo Nuche chukwa busia ifege meo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solea Mano agaranya mua Oboye afyozi enipa kwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezi olisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we peluge peluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wane Nikadie zibohimo
Right, welcome back everybody. It's been a long day. Thank you so much for joining us. I just want to get a few review from people who are here, and then I'll hand it over to forefathers. All right, let me hear from you, Mahecho. I know you are You've been venting on the comment section.
Pass to the next person. I'm not ready yet.
Yeah. So what?
Pass to the next person. I am not ready yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. Loco P, how are you?
Well, sir. Happy Sunday, sir.
Yeah, it's Monday over there, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you, not to me.
Yeah. So did you?
Funny enough, I didn't. If I tell you, I've been out all day. I didn't even listen to anything at all. I was just checking for comment for news before I go to bed, and I saw that you guys are still online. I said, okay, let me just pop in to see what's happening. I didn't even hear anything at all. You guys saying.
All right, let me go to Amadioha. Oh no, before Amadioha, let me go to Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince, how are you?
I'm okay, Dr. Damages. First and foremost, hello, from HR. And then the UK people, you guys don't sleep for real. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because
What keeps you guys up?
we are more Nigerian than you people.
Eh? You guys love America, so say una no dey sleep at all.
Love America.
We go sleep, una dey awake. We go wake up, una dey awake. And forefather, do you listen to reggae music? Have you ever heard about Bob Marley's song? You know, when you fight and you run away, you come back to fight another day. Hey, which one is you want to fight and finish the fight today? It's not gonna end. Eh? And I've told you, I have somebody in the senior in the military intelligence. I'm telling you, it's not a joke. I will recommend you to him, so that you can help Nigeria. You will be a good analyst or whatever to them. They will really like you, so that you guys see what the security looks like. Dr. Damages, it was really, really awesome. I didn't come on board. However, I listened all through. In as much as I don't agree with everything he said, but most of the things he said make sense. And it really, 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 it's really, really touching. The only place that I kind of disagree with him is in the sense of when we keeping the blames on the what do you call it, the populace who goes for election. These people are tired. They are tired. I'm telling you. I think I talked about 5 people yesterday, and all they keep talking about is school fees. What is it called? That rent. They don't even have food in the house, and all that kind of a thing. So at the end of the day, you see the reason why they will even accept the 10,000 probably to, in order to cook soup that day and eat that soup. However, just like Ovie is happy, I've told him, I said, when it starts happening, when it starts going south in Edo State, he shouldn't come here and complain. We'll congratulate them. That's okay for me. So in a nutshell, it was a good day. I really enjoyed the interview. Yeah.
Thank you, Mazi Prince. Uzo.
Doctor, welcome back.
Yeah, how are you?
Mr. Prince, one prince left, another prince came back. Forefather, well done. You really try. He keep the conversation going. He push harder, and we got some informations. Like I listened to what Prince said. He was good today. Last time he came, he was not good as this. So last time he came, some people was so angry. But today he was like, I started changing my mind after today. Last time he came, people were like, are you even a presidential candidate at all? But this time around, he really made it. He made it to the last. And Fafara always push him, and he keep on dealing it. We all enjoy that. We enjoy that. And what I want to say is about the day election. The election come and gone. What he says is right, though. People that mostly that come to vote is people that connect converses or some people that they give money. I know people are calling Edo State. Some of them didn't even know they are voting. They're just in their house sleeping. I was like, why don't you go and vote? They say vote for who? So that's the situation we find ourselves. Most people have lost hope, especially after the 2023 election. Most people have loved to. As what Mr. Prince said, if they don't come out to vote, the rigging will continue. That's what the points I understand. If people don't come out to vote, rigging will continue. But when the numbers are much, it's very hard for them to rig. I wanted to answer him question, but I was not able to. I was so busy, I was not listening, I was able to come. But no matter what are we going to do about the question that I know yesterday during the Voice of Nigeria, I was thinking to raise, somebody asked he asked the Electoral Commission, that the ANEC chairman, about the ANEC chairman. So what are you doing about him? Because it doesn't matter whatever they do. If Tinubu is the one that will appoint whoever is going to be ANEC chairman, they don't labor in vain. He already told them they labor in vain. The man will still tell them the RF, what tablet they use. Somebody that download everything downloadable there. It's not spirit. Somebody can stay in his room and change every figure in there. So they don't think, of course, it's not more manually. Something cannot be done. As far as the ANEC chairman is still be there, I don't think that there's any medicines that are going to work. 2037 is just a walk in the past. So Tinubu was not a president, and he did everything he did. Now he's a president, and people are thinking it's going to be easy. He wasn't a president. He wrapped himself in the mud to become a president. Now he's the president. He don't need to work himself in the mud. He just sits on top of the mud and control everything. So my question was supposed to be, what are they doing about the ANEC chairman? Is he really unlike? Is he really an independent electoral body, or just a one party, like a party body, a part of APC? The way I see it, the part of APC that they will tell you who to win or who not to win. If it's me, I cannot appoint you as an ex-chairman and make me lose an election. It's only Jonathan that did that. I don't think anyone can do that. I put somebody as an ex-chairman, the person make me to lose an election. It's not them. They're all loyal. So I don't think, and whatever you didn't answer the question yesterday, how Nigeria is going to do that, I don't know. If by electoral body, by the House of Rep, how they're going to bring somebody that's going to be the electoral INEC chairman that will be independent, that will not be a party member. I know all the INEC board commissioners, they're all APC party carriers. So how do you expect them to not to rig the election? So that was my question I was supposed to answer him. So if they are doing anything about that, because whatever he and she already do, or whatever they want to do, if the ANEC chairman remain to be appointed by the party in power, they can't do nothing. They just nothing they can do. So and I also want to ask him, he and Showore, are they trying to work together? Because are they going to work? I want to ask him that. That's
okay.
just it. Thank you.
Uzo, thank you so much. Mama Echo.
You see, you men, you fathers, when you talk like this, it is a shame. You want us and my children to respect you people, to honor you people, and you fold your hand and cross your leg and eat ukwabi and allow my children's destiny to be on hold. And you sit here and tell us he's in power. There's nothing we can do. You people should be ashamed. All Nigerian men, home and abroad, be ashamed. Because if you want to claim headship, because Bible says you people are the head of the house is destroyed. Instead of working together with your wife and children to see how we can deliver our children's destiny in their hand, you people are here singing a song that does not make sense. And I want to ask you people, is it the kind of Nigeria you want to live for your children? Is it? Is it? All the money all of you have compared to whatever Jagaba is stealing, which one is more? Oh, you people can put your money together and your strength and your might and your intelligence together to fight for my children. Shame on you people. Whether you people like it or not, myself and my children, we are orphans. And as orphans, we will stand in strength and unity and collect what rightly belongs to us. So you can sit in your chair and drink your beer and supply water and whatever you call it, and cross your leg and let Jagaba turn the destiny of your children to nothing and go to the grave and be happy. Who is Jagaba compared to the intelligent and good men of Nigeria, home and abroad? Because you people refuse to, you don't want to walk in unity, you don't care about these children. The one you born in abroad, if you don't repair Nigeria, you know who they are? Born throw away. Did you understand? If you don't repair Nigeria so that they will have a home where they will call a home, the children are born throw away. All of you that build mansion at home, it will be a waste. It will end up in your relative. Meanwhile, the culture we come from, you build those things so that your children can inherit. Is it the children you get birth here and you don't want to repair Nigeria so that they go home and live in a comfortable and peaceful environment? See, me and I go wear one trouser for this matter. I will force you to do that you are supposed to do and you don't want to do it. Because my children, you told them when they were young that they are the leaders of tomorrow. You see that leader, they go become by fire, by force. Jagaba does not own the world. Abacha did the same thing. But he that sitteth upon the throne did the wonder. So if you people cannot do it, me and my children, like a bunch of broom, we will sweep these wicked people away. All of you that Prince Adewale, now Dr. Damage, I not make me come meet you. You they tell me, say, those when you collect food, collect this thing in Edo, you don't know what they should do it. When they weaponize poverty, when they some of them came there, they are not eating for days. And they now give them money to buy common bread. You said they shouldn't take it. What have you people done? You Nigeria, home and abroad, what are you doing to uplift this situation? To give them fish, you give them fish to eat every time, and you think you are doing something? The best solution is to teach them how to fish, give them hook to fish, and show them river to fish. How many of you are doing that? You love it when they call you to give them fish every time. Oh my shell. Una men, now me go trouble now until you do the rightful thing. Jagaba and his cohort must be overthrown. Gather yourself together with your brain and intelligence. What are the loopholes? What did they do? What are they doing? What can we do to strategize and counter it? That should be your discussion, not the possibilities you discuss with me. Because my children, they deserve a better Nigeria. They are supposed to be the giant of Africa, but right now, they are not the giant of an ant. And my children deserve to make their country the giant of Africa indeed. And you men, wake up, because I will trouble you people until you do the rightful thing for my children. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mama Echo. I will hear Forefathers and Pansat and I leave. Forefathers.
I didn't think you were going to grace me with a statement again after that long period that I spent. I really appreciate it, Dr. Damages, and I thank the Prince for coming over. Is okay? Prince is his name or is a Prince? I'm a bit confused.
No, he's a Prince.
Okay, the Prince, yeah, for coming over and indulging us. Yeah, I think something is beginning to dawn on me now that the consciousness of our people is not where it needs to be. That's a serious problem. And I'm beginning to, because when you ask certain questions, something that for foreigners it will be like, for us it doesn't come like that. We just see things differently. We don't think that we somehow, for some reason, we don't feel like we have the responsibility to actually protect our people's lives from every threat, not the ones, everyone out there. It's almost as if the only thing we see is Benin Republic, this in Benin, Cameroon. I don't understand. It's not only him. It's not only him that has said that stuff. Oh. They all say it. The same thing. Now, where did they get that kind of education that we think that that is where the world ends? I don't understand it. So that is what I came away with. But I hope that the conversation has moved for both of us for that, because he made some points that, you know, a lot of people got information about what's happening in West Africa, the sub-region, and you know, some of the way he described the way our forces work within amongst themselves. Even if those things are true, it still doesn't negate the point I'm making. Yeah, and I think when we make these comments, it's like somebody saying we need a new constitution, so we cannot go to school today. No, you still need to function. You need to fix things so that things actually work. Even if you need a constitution, but you still need to get the nation to work right now, because those people that are suffering are not going to thank you and wait for the constitution to be rewritten. Because when you write that constitution, it's not going to solve the whole problem. So even if you try to solve the corruption today, there will still be corruption. In UK, there's corruption. In America, there's corruption in the police. So it's just the level of corruption that is tolerable for a nation. From my point of view, we don't have zero security, and that's another thing that came out from the conversation. So his own perception of Nigerian security is that our police force is doing only 10%. But I don't see it like that. I see that they are doing 70% or more, even when they don't arrest anybody. Just because they show up, they help solve the problem. You know, like old school problem where they say, "Oh, you do this one, you do this one," everybody goes home. Do you know how many cases that has happened like that? Or the case that somebody said, "I'll call the police," has led to that problem being solved in Nigeria? Remove them, then you find out that there's nothing else. Then you find out that whether they are protecting the streets or not. Why do you think there are now armed robbers everywhere? You think it's because the bank put only this in every the security in their banks? The bank don't have security forces to fight this in robbers. So they are doing a lot of work, and I know people. Not somebody tell me. I know people that has worked with them and perished, and nobody heard about them. And that's why it's a little bit offensive to hear people saying they are not doing anything. They are stressed. They are not funded. They don't have the right manpower, and they don't have the right support. Then what do you expect from them? Do a good job. Get them the right manpower. Get them a decent education. Even with this manpower, even with this living standard that they have, that we all keep complaining that this living standard is bad. Do you know Nigerians still have to bribe to join the police? So how is that the main problem? Why you don't want to recruit? Recruit them, let them go and do their job. Even if some of them are still corrupt, many of them will still go and secure the country. That's my own take. And the same goes for the other security forces too. So I'll leave it at that. I don't want to go on too long. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Pansat, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. How are you today?
Very good.
And the rest of the panelists here, Mama H.O., Local P, Mazi Prince, and forefathers, and of course those who are in the comment section. Rudolph, I didn't come in so I could talk to you. Your guest today, I've encountered him a couple of times, one on your show here and one in on another platform. While we are trying to be Democrats and try to make our country better, it's good that when you have a guest who is a walking contradiction, right? It's a prince, like somebody just said right now. He's got titles. It's a monarch. It's contrary to what we're doing. We're democracy, right? So, for example, here in the United States, where we copied our Constitution, let me post Article 1, Section 9, which states very clearly that somebody like that who sought to be president and probably has such ambition, I think it's now, as they come and to face us, we should start educating people like that. In his case, is an attorney, and he should know better, right? You want to be a monarch? Edo people, they do the same thing over there. They're monarchists, but our constitution clearly states that we are a republic, whereby all power, all kinds of things emanate from the people. Now, there's a big chasm between those two things. It looks like it's not important. It's very important, but I'm not going to dwell on that since I know you're ending your thing here. Now, I'm very disappointed in the results from Edo State because it's no longer one of those things that will come here. We talk, as you see, our Mama H.O., who's hot by this, and rightfully so, chastising us men are not being men. But I want people to understand we're not going to go on like this forever. A lot of people have described that country as a zoo. That's what it is. A menagerie. It's a zoo. You can't keep doing the same thing expecting a different result. This Tinubu has soft power. He's not a dictator. He doesn't have any military background. He couldn't do anything by coercion. He cannot coerce Nigerians to do anything. He has no power in that area. He merely co-opts rather than coerce, right? Shaping preference by corruption. Our military is corrupt. So those of us who are fighting to build our country, we have to make a decision. We cannot go on talking about protesting without our military. The military is not how do you say something? It's indivisible, right? It's not a monolith. That military is divided just like the rest of the country. We have to educate them to understand that we're going to need their help to rescue the country. They're going to keep doing this in front of us. This is not rigging up an election. This is just saying, you stupid bums, get out of here, and they'll do whatever they want. They're not rigging the election. They're taking it. And this particular Tinubu is one glaring example. He's not a military dictator. So I want us from today, as we discuss these things, we have to have a mutiny. I know you don't want to hear it's your platform, and I respect your rules. There are certain things you cannot say, but we need a mutiny in the country. Let those who have, let the Yorubas, let their armies fight our own army. If what we want is a republic in Biafra land, that's what we're supposed to get. Our soldiers and that Nigerian military should know that's what we want. We're going to have to solve this problem this time once and for all, because it's stupid going on an election now. Let me conclude, because I know you have to go, by talking to people like Mazi Prince here, who I agree with politically, right? You see him showing up his face because he's going to say, I've come again, right? But what I'm saying to you is this, Mazi Prince. We cannot keep dreaming. When people from Igbo land, Southeast, they say, we want to sit at home. And you laugh and you go, oh, if you sit at home, then these people are just gonna go there, vote for their people, and you didn't vote, so they're gonna take it. No, we have to sit at home, because actually, if all Nigerians from the Igbos, Yorubas, Edos, Hausas, the progressive, if we sit at home, all of us, then we're gonna halt the country so we could start afresh. There's no need to protest. So you're gonna have to give those people respect who don't want to tell you what to do. Now, I'm taking it upon myself to tell you, since you cannot figure it out yourselves. Those people sitting at home are people doing it the right way. It will cripple that country if you sit at home. You don't have to go out of march, do anything. You have the right to sit at home. You don't have right to commit violence. You don't have right to break the law, but you have the right to sit at home, so that we could talk it over. That's what I want. I want all of you to apologize to those Biafrans. IPOB. That's who's got it right. You got it wrong. You go out there, you vote, and they sit there and they take the election from you. They're not rigging the election. They're saying, what can you do? So please, let's try to, from tomorrow, when we'll assemble again, let this not be a stick. We just come here talking. These guys are not smart. They're not going to change anything. They go there and they take it because they keep counting on one thing. We can never all work together and do the right thing. So we know what the solution is. We're going to have to sit at home. Don't go protesting anything. It's stupid because they have guns and they're violent. But if you sit at home, every house sit at home. Sit your ass at home. Yoruba, sit at home. Igbo, sit at home. Because we don't have a constitution and these people are violent. And we let me, by the way, Rudolph, let me conclude with this because this is where you and I come in. We don't do the necessary work that needs to be done here in the United States and in Britain. We have to work hard to get these people to understand that we've had it up to here. We need allies in this fight in Nigeria because it needs to go down. We need a mutiny. If the rest of those people don't want to do it, I'm talking to the Igbo soldiers, Igbo police officers. We need a mutiny in the country. Let the Yorubas come and fight our soldiers and us. Let the Hausas come and fight us. Let the Edos come and fight us. We cannot be paying for an army and you just believe that it's a northern army. It's not. We have a lot of soldiers there.
All right.
Our people. And then we need the diplomacy. We're going to help with the diplomacy here in the United States. We need to solve this problem. Yeah.
You're the ruling man. Let me just restate that we don't advocate any kind of violence or any kind of mutiny on this platform. Whatever view you're expressing is your view. On that note, I have to take my leave. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you, everybody that joined me. I will hand it over to Forefathers to take it up from here. Thank you for watching those at home. On October 6th, Dele Ogun will be here with us. I hope it will be fascinating as we had today. And next week, next Sunday, we are going to have a very special guest. I don't want to announce the name until I do the final confirmation. But thank you again for joining me. I'll see you Saturday. Take care.
Thank you. Well done, Dr. Rudolph. Almost 9 hours. That's not easy. Amen. Well done. Okay. Let me thank the people that donated, to the session so far. Oscar Blackbone, I thank you for your donation. That is $5. That is very useful. Dr. Damages needs the support. A for real, $2. We appreciate it. A for real, thank you for the donation. And Oscar Blackbone again, thank you for the $2, and then you get Tope O with the $20. Is it Canadian? No, it's not Canadian dollars, it's American dollars. Thank you, Tope O, for the $20. And as always, Mazi Prince is always present. Mazi Prince, thank you. We really appreciate it. That's a lot of donation from you. And sooner or later, one of these days, we are going to say, Mazi Prince, Tope O, take a breather. Let the others donate. The others, you are all over 100 watching. You guys should help the channel so that it can grow. The damage has a lot of plans. We need to support the channel so that it can grow. And, there's a lot of work being done, a lot of good work from KJ, Show, everybody. They are going on TV. They are doing a lot of good work. So support the channel so that the channel can grow. And they are going to do a lot of things. A lot of people are going to be coming on. You guys are going to be surprised. All the other channels will be struggling to get the kind of... As a matter of fact, now they struggle to get the kind of guests they get here already. So support the channel so that the channel can grow. Thank you, Emmanuel Johnson. I hope I don't miss you with your US dollar. US dollar, that is very good currency. So the pounds, I'm still looking for the pounds people. We need to see it. We know there are pounds people there. They don't know I do. All right. Let me carry on with the show. Let's get on with it. Okay, if you want to call it a show. Lokopi, have you said your piece about the guest? What you heard so far?
No, that was my opening statement that I didn't. I wasn't around at all.
You missed it. Yeah, you missed most of it.
I missed everything. I already just turned on my TV to check out so that the show was still on. The damage was still there. So okay, let me just pop in.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. Okay. AY, you saw most of it or just snippets?
Yeah, just snippets really.
Okay, what do you make of what you saw? Not much.
Honestly, I was not paying attention. I was just busy all day, to be honest. I was on a road trip kind of thing. I was just listening here and there, but I don't think I have enough information to comment on what he said. The only part I really noticed when he was discussing the election, it seems he doesn't really understand what was really going on there. So I know I've been listening to a lot of people with emotions here and there because they think they can dictate for Edo how they should vote. Like last week, couple of weeks ago, I've explained it, what is going on in Edo, but some people never wanted to accept it. But it happens, but it is what it is. Hopefully, the politicians are going to learn from it.
So your prediction did it come to true? That's
correct.
For
yeah,
100%. You knew. Okay.
Not only I actually analyzed it how the people were gonna vote. That was exactly what happened. Unfortunately,
can I query him? Can I ask you questions on that point you're making? That will help you elucidate your facts. If you made a prediction, and I believe you speak like that, you don't come out and say I'm making a prediction, right? So first of all, there's two options so far with the results. It's either they rig the election, the central government, APC, or Edo people are stupid, right? That's the two choices you have. Either they rig the election, or Edo people are just stupid punks over there. So which one? Hold on. So which one are you? No, okay, wait. You cannot tell me that a candidate who doesn't make himself available to talk to the people, to go about, talk to the press. I've never heard him speak, and I paid a lot of attention there. And then you have APC who's ruining the entire country, who's not popular at this time. Then you have a candidate who didn't talk to the citizens of the residents of Edo State. So he ends up winning an election. So either he won it the way you're predicting based on his own merits without talking to the citizenry, which makes them stupid.
So
or they actually didn't vote for him and they're smart and they didn't vote for him, but it was rigged. So which one is it? When you predicted it, which one were you predicting?
When you use this kind of word, it becomes difficult to have conversation with you. You gotta withdraw those stupid things before I can comment on your.
Okay. AY, that's now. You are the meeting now. AY, don't do this.
Okay.
No. For I think what AY is saying, like the comment he used, the word he used. Stupid,
you can't be calling
withdraw the word stupid.
And
they didn't say that he used the word stupid.
I have discussion with you.
Are you choosing? Are you if
Pastor use the word? I missed it.
No.
Pastor.
I did not use the word. Listen.
Take that word back. Stupid.
Be quiet. Let me explain to him. Right.
Pastor, you were not at the meeting now.
Hold on. I was at the meeting, but let me tell you something. What I said was that in a situation where a candidate did not come out and tell people his program, who he is, and he's dodging the state and the residents. He has no respect. So in a situation where those citizens know that for a fact that he didn't do that and they voted for him, then they're stupid, of course. That has it's not calling them stupid. Hold on.
But the voters are stupid, not somebody on the panel.
No, not
No,
somebody. I'm saying if the voters, will you be quiet? You know this local P is
okay. Let's look.
Let me land.
You finish, Pansa. Let's
No, let me land because you already said something.
Pansa, you will say what you need to say. Let's look. Just add to
landed
it.
several times, right? You are just repeating yourself. All what you said.
No, you're repeating yourself.
And I think AY understood it. You understand? What AY just said, you simple. That for you to make a comment like, okay, it's either they are stupid or this and that. Now he's now saying before you reply your comment that you would draw that word.
I'm not gonna. Of course, I'm not gonna because let me
no
explain to you.
Look, I'm not taking sides with Pansa, right? But if he said either, it's a conditional statement.
No, you're not
it's not saying he's not calling them. He's not calling them. He's not calling them stupid.
Apache, listen. Try to read people. Try to study people, right? When somebody is taking subliminal shots at you, you know. Not to me, but
it's not. Is it to anybody on the panel?
No, not to the panel. No, not to the panel. Not to the panel. He knows what he's doing. Trust me. He knows what
of course, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Maybe at the loss. Okay, let me get this clear. Let me just get this clear. So even when they don't insult people on the panel, but they insult people out there, it's not allowed.
I'm not insulting anybody out there. Right?
No, I
did not say people are stupid. That's what you haven't listened to what I'm saying. You're listening to what he's saying, and then you're making a decision based on what he's saying. Mute him now. Let me explain to you what I said. Okay, here's what I'm saying. If you have a candidate go to a populace in an election, he doesn't present himself. It's okay. Here's my portfolio. Here's what I'm going to do for you guys. Here is what I stand for. Here's what I'm against. Right. So that person stays incommunicado. Right. Hides himself, and then that population goes and casts their vote for him. Do you understand what I'm saying? That whatever population it is, if it's in Southeast, if it's in United States, that population is stupid. But if they rig the election, that exonerates the population. It doesn't matter who it is. The point is that you cannot have an election. So AY, after this, then you speak. I'm saying AY said that he postulated some time ago. This is the way election is gonna go. And then it ends up going that way. So I'm asking him what model did he use? Because there's only two choices here. Either that these people did not listen to this guy here Monday, right? And they voted for him, right?
Okay.
Or they didn't vote for him and it was rigged. So he has to tell me what modality did he use to postulate.
You want to
go ahead.
Comment on
you understand?
So I don't want you to interject me, right? So I've actually been saying this even last week. If I think you'll be a couple of the panel where I was telling you APC we are going to win the election. You see, what I see with a lot of Nigeria, too much emotions. Politics is not about emotions. Elections are local. Politics is local. Leadership is about the people. Edo people, one thing I will tell you, Edo people are sophisticated voters. Trust me. Even the 80-year-old woman in Edo, she's a sophisticated voter. I must tell you this. Edo election is not an election you can easily push over. There are issues in these elections that were germane. I will enumerate the issues to you. He has ruled the state as a tyrant. He disobeyed the laws. He doesn't respect laws. He doesn't respect the traditional institution. He doesn't respect anybody. 99%, quote me anywhere, 99% of Edo politicians, they supported Monday Okwewolo from PDP to APC. 99%, I said. The reason is because of the failure of the governor. Edo people, after 4 years, his first 4 years, in 2020, Edo people supported Obaseki with all their heart. Like, They have to tell Oshomole, despite the love they have for him, we don't need Godfather in the state. They voted for Obaseki. How did he pay them back? Obaseki today are the supporter. Nobody can point to any project in Edo State, a capital project that was finished by Governor Obaseki for 8 years. Quote me anywhere.
Wow.
You are collecting. Hold on. He is collecting billions from the federal government. A lot of borrowing going on. He didn't do any project. I will tell you a couple of projects he promised. He promised to build the Gelegele Seaport. He signed all the MOUs. Nothing was done. The Benin Industrial Park, nothing was done. The Edo North Airport, nothing was done. A lot of stuff he promised. The standard hospital that was built by Oshomole, he gave it to private company to manage, and though people cannot access it. Markets were born in Benin. He promised to build this market. He didn't build any of them. He deceived the women. There is hunger in the land. It's not about Aswa Ighodalo. Aswa Ighodalo is a very capable man, in my opinion. He's competent, but the issues in the elections were different. So, Edo people wanted Obaseki out of the state. If he is a foreign body, he doesn't have any house in Edo State. He can't speak his language. So these are issues. Now he's bringing another foreign body.
How long is that talk, forefathers? Let me point of order.
No. I think he's giving us a breakdown. He knows the politics.
No, but it's false now. It's not a breakdown.
Sorry, let's just hear him out.
What's the next excuse to the other candidate?
He's bringing another foreign body that is not connected to the people. That's a problem. And those people, that is why they refuse to vote for Obaseki and Aswa Ighodalo. I think Aswa Ighodalo, if he had come under Labour Party, he would have been able to win the election. But again, the man that supported him was, and those people were tired of Obaseki.
Let me ask, is it not the same PDP that Obaseki is from?
Obaseki moved from, hold on, the first 4 years he was in APC.
Sorry, hold on.
He had issue with all the APC leaders. He moved from APC to PDP. The PDP gave him a platform. He fought with all the PDP leaders, destroyed the structure. As we speak, even in the last election, right, for you to understand where this issue are coming from, in the federal election, PDP lost woefully in Edo State. This is the first time since 1999 PDP don't have a senator in Edo State. APC have 2 senators. Labour Party have 1 senator. In House of Rep, out of 9 seats, APC have 7 House of Rep. PDP have only 1 seat. And Labour Party have 1 seat. So you can see PDP were not even on ground in Edo State. Of course, Obaseki.
No, hold on. Now, the point I wanted to add
will be one.
Please hold on now. Let me just add one thing, because I noticed that there may be a pattern to what happened nationally.
Let me quickly say
hold on now. Let me just add this thing. Is it not the same Obaseki that was throwing his deputy governor around?
Exactly. He's the one.
This division within parties is like a labor, is a PDP thing where they keep dividing themselves. Port Harcourt, River State is divided, PDP.
Hold on. Let me explain to you further. So in PDP, right, there is a legacy group in PDP that is headed by Chief Danobi. Danobi is the leader of PDP in Edo State. He fought Danobi, destroyed the party, divided the party. When his deputy wanted to contest, he instituted impeachment against the deputy governor. Even when the court restored the deputy governor, this tyrant refused
to let him
to work with the deputy governor. So the issue is so much that when people that are not from the state, that don't know what is going on, this man was even fighting the Oba of Benin for nothing, because of artifacts.
Was it a bilateral thing, right? There's a third candidate in the picture. You're forgetting that.
So let me explain to you the third candidate. Hold on. I will explain to him. Don't worry.
I know, but hold on now. How long does he have to speak? Forefathers, and do we get equal time?
Okay, I think they are trying. AY, you're really passionate about this one, though.
Yeah. No. I am. Let me educate you about the Labour Party.
No, but please rule on the time first, forefathers. I have to go in a minute. I have a date.
AY, use 2 minutes to summarize everything.
Okay. I have a date here. I don't have time.
Please, the temperature, the political temperature of Edo people needed an ESA man. They kind of zoned into ESA man to be governor. The APC produced an ESA candidate. PDP produced an ESA candidate. So Olumide is from Benin. This was the issue. So I sorry for Peter Obi. I mentioned it here. Peter Obi should not go to Edo State to campaign because Edo don't operate like that. He can't dictate to Edo who to vote for. If Peter Obi contests again, he will still win Edo, trust me. But when it comes to local election, he needs to stay away. Edo don't operate like that. He can't dictate for Edo who to vote for, trust me.
No,
that was a big mistake.
That is wrong. He's not dictating for. He's just supporting his party candidate.
Yeah,
simple.
but they only scored 10,000 votes. But Olumide is a good candidate in the next election. The issues were different. Edo wanted.
Forefathers, I'm gonna leave because you're not serious.
I'm not so sure that Olumide.
You're not serious here at all.
Olumide is from Benin.
Please, you can leave.
Olumide is from Benin. That was the problem. Pastor, you can leave. You are free to go.
Forefathers, see,
well, this is an Igbo platform, so why don't you go to your people's platform? Right? It is an Igbo platform. Go to your own people's platform.
It's okay.
Don't see that nonsense.
Let's do it turn by turn. Let's allow this in.
Okay, now.
As a prince, you want to make an interjection.
So, see,
what I want to do.
So, couple of things.
Are you recognizing me or what?
No, I'm not.
So, couple of things I want to tell AY.
No, sorry. You can't tell AY anything, no, because he's going to have to answer. But look,
no. Okay. Let me just say this, right? Let me, in general, it's a general thing. Okay, for me, we cannot take because we are angry at Obaseki and then give it to. It's kind of like you are angry at your dog, and then you go and give it to a wolf. That's dangerous.
There is no wolf in Edo State.
Okay, you know why it's the wolf? You know why it's the wolf? Okpebholo is not gonna govern by himself. Watch. In 2 months, he's gonna fall out with all. What's his name?
These are the.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Oshomola will run over him. I'm telling you.
No, you don't understand the politics. You don't understand.
Let local.
We are watching you guys. You guys made your choice, and it's fine. It's totally fine. Whoever you guys choose. But I just want to point something. In Estaco, Ward 19, how come 213 was accredited, but 352 was recorded for APC? What magic is that?
So that one, you go to court and ask that one. So this thing
happened. Jesus Christ.
Both of you let this guy talk.
Let me tell you the truth.
Before
you don't know what happened, right? Regardless of what you are saying, might just be the emotional part of it to say, yeah, because you caught up with that. Look, an APC member know for sure 100% that what Obaseki did was the best in terms of the reforms he did. There are some things you do that you will sink money into, but these are all foundational issues that you just need maybe another governor, or you just need continuity in that system to make all your foundational projects grow up, materialize. You understand? Look, the state was bastardized way back. You understand? Apart from what the Shomile did, which was the surface stuff, the structure, which is civil service, office, analog, whatever, what Obaseki did was to make all those things, reform all those things. You understand? He wasn't working on, let's leave the system, the civil servant system that is rot, the blockage of monies and that is rot. No, let's be doing.
Can you be specific what he did in civil service and how he spent?
You're not listening. You're not listening.
No, be specific. Let people hear.
Just listen now. Let's just listen. I say like he can't want to say, okay, let me do this building that you will still build and will still be no effect in it because the foundation, which is the civil service, is rotten. You understand? What he invested in his time in is all this you're talking about. We say MOU. If you do MOU with somebody, you understand? You can't just expect to start foundation building right now. I'm telling you from an APC perspective, what they said. You understand? The problem he had was he came with a CEO mentality and did not come with a politician mentality. You understand? Him having issue that it must be his way or nobody way. Instead of you to take your people along, discuss with them, let's say we can come to a middle point. There was like dismissing everybody for you.
Now he can go back to Lagos. He's a
hold on. I'm telling you the state of now. For him to dismiss everybody, it must be so he don't want to reason with anybody, not because he's doing wrong. He doesn't want that. He wants to break away from that PDP, APC, the same way kind of system, the same people, because PDP and APC are the same people. He wants something different from those mentality, APC, PD, APC. You understand? Like, let's do something like this, that, yes, foundational. So the civil servants clean 100%.
So for 8 years, it's civil servants.
Hold on, first now. Hold on. When system is rot, listen. When system is rot, you don't do cosmetic projects sometimes. To say, okay, I want to build hospital here, you see it, and you think, yes, it's functioning. Is they have done something? No, that's not stuff. Because that continuity may also kill that stuff. I'll tell you this. Then from the palace stuff, yes, I know it's artifact because he wanted a situation whereby, okay, we can build a place for these artifacts to come. Then it can be a museum where people can go and view and make money from it. That was his thought. But he would have keyed to like, no, reason with the Oba. Let's see what the Oba wants to do. Key in with what the Oba wants to say, then build from there.
So why was he fighting?
No, that's what I'm telling you now. Is this not that it was physically fighting? It was a disagreement.
He was fighting. That was
the fighting with Shuaibu. Hold on now. The fighting with Shuaibu.
Hold
on now. The fighting with Shuaibu was.
Forefathers. Okay, are you aware that he dismantled the Benin Traditional Council to seven? Were you aware?
You know what? I'll make you a deal, right?
I think you are.
I will send Rudolph. I will send Rudolph $1,000 right now if you kick out AY. I will send you $1,000.
I'm sorry, we don't have that
right now. Kick him out. Kick him out so I can talk.
Are you going to drop out for $1,000?
Drop out for 1,000.
Tell him to transfer the money.
Transfer the money. Transfer the money.
I will do it right now. Make it 2,000. Make it 2,000.
Transfer the money.
Pick out two of them. Mama Echo wants to talk. Right?
If you make it to 2,000, I'll log off.
Go ahead. I'll do it right now. Both of them log out. 2,000. Right now.
I'll log off.
No, I'm gonna do it right now. So log them off right now. Okay. Plus, Mama H.O. wants to speak. Right? There are a lot of people here. These two people. Hold on.
We need money. Drop two of them.
I'm showing you the money right here. Right here.
No turnout of voters in the South. You get what I say? Check the amount of people that voted. Are you listening? Check the amount of people that voted in last year's.
Mama Echo wants to sorry, Loco is saying something.
Check the people that voted in last year's election in those
okay, let them give you $1,000. I'll quit.
Let Loco speak.
Remove me and let Loco give you $1,000.
Make it $2,000. I will log off now.
Okay, you make it $1,000 and I'll log off. Make it just 1,000 and I'll log off.
If you drop 2,000, I'll log off now.
No, you drop 1,000 and I'll log off. Well,
no, I'm not betting.
You are the one that brought it up now.
Okay, well, he's not letting anybody else talk.
That means you would have been happy now. The Pansa donating that kind of money.
He loses money all the time doing this.
Okay, Pansa, I'll give you money. Drop 500. I'll log off. Drop 500. I'll log off. Drop 500. I'll log off 500.
Can I say something now?
So anyway,
go ahead,
there was low turnout. There was low turnout in this.
If he's back again, we're here. Others want to talk. These two people, they're liars.
So
their state doesn't have to.
Why is this being a monologue now?
Say something because
Local P, let other people talk. Make this flow now.
They think it's a joke here.
Come wait, see, Tone, have I been talking here since? I'm talking. Somebody disrupting me. You're sure I'm talking.
Okay, sorry.
If I was
I
given the
think
time to
yeah,
speak now, then
Logo has been
I would
trying to
take
say
your word.
something for a while.
Because
To
I've
be
been
fair.
trying to say something, I'm still talking, yes, but other people, so that means I'm not saying anything because even if I'm talking, I'm making noise. It says I'm making noise, I'm not saying anything because other people are talking. You understand? So, AY, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say to you, right? Check last year's election, the presidential election, the state result. Check yesterday's election result. You see that there was low turnout. People did turn out because it was frustrated.
True.
People like they fought both of them because of what happened last year.
Because
Many people say they were not going to
both
vote.
of them. I agree.
Yeah, that is what the election which is the Edo North. No, sorry, that was what Oshomole took advantage of. He makes sure that in Edo North, even if they're low turnout, he's going to do what he's going to do there. Then in Edo South, the people you can't control them. They are master of their own men. You understand? I know when I was doing this election, I belong to many groups in Edo State because of university ties and whatever. Many people were in beer parlor drinking. The booze, like for what they create, record for, go vote for who? Those bastards.
Fathers, I beg now.
Nobody ready to
why
go.
you doing this?
So
Why you
the one
doing
you see,
this?
like they hated the Obasa kids and that. Yeah, it was only the people he was so-called fighting with.
He will face EFCC after. We tell EFCC how
you understand? See, and
Okay.
nobody's APC told me.
Let
He said,
others
if
talk.
Thank you. Try to round up.
no problem for that. Thank you for that. If Obobole want to shine, if you work with the people that he met in Obasaki's office, whatever, or maybe the project he was like, Obobole will shine like a star. But if you decide to do what governors like, no, start your own project or whatever, Obobole will fail. I'm telling you this from an APC perspective. Thank you very much.
I didn't know you were a member of APC. That's good.
No, I'm not a politician. I'm telling you.
Really? Okay.
Let me go ahead and yield. Let me yield to Mama H.O. and then.
Yes, Mama H.O.
I have to respond to those two, but let me yield for now. Let the conversation move around for a minute.
Please, Mama H.O., go ahead. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you. And all of you will pay for making me to raise my hands for too long, and it's paining me. Having said that, I am not trying to insult our men. I'm only trying to challenge you people to wake up to your responsibility. And if using the word shame on you is bad, I withdraw it. But if you people don't do it, me and you people wear one trouser. You see, in my journey of life, if I see all the challenges ahead and I give up, I won't be where I am today. My father was my main reason of becoming who I am today. He was a peasant farmer, and he didn't want us to end like him. The wicked one saw my glory when I was 3 years old. 3 months. Between 3 months to 9 months, which is 6 months, my mom told me I was eating, but I wasn't going to toilet. So it can only be God for me to be alive.
Brother.
My grandmother has to fight a battle. Drop me where she named me Hannah. And say, Lord, I named this girl here. If she die, let her die. If she lives, let her live. She stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 3rd day, I pulled after 6 months. So the journey of my life is not today. My father, who was supposed to be there to make it happen, got missing 16 December 1985. Remember, he was a peasant farmer. My mom couldn't cope with the loss of her husband. So we were left alone to decide our tomorrow. So when people make things look as if it's not possible, it just pisses me off. Because one thing I have learned in my life, first, one with God is majority. Second, when there is a will, there is always a way. If all good Nigerians, home and abroad, make up their mind that enough is enough, we will not continue to let bad people, evil people, take position of power in our country anymore. The shame these people have brought to us, the hopelessness they have brought to our children, turning them to become Boko Haram, kidnapper. What you think these children want to be what they are now? You think that is their desire? But there's no enabling environment. They listen to us. We speak. We are here enjoying the benefit of another man's country. We are here using our intellect, strength to continue to develop their country and maintain their country. And when they sit in the seat of discussion, they say, see these ones. Everything they are using to build their nation, the raw material comes from Africa. And they bring it here, we now help them to use it to make it better. And at the end of the day, we will go and meet them and borrow money. And IMF and the World Bank will not dictate to them what they should do to us because we got to borrow money. The same money we borrow, we will now bring it here to buy car for senator and House of Rep. And use it to send their children to school. Then when their children go back, they will go and work in CBN, choice places. And we are here talking what? I want you people to be angry. Did you understand? Have sleepless night until you put Nigeria leadership in the hands of my children. Without that, me and I go wear one trouser. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Icho. Who is next?
Please, let me just say something real quick, okay? Mama Icho, you're a social worker, right? And pretty much, thank God, I also work in that field. I work with Child Protective Services. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not gonna say, okay, this or that, but we all have it, which is PTSD. However, you keep saying that we're here enjoying and people are there. It's not that if every one of us here tell you what we do to support other people, you understand? I, for one, I take it as I take it like you're offending me by the time you say I am here because I know what I do. I don't have to be violent.
Wait, you are
You understand?
Sir, please, you are misunderstanding me. It's not giving money to them, giving help to them that I'm talking about.
It's not only that, but for now, listen, wait, let me finish. I was saying something before you took a word from my mouth, okay?
No.
Now, everybody have a coping skill. My coping skill is to be happy. I don't have to be because of there's so much going on, and then be hard on myself.
You are misunderstanding me, Prince. First, your house is not first, right? You are not afraid they will come and kidnap you, right? You know, if somebody hits you on the road, you will get justice, right? You don't have light problem, right? You don't have network problem, right? If you are alone and something happened to you, press 911. They will come and carry you, right? Does our people at all enjoy this? So I am not talking about the money you give. It is the environment that this place has created for us that we are at peace. Are you happy? And Nigeria happy that they have to work 3 jobs, 4 jobs because they want to support people at home?
I just told you just now, the last election in those states, I know my friends, my age mate, even those slightly younger than me. During this election, the day paper of the dream bed, they not go vote. You understand? There is no time to vote. So
Yes,
they are
they
sitting.
didn't
They are, hold
vote.
on.
Free
Hold on.
of
They are
free for
sitting at
all.
home.
Can
They are
just jump
sitting at
in
home.
and talk.
It's also enabling those people, the bad leaders, to get into the power. So they at home need to do the bigger job, not we in the diaspora. Us, it can only provide and assist with resources. When it comes to the action, they are the one to take the action. The only action I think we can take as diasporans is to make sure we push for diaspora voting, and that's it. And then that is to say
I think KJ hasn't said anything since he came home.
give them fish or whatever.
Let me say something, please.
Sorry, KJ hasn't said anything. He's a moderator, even he should be allowed. Please go ahead,
Let me
KJ.
say something. Make a nervous. Mama Hecho, thank you for your contribution. And I cannot but sympathize with whatever happened. But let's separate your story from what is going on in Nigeria right now. What is going on, and I use the example of Edo State, and that's where I disagree with Ayo totally. I mean AY totally. You see, no slave who will always wait for his slave master to give him freedom. It doesn't happen anywhere. You have to be the one to seek your own, freedom by yourself. We are talking about a situation where you see three candidates, at least three that we know. You know already that you are in a very dire situation. In your state, you have been in this situation for the past 12 years, counting plus the years of others, Oshomole. Okay? And now you have a reason to see a fresh air. Irrespective of who is going to be there, what we are simply saying that Edo people will have done more by going out all out and making sure that who they want, the person who is there. We know that they may have done that. We also know that the Edo people didn't vote for whoever is declared himself governor now, because nobody who can be in slavery in the situation that Nigeria is now and will go back and still put his hand on that ballot paper says APC. I don't see that person. So what we have simply said on this channel for many times is that as long as the electoral laws still remain the way they were, that caused the presidential election to go the way it is, as long as the cost still remain the final people who declare who should be governor or who should be president or not, as long as the INEC officials can keep doing whatever they want, they can come with a final result sheet. They can decide not to come. They can decide to come at 12 in the afternoon. They can decide to come at 6 p.m. and say they are not going to vote. As long as those things are allowed to play, as long as they can take 43,000 police officers, or security agents to Edo State, and yet there is still violence and disturbance everywhere, that the people's vote could not count. It's going to continuously to repeat itself. I repeat myself. It's going to continuously repeat itself. It doesn't matter who is the candidate coming for 2027, which everybody is looking at. In fact, we are even going to get a worst one. As long as we are able to sit there, Wike appoints his brother as a returning officer, and we think that is fair enough, and we all swallowed it, and we didn't talk about it. Those
quick question.
Constantly, hold on, sir. Let me speak. Those things are constantly going to play out to give us the result we do not deserve.
Yeah.
The truth of the situation. We can't look. Is there anybody who is telling me here that your relative will prefer to just sit in the house when you know that you don't have Gary in your house to even feed your children? You go out. You're not going to sit. So it has to be something that the people must understand, gather themselves, go out, vote, and stay there, just like those people did in Abia State. Stay there and insist that this is the result and that it must be declared. Look,
KJ, God bless you. Thank you.
Listen, I say it again. I said it to Peter when he was there, and I'm saying it again. If you think you're going to come into governance in Nigeria by walking out, with your bag in your shoulder, dressed with suit and tie, you are going to not make it. You have to be ready for the rough fight. You have to be ready to snatch it, take it, run with it. You have to do all that. If you are not ready to fight with these people on their grounds, my brother, no, it's not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. There is some truth
Can I
there.
just quickly reply to KJ?
No.
Mention my name.
AY, people are
1 minute.
because there are many people now.
Okay, go ahead.
That's
I
why.
merely
I
yielded
will
to
reply
Mama
to him.
HO. Could I conclude my
I
remark?
think Tone was next. Obe, Tone is next. but Tone is busy doing administration, but it's all right. Obey, you can go ahead. Tone is not paying attention to what's going on
Okay.
here.
Thank you. I think he just woke up now. Can you hear me?
I'm listening attentively, even though I'm.
No, where I was calling you now. Okay, if you want to say something, please go ahead because it's your turn.
All right.
Okay. Right. First off, hello everybody. You see, when I say some certain things on this here and other places, people insult me. People call me a sort of name, teen soldier and all that, but it's all good because in due time we'll all learn. We'll learn the hard way. Listen, Nigeria has gone beyond all these things that we will come and start speaking big grammar, wearing suits and all that, saying that, listen, KJ, I'm happy that you mentioned something that is ruffle because you're one of the pacifists in the past. I know your language before. Can you why your people think I'm softly. Listen, it has gotten to the stage that if we do not take this violently, these people they are getting bolder and bolder by the day. 2027, we think say we don't see anything. I mean, yesterday, I swear was leading very well. These people literally changed. And the people that were even fighting for will stay here, will stay up most weekends. Will not, I mean, I will have bloodshot eyes and all that. People were talking for this. These are the same people to go, they are collecting 2,000 naira, 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira to vote in. Then we respect titles too much. Like forefathers said some months ago that all these title people, doctors, pastors, and lawyer. I'm a lawyer, you know. I am SAN. They're the most dangerous people. That is our problem. These people need a mindset, a mind change. Buhari kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu, brought him to Nigeria. The same courts, the same kangaroo court we have in Nigeria, surprisingly we found him to be innocent. So now Tinubu is pretending that that Nnamdi Kanu is not in detention. Why are you holding on to an innocent man? And you want us to support your government. Why are you holding on to an innocent man? At least the least you can do is to return him back to the country where you snatched him from. Return him back if you really want peace. Since he came in, has he been to the East or even addressed the nation as a father and say, listen, guys, let bygone be bygone. Yes, I know we did, some of my party did what we shouldn't do and all that, and bring everybody together. And I'm surprised that Imo State people are still allowing this rubbish to happen in their state, that they cannot hit the street. Listen, these people are very comfortable with criminality. Today, I would enjoy people to go and watch because Mayogo does broadcast 2 times at least. He was talking. I never even knew that he set up a party. A few years back and all that. His experience. Listen, we don't even know who is who again. Sometimes you'll be talking to somebody and all that. He might be even an APC and a PDP card carrying member at the same time. How do we want to rescue such people? So my thing is, leave them alone until the thing really hit them. And when they are ready to come out, they will come out. We will support them. Thank God the exchange rate is good. We'll support them with whatever they need. But for me, Tone, to go Nigeria and stick my neck out. Not that I'm afraid. I'm not afraid of DSS. So this is me. I'm not afraid of DSS. I'm not afraid of the soldiers and all that. But for me to go and they go and snatch me, keep me there indefinitely, my young family here will be suffering. I'm not doing that for anybody because the people that you're trying to save, they don't even want to save themselves. They are the enablers. The real rogues right now are the enablers of these politicians, the rogue social media platforms, the people that come to speak from both sides of their mouth. Okay, look at the gentleman that came to speak today. I nearly wanted to come in and said, no, I don't want to. They will say, Tone don't start again, that he wants to cause trouble, because he said some things that didn't just make sense to me. You've been contesting for election, you never won. I know that you're telling me that you're going to win. I don't know what date he said he's going to win. He's sure he's going to be the president of Nigeria. Based on what? Based off of what? Does he have money to rig? Because it seems right now that what we have right now in Nigeria is an election, is a transactional selection. The highest bid. Tinubu has got the money. All he needs to do is to set some billions apart and all that, and he's ready to give everybody 5,000, 10,000. The reality is, the people will vote for him. Peter Obi, I'm sorry, I love the man as a person and all that. He is not going. It's going to be even worse. Listen, I will borrow the word from Mayegu. Please let us all start managing our expectation so that we'll not break down and have PTSD. Thank you.
I keep saying this stuff. Is it not because the other parties are divided? Look at Labour is fighting his chairman. Governor is fighting his deputy. You wonder why they are losing. This is the problem. It's not necessarily the other party overperforming, because even PDP got a lot of votes. When I was checking the records yesterday, what I noticed was that the ones APC winning, they win with larger margin, while the ones PDP is winning with a smaller margin. And that is with the party split. Even in Edo State, they are split in the River State too. They are the ones causing the problems. The question you should be asking is, why are these people that claim that they don't like this current government, why are they not organizing themselves enough to deal with them? But that is another matter. Obe, thank you for joining us. I don't know what you want to comment on. You can pick your topic.
I think it's my state, Edo State. I will have tried to follow up, but I'm at work, so a little time to sneak in and sneak out. So I just get into my break. I said, let me quickly, see what I can contribute. When my heart bleeds, I think now I understand what Passat passes through when he begins to voice out this frustration that the system is bringing upon us. I see Ife saying, let everybody go their way. This West has dawned on me now. Even the fight of Nnamdi Kanu, he saw these things far off that we as begin to manifest now. Nnamdi Kanu has seen it long time ago, that this is just a journey that had no end. I'm surprised at AY. I respect you so much here. You on issues, you stand your ground. You're on the side of equity, fairness, and let's do the right thing. Is this an election? Is that how to rule an election? Obaseki is not a center. I don't even want to hear that it's all about Obaseki. His systemic rot is where I bleed for that country. I went to Nigeria twice last year. I was in Benin twice. I almost tore my passport this night when I see all the nonsense that is happening there. We're here. I was a bank manager. I came here to become a nurse. You know what that means? Left my profession, left all the comfort with a driver and everything, and I'm here pushing carts and giving medication. American dream. All because of this nonsense these guys are doing there. I'm better off. At least now I can know that the money they are stealing, I make it legally. Yeah, and that is the difference between us and them, But for you to voice out that you are clapping for the system that just emanated from Benin, it's a lot more below this channel and below our standard. That means we're not ready to fix that country at all. Benin was just a litmus test that just happened now. Look at how we are beginning to rejoice because the person you had a beef for is losing, and you think they did the right thing. Oh my God, the system, they're not ready, and I think we're beginning to look at it from a different perspective of our interest. Let it not come in. You sure you're going to do election 2026 with this kind of system? Oh my God. Well, I just call everybody. Nobody should even call me to ask me for money again. In fact, I almost came out from my old school group that I belong to, because I just see that these guys are not just ready to do anything for themselves. You know, an election in 2024.
What happened, though? Can you tell us what happened?
You want to know what happened? You want to know what happened?
Yeah, we seriously want to know.
Yeah,
Yes.
explain to the people. I want to know.
Okay. APC happened. Abuja happened. Oshomole and Co happened. Wike and Co happened. Okay? It was not an
They
election.
happen because they are the ones. PDP is fighting itself. So how did the other side happen?
Okay, they conjure results, they conjure paper, they conjure an election, and they went and locked themselves inside and not a result. Listen, you don't need to tell me now. We already got the result.
On ground.
You want? Let me tell you, the fact is that it's not about knowing what is on ground. There's nothing that's on ground that was
Can you
open to
just
anybody.
analyze Edo State the way it is? Analyze the result. Tell us what happened. I need to
What
know.
happened is that the result was conjured. That was what happened, not an election.
From where? From
INEC, Jagaban. Let me tell you, yes. You're asking for evidence? You're asking for evidence? The evidence of wrong. The evidence of a wrong with
AY, let's be reasonable.
What are you looking? You are telling me to look for evidence of the numbers? Is that what you're saying?
Obey, hear us out here. The thing is, there was a PDP governor in office, which makes him an executive governor with a lot of power at his disposal. So he was not exactly sitting there waiting for APC to ruin his chances. So how did the APC manage to ruin it for him and his protege, the person he wanted to win the election? So because
and let me help you. Let me help you, forefather. Let me help you.
Okay.
APC started by winning election by sending 2 armored tanks first and foremost to Adam Shomole's house.
Adam Shomole's house. Thank you.
They took the police helicopter and were around and Edo State, and they brought in the people who they knew they could deliver for them. One of chiefly being the brother of what do you call him now, Nyesim Wike. And then when at a particular point in the night after the collection started, they stopped and said they will continue the morning. And by the time morning was done, it has become voila. It's the same thing we saw in Abuja.
Thank you.
It does no difference. If you go to the IREV, I'm coming, AY, you can respond. If you go to the IREV, you could still see the results. Some of them that are, in fact, some of them are just unbelievable. You know, in fact, I was looking at one. One particular party got only 4 votes. Like 5-6 parties got only 4 votes. 4 votes. Then the one for the winning party will become blown out of proportion. I just wonder, how did just one party got only 4 votes each? First party go 4 votes, then 4 votes, then 4 votes, 1 2 votes, the other one 1 vote, 4 votes, 4 votes, 4 votes in 5 different places. My brother, we go school now. You might, you know.
Father, please give me 1 minute. It's only good you give me 1 minute.
Okay, please go ahead.
The problem of the people that are speaking here, Mr. Obey, it's not that I'm not in line with APC candidate. I don't like him, as a matter of fact. But my prediction was APC were going to win the election for these reasons. I don't even know. Everything don't have to be sentiment. In Edo State today, before the election, let's say on Friday, as at Friday, APC have 2 senators from Edo State. The man that is contesting is a senator in a senatorial district. His deputy is an House of Rep member. In Edo State, as of Friday, APC have 2 senators. Labour Party have 1 senator.
He has said this thing twice. He's spoken 3 times already, right? And he's not saying anything.
Out of 9,
please, let's go to the rest of the panelists so I can speak.
APC have several. PDP
He's
have
talking
only
nonsense,
1.
forefathers,
I'm just
please.
letting you know how the governor destroyed the party, PDP. People don't want to accept. It's the same thing that happened in the federal election. People.
I think that's something we need to be highlighting on, that the other parties are imploding themselves. They are not helping their own.
Can I respond to that then? If you want to respond to that, I can respond to what he just said. Can I respond to what he said?
I think Obey has not finished. Obey and
he's
Ife
asking for
have
1 minute. You give it to him. Why don't you give me 1 minute? It's actually my turn before Mama H.O.
I don't know, man. This
Could you mute
propaganda
him so I
is
can
very
respond
heavy.
to him? Right?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Why do you always feel the need to? Okay, it's all right. Let Obey finish, then Pansa can say something. Then if he can go ahead.
It's everywhere aware that the whole local government of Edo State are all PDP chairman. Are you aware? You are talking of somebody that came from the whole local government. Yes, I'm just telling you. Since you said there was listing, you said two senators listing. You said two senators came, and that is why they won. Are you telling me that these guys won the election? Are you that what you're telling me? Don't you know more than that?
Let me ask you.
They win election because two people that say Abuja came to Benin. That's why the election sweep. What are you talking about? Come on now, stop.
Could you make
Let me ask then.
What are you talking about?
Let me ask this question, because we keep doing this every single election. That every election is rigged, and yet parties change hands. So now let me ask this question: how does anybody ever win any election then if it turns out that all of them are rigged?
Did you see a governor of Abia State election? That is how to win election. Okay? The people voted Abia. Yes, I mean the Labour guy. The people voted. Listen now. The woman was okay. Oh, you mean changing from one party to the other?
Yeah, because all states have changed like that. Most states anyway.
The electoral officer refused to hit to Abuja's call. That was how OT was announced. Don't you know that?
No.
Are you not aware? So what are you talking about?
PDP in Abuja.
Look at you.
The predecessor was PDP. It was Abuja APC. Abuja was APC. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, the woman was pressurized not to announce that result.
No,
I'm telling you. What do you mean? What does understand politics?
You don't understand. There is nobody in Abuja. Alessoti won that election, clean clear. The candidate, the failure. See. Alessoti is the test.
You are using my time to talk. Using my time to talk. Just keep quiet. Come, wait. Come, bros. The fact is that the professor came out and told us exactly what she thought behind the scene before she announced that result. That is the point we are making here. That these things are not like people didn't vote. People didn't vote. How many people are in the donut? Don't you know that the PDP won the Edo South, which is 60% of the population of Edo State? Then you are telling me that the Concom figure that they are going to change, and you are telling me that people voted. 290,000. Is it not conjure figure? It's also a vote. Come on, AY. They are not vote now. They are manipulated figures. That's the point. Papa, I give the floor to Pansad, my dear. Thank you.
And regarding this manipulation of results too,
Obey
it has to be the opposite parties have to participate. No. Let's because it's good that we don't give the impression that this is everything is free willy. But think about it. If you go for an election, the opposite party members or their representatives have to participate against their own party for that to happen, because they all go to the polling station, they all get the results, and they're all present when it's uploaded. So how did they all manage to get rigged too?
Forefather, that is why I told you need to go and listen to my Eagles broadcast this morning. You know what those party rep demand? He said during his own time that morning, the people that were to represent his party were asking for 50K each.
Exactly.
It's all about money.
Of each party has to rig against their own party. That's the only way it can happen.
Exactly.
So but why were you thinking that we are saying that we shouldn't be worried again? Because if the people who are in the situation can be the ones activating the rigging machine for the rich to continue to milk them, then why do you want me to feel
and set up a party that doesn't rig against itself now? What kind of party go and rig against?
Alex Oti explained how he got his results. It was only decided before that time that they were going to vote and stay there. Okay, and it's not the first time that Oti has won election in Abia State. He won 3 times. He was only able to make it to this. This was the 3rd election he had gone to and won. But the other ones, the people were able to rig him out. And so he went and then decided to take that lesson, and apply it in the last one. Now, the same system that he applied is the same system he told the Apata guy. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened, but you see, when the person who has the final authority, it's like writing an exam. When you write your exam, you go home. The person who is going to mark, even your lecturer can give you A. The person who the typist in the office can decide to remove it. Okay? So you have to watch through the process all through. That's what I'm saying. It's not as if you were going to be a walk in the park, but if you are fighting against, if you are wrestling with a pig, you cannot do but get into the gutter. If not, how else do you wrestle?
The only thing I have to tell Adeola is just be ready for Imo State. You see how Imo State is? You guys be ready. Okay? We'll sit here and we'll be watching you guys like a movie. You know? Because what do you call it? Oshomole and Uzodinjo. Oh Lord Jesus Christ.
You see, Fofana, let me say this. I think a lot of people don't really understand.
Come on, you know you've done a lot of analysis, we
keep
value
quiet,
your insight. You've already won the argument. You already predicted it, and you've given analysis. So I know if have you got something to say? I know don't tell us not to bother.
If you can give me your time.
Madam, are you going to give your time? Madam, have you got something to add?
Hi guys. So my question: what is the way forward? Every day we come here and argue and fight each other. I don't know why you people surprised about this situation. Why are you guys surprised about the result? When Tinubu told you people that he can hand over Edo to APC, people thought he was joking. So my question remains, moving forward, what are we gonna do? Obe said, Obe, that was how I felt today, to be honest with you. I felt the same way. I said to myself, anybody that will call me to ask me for money, you're not going to like what I'm going to tell you, honestly speaking. But the question, as all of us are sitting here now talking and arguing and fighting each other, what's the way forward? Because 4 years from now, we have the elections coming up. Sooner or later, Nigeria is going to be one-party government, APC. And when I mean even Anambra self, it's likely going to happen because if Anuba moved to APC, but I was in the convention with him, my people's convention, where he told us that he's going to contest for Anambra state governorship election. 2 weeks have passed. So had it been that he's still alive today, trust me, if Anuba will win that election. So we're not winning election no more. It is selecting election. Because if you're telling me, I don't know what happened in Edo, if you're telling me that PDP lost this election with 50-something thousand votes, come on now, people. When you want to rig, I have some fear of God in you. Don't rig it in such a way that you make other people look so stupid. So we all know what is happening. So where do we go from now? That's my question. Or next week, we're going to come back here and start arguing and fighting each other. The problem is that we are not even serious. When Prince came on this evening, I asked him 2 questions. Do we have a government? He said no. We talked about the dam. I said they have, given the government information that this is going to happen, and they still did not do anything, and they're not going to do anything, meaning that these people don't care about us. So it is time we stand up and care for ourselves. So if you're expecting to get anything from this government or any government, you are wasting your time. So if the masses, if you don't want to come together or unite together, like somebody said something about the slavery, we are not going to move nowhere. The election will come in 2027, it will be the same. And I want to let you guys know we have 36 states. Sooner or later, we're going to have all the governors, APC governor, whether we like it or not. It's not even a choice. It's by force. That's where we are. So let us know that and know peace. So if you are working only 8 hours, fasting your belt, working 16 hours, Obi, you're going to start working 16 hours. Forget about this. If you're working 12 hours, you're going to start working 24 hours. Because, that is the only way forward. If anybody expecting that anything is going to happen, I say me, I no go talk again. As I get comfortable in my house, I pay for my life. I am very comfortable. And I don't feel sorry for anybody in Nigeria, honestly speaking. At this point here we are, I don't feel sorry for anybody. So let we move. I just sit down here, they listen to you guys.
Is there any chance, even if it's 10% or 5% chance that these elections that we are having and assuming that is rigged, let's say even if it was rigged, but the person that won the election is the person that actually got the legitimate support of the people? Is it possible that it could have happened like that?
No, it's not possible. Let me say something. I'm not from Edo, but this Edo election, I learned so much. If you I understand that Obaseki is fighting with Oshomole and all of them fighting each other. But with the current hardship in Nigeria, you cannot convince me. You can never, unless Jesus Christ come from heaven to tell me that, you can never convince me that APC won this election genuinely without rigging. Tell me, how can we say that we have beef? We're supposed to be after this.
Sorry, what is the reasoning behind it? Sorry, let me ask you, what is the reasoning behind why you think APC should not have won? Is it that the PDP candidate was very popular or the Labour Party was very popular?
Let me tell you something. The guy that APC, I mean, come on now, don't stop asking me this question.
I'm a bit curious because I feel like we say this, we don't necessarily say why. We just assume that everything is based on corruption.
I said that APC election, but I mean, it's not even with this.
Father, it's all emotional. I said,
how many registered
they know nothing.
Are you telling me that
what do you know about Edo? If I'm not taking word from your mouth, forefathers, please, can we change the topic? AY say we don't belong to Edo. So it doesn't concern us.
He was born and bred in Edo.
No, don't worry.
You pass. You knew it. You understand it very well.
They are
not explaining anything. No, I don't.
You understand it very well because you are from the state now. You understand it very well. You are in Nigeria.
No, wahala. No, wahala.
You understand it very well.
To be like that of people state
very well. APC is very unpopular in the present day Nigeria. APC is very unpopular. Win an election in an that means it's a final answer. What do you mean? With all this is happening,
my data state,
1,000 naira. You are telling me that APC is popular to win election?
When they cry, say we'll give them a sheriff.
Let me ask Obe, Prince. Okay, Obe, you said APC is very unpopular, and that is true. 100% true. The entire country is very unpopular. But is Obaseki even more unpopular?
I communicated with home before when all these things were happening. So no reasonable person will tell me that an Okpebolo was the way to go. Everybody knew it was a stooge. That's what it is, because it was too. Obaseki did not play the normal politics of sharing money. That is the sin he commits. He did it. That was why Oshomole fell out with him at the first step. He came from a technocrat angle of a business, so he couldn't drop the sharing money to area boys. So he now automated the government system. So he didn't give the Agbero collection of revenue again. So the whole money, he grew the IGRO from about 16 to about 62 billion. That was how he grew, because he collected the money central.
I don't think you're gonna recognize me unless I ask for it, right?
No, Pastor, I really appreciate your patience. But Obe, sorry, AY, Obe, are you saying for 8 years that is his one accomplishment? Do you have other accomplishments of Obaseki?
Oh my God! I sent the link to him now. He built two ethanol refineries. You understand? I sent it to you.
No,
you understand?
You did not.
I sent it to Damage to send it to you.
Let Obe explain now. So he built two ethanol refineries.
We have two refineries. We have two refineries that produce diesel. That produce diesel in those states. Of course, it's business. Government does not have business in doing business. Let me tell you, government has no business in doing business. That's what you should understand. All this NEPA, All this night, where were they today?
But Obey, why do you say that?
I know that when AY is
ethanol
talking, you think
refinery?
it's Mama HO speaking. So
Why do you say
you
that?
see how right he is on this show?
No.
Right?
See,
I was just. I can't. There are so much. I will say the link
Let
to.
me
There
make
are so
my
much.
point. Okay, mute
Yeah.
AY. You don't know that's
thank
him
you.
talking because he got a female's voice right there. Now listen, forefathers, you asked a very important question, and I happen to take the opposite of what Ify said. I believe that people deserve the government they get. That's not original to me. That was Thomas Jefferson. We'll get the government that we deserve. That's period. But I come to you tonight, like I've been doing the last maybe 45 days. I'm not concerned about Nigerians or trying to make Nigeria work. It's not my business. But that's my country. That's the only. I come to it as like a landlord who have all kinds of weird tenants. So I gotta clean them out, clean out the place and rent it out again, or build it myself. So that's the only concern I have about the country. I don't have concern about them starving or having a bad government and all that kind of stuff. I don't care about that. So they do deserve that government that's coming in, and they're gonna feel it this time because they've never done the right thing in that state. I've said it many times. I don't know if you know. On August 9th, 1967, we, Biafrans, we cut through that state, that place, Benin, took it over in one day, right? And made them a republic. Then the Guinness Book of World Record as the shortest living
you can
republic.
talk any
Please meet them. I'm giving you facts. These are facts. Right?
Look, don't come out.
Come back. Hold on.
Okay,
You know, if they don't want to believe it, let me give you a link. There's a link. You could play the video for them now or when I'm done. So you got the link there. So we went in there and we took it over. Now the reason why I'm saying that is this: we want a democratic setting to work. Right? They don't understand that. We have a constitution as shambolic as it is. That's the only reason. That's the nexus between us, me, a Southeasterner, and Edo is because of Nigeria. Without it, they do their thing. But if they don't, one thing Edo has to remember is that if please mute these guys when I'm talking. I posted a link for whatever I said is historical. What I'm saying is that if you don't want to get it right over there, so all the parts of Nigeria will be greater than the whole, then we're gonna go undemocratic. Remember, when we go undemocratic, which means we're gonna come back there and take it over. We Southeasterners established that country. We got independence. It's our country. We're being disrespected. That's true. But historically, you have to know that we've already had a battle with you. On August 9th, 1967, we came in there, took it over, made you a republic of Benin. It's in the history book. So every time, see, you don't know that, AY, when you come here, you're mounting off at us. Like we're Biafrans, what can we do?
What's the point? What's the point now? What's the point?
So my point is that you're given a chance to elect a governor, and they come there and they rig the election. Clearly, they rigged the 2023 election. So when we're talking, you're gonna have people like AOI who's like a troll here, right? All fathers is not being fair to me. He wants to listen to AOI because he's also a minority. That's forefathers. I've said that the problem we have in the country are minorities. Only me and Tone. If Tone is an Igbo man, I don't know. Right? We are the only Wazobia here. You are here smoking away while we're in anguish, agony. Right? Let me land. I'm almost done. I'm telling you the truth because we're brothers.
Well, what did Pastor say?
I'm a
Pan-Africanist,
right? I'm misunderstood. I don't.
Pastor, so you said that really? No, I take it. It's okay.
No, it wasn't you. I talked about Tone.
Okay.
Okay,
good.
Now, what I'm saying though is this, and I'm kidding Tone. Tone is an Igbo man as well, but I'm saying that up here in this platform and every platform. Think about it. Every popular platform is manned by minorities, right? And they won't let us talk. We have no respect. You're over sampled, over represented here. Now, I posted a video so you could look at the historical fact. It's better for you as minorities to adhere to the Constitution and do the right thing.
Yes.
It's not about if you remove it from a democratic setting. I'm telling you now, because I said Ojukwu made a mistake. He went to fight Fulanese and Northerners. Why? They should have cut off their nuts with that South. Right?
Hold on. I think you are not allowed to do this. Pastor, you didn't attend the meeting. Though. What kind of attitude is this, Pastor?
That's just causing problems now. I know there's a lot of people here who want to talk, and Body has come.
You're not allowed to be saying all this.
So what I'm saying is that the rigging. Hold on, let me land now. The rigging has now it's a story. It's got a chronology.
Yeah.
About it, right?
Yeah, wild dog.
Can I land here?
I'm
almost done. Others want to talk. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me not use words that are gonna inflame others. Right? What I'm saying to you is this: we cannot allow what happened in Edo to stand.
Yeah.
Now, I'm appealing to every well-meaning Nigerians. We have to have a coalition of the willing. We cannot let APC keep doing what they're doing. Even the last election, we all know that it was rigged. Why come here arguing, debating with retards like this AY here? Why? I have a date. I left it and I'm sitting here waiting for my turn, only to have AY tell you that APC won the election fair and square. It's not true. Right, right now, we know Obe is from Edo. Hold on now. Forefathers, you have to understand something about Edo, right? Edo has an angle that's very close to Ondo, Ekiti. That's like Okada. You go about Zoa. Edo has one area that's close to Kogi. Hold on now. Igara, right? Fuga.
Yeah.
It's like they're Kogi people. Right? You have people who are close to Delta. Right? Kadimo, that's like Abudu. So those people, and then you have somebody saying that. So what I'm saying is that you have Obe. I said it 2 days ago. I said these are the Edos that are our brothers, like Obe. Someone like AY, first of all, is a Muslim. We have nothing in common here. He shouldn't be on this platform, right? He shouldn't be on this platform. You have no we have our own. We have our own Edo people. We have our own. Right? So we need to form a coalition. This election cannot stand.
We can't have anything in common. We don't behave the way you behave.
We cannot let this election stand. We cannot be speaking about it like it's a foregone deal. I'm sure PDP is going to go challenge this.
You would see Nazi sympathizers in America. Answer than Nazi for Nigeria. Nazi have been a Nazi for Nigeria.
He can't even cross anywhere. He can't even fight.
At least he wasn't exactly very nasty about it this time. There are times when he gets really nasty about these things. So
play the video. Play the video tape. I gave you a video. Play the video.
Let me say something.
Play the video.
That video is too long now.
Hold on. Play the video. You can play the pertinent part, right? Close to the end.
Let me say something, Father.
Hold on now. It's my turn.
No, you can't play video.
I wanted to interrupt you. I didn't. I should have.
Let me give me 1 minute. Give me 1 Pastor.
Okay, 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
You see, okay. One thing that is important. Father, you need to actually moderate this issue. You see, people just come. What I see is exactly what happened in the federal election.
Okay.
People just come.
Father, please mute him now. Let me tell you. I came with a video. I came with a
Hold on.
Mute him, please.
The issue.
Can you mute him, please? It's my turn.
Okay. Let Pastor round up.
Let me round up.
Round up 30 seconds.
The only reason why I am yanking that scab, right? It's like, you have a scab on your knee and somebody come there and they yank it open. That's what I'm doing right now with that videotape. Because these people don't have any respect for Biafrans who are sitting at home. I said earlier, they keep insulting Biafrans who who know far, maybe decades before from what Edo people know, Bini people. Biafrans are sitting at home. All you have to do is to sit at home. Listen to me. Okay, all right. I tell you the truth, and I'm being nasty. I'm telling you the truth. These people are sitting at home, right? Okay, I take that back. No problem. I take that back.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that we don't needs to sit at home because of this rigging of this election. You don't need to go out there.
No,
Yorubas need to sit at home. Those who want to
Pastor, let me ask you a question. Pastor, can I ask you a question?
Forefathers, it's them that they're not letting me talk.
Pastor, can I ask you a question? How many empires do you know in Nigeria? Which empire in Nigeria was the most powerful in the history of Nigeria?
Okay. Now, the other day, over the weekend, I believe I told
I want to see if
I'm going to tell you, hold on now. Mute, let me answer him. Ovie, and I was telling them that there's this thing that Edo people do, Bini people. They say, oh, we made artifacts before the Lord Jesus Christ came. Fine. That's none of my business. Do you understand? Or we were there before the Lord came. That is not the issue. Or the Yorubas will say, oh, we built Cocoa House before other Africans got TV. We built a TV house. That is none of my business. How many satellites are you launching into space today? How many supercomputers are you building? Right? That's what counts. Those artifacts that you made there a long time ago, and the Brits came and took it from you, and they returned. Is that where you're gonna be mad in that past forever? No. We need to get the elections right. That's where you're gonna have to show me that to show me you're trying. You're gonna have to. You say Edo no be Lagos. Mouth all the time. Show me that Edo is not Lagos. Go out there, reclaim your mandate. This guy did not campaign. This Monday guy, he came out one day and he was talking and people were laughing. He says, "Do you want to drink water?" That's I'm quoting him now. If now water you want to drink, make you drink water. That's all he said throughout this whole campaign. How could he win an election? APC has ruined the country itself. The party itself has ruined the election. Do you know that no southeastern state has ever voted for any APC president or whatever? Don't worry about this emo people and having the election rigged over there. That guy did not win the election there. Buhari, as many times as he's contested for election.
What state are you from?
I'm from Nigerian state, right? Like,
no, be serious.
You not get state, no man, it's stateless. It's just coming to cause problems.
Buddy, long time no see.
Oh yes,
I don't know whether we want to carry on with Edo election. Today is Sunday, we should be keeping the politics free.
Mazi,
have a bit of relax.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave you guys. I'm sorry.
Let me have my say too.
What I'm saying to you, forefathers, you're back, but you're gonna have to make your discussion substantive. You can't have us here on a day like today, right? Featuring AY, a corporate who is supporting APC. Why would you make him the star of your show? Why?
Pastor, quick question. Pastor, somebody said you're an outcast from Anambra. Can you deny it? Are you an outcast? They said that's why you speak the way.
As a Democrat, like this. Outcasts are people too. I could be an outcast.
Yeah.
That's what I'm a contra, right? I'm a contra when it comes to Nicaragua. Anywhere that's injustice, that's where I'm from, right? I'm an outcast. I'm an outcast from India, right? I'm an outcast from all over. Wherever you have injustice, that's where I'm from.
It's okay. Let other people speak. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go.
Bye, everybody. Buddy. Too bad for you
coming in. I appreciate you coming
good night,
in.
Yeah. Don't take anything before sleeping. Just go straight.
Obey. Keep it up. I want you to stay. Don't let other.
Why are you not donating on the channel?
Obey.
You know Dr. Damages needs it. You
Damages,
clearly have the cash. You almost
I called Dr. Damages. I told him, as far as you, forefathers, you're hosting a show. Pastor is hosting a show. I'm not going to donate.
What kind of attitude is that? What have I done to you?
Because you came back. You say you're gonna be nice. Yesterday you were okay, but today you're going bad. You haven't. This is your friends.
But he didn't remove you now. He didn't remove
Loco
you,
and AY.
All right, how you? Okay, but I didn't do anything.
let Body speak. Let Obe speak. Let Tone speak. Right.
Besides,
let Mazi Prince speak. Don't feature Local P and AY. They could call you later on at home. These guys have no intellectual ability.
Pansat, sorry, who is
Yes,
that
sir.
moderator that you want to moderate that you pay? Who is the moderator that you like that will make you to donate? Who?
Well, we could start with
KJ.
No, what AJ is a one tapper, he cannot moderate. What's his name? Show is good. Show is good.
Okay,
Yeah. And then Rudolph himself is good.
Okay, just two of them.
And you send Rudolph to hell every time.
That's it. Forefathers should be a panelist.
Fair, even
He
when
has his own
Rudolph is
opinion.
moderating, I don't see donating that much.
No, Nigerians are losing a lot by not having forefathers talk as a panelist. It's like me. I cannot be a moderator, right? I can't. I could be a panelist. I cannot be a guest.
The day you be a guest or a moderator, we give you a monologue for 3 hours.
I'm not gonna be. I have my own platform, by the way. But I will not run it unless I have 1 million people. There are 210 million Nigerians. If I don't have 1 million people, I won't run a show.
But you are not in Nigeria now. Why are you talking about Nigeria? You are not in Nigeria, right?
Well, Pansat is Anambra, the border of Anambra and Cameroon.
He says he wants 1 million subscribers first.
Augustine is here, Buddy is here. Let them talk.
Cameroonian.
Everything is not play here. AY, go to your people. Go to Muslim platform. What we want is to rescue our country from terrorists.
Okay.
Good time, Pastor.
Thank you.
Don't take anything, no. Don't take anything. Just go
and donate too, because all this one you are saying is because of me. I don't think so, because I don't see you donating. Because Pastor normally donates to different channels, but I don't see. Even when Dr. Dabe is on, he doesn't normally do that no more. I don't know, because he wanted to pay almost. He was flashing cash to get rid of you guys from the channel.
Cash we send a message.
Oh my God.
Buddy, welcome. Thank you for joining us. So what do you want to add to the conversation from when the Prince came on and AY broke down the election in the States? So what do you think?
That's a wrong breakdown.
Has he frozen again? This one, it looks like you're frozen again.
No.
You're very much there. All right, go ahead.
What a long time, oh.
Yeah, it's been a while, It's good to stay away, B.
Yeah.
For a bit.
For other people to come in. So, I've been seeing different faces coming up. So it shouldn't be usual people every time. Yeah, so
true.
Yeah, I listened to Prince Adewole, spoke at length about the security, the geopolitics, and the West African security, the ECOWAS, the issue in Mali and the likes. So, things are collapsing pretty quick in that region. And if you're not careful, it's coming at us at a speed. So we have to brace up. You have to brace up. And then the politics of the Western politics, the Russia, the US, and the France. So the country in West Africa, they have to collectively come together and realize that they are one people, rather than playing to the hands of the colonial masters. So that's pretty instructive. Concerning what happened in Edo, if you don't see it coming for over years, that's a lie. People are really being emotional about things. We only pay attention to our community when things are really hitting us. We have to prepare. Like 2027 now, politicians are already discussing. They're already making friends. They are connected. During the primary, prelude to the Edo election, every political party were torn apart. The APC, they were in pieces. I couldn't believe they could come together and win election. But they were able to come together and manage themselves. The way I usually describe politicians, I usually describe them as bandits. Bandits, they they might not have share. They might not have. They usually have individual interest, but when they want to attack, they have a collective goal. Immediately, the APC went into primary election. They were torn apart, and they quickly come together and reconcile. Strange bedfellows, because they're looking at the government. You know, the Obaseki, on the other hand, indeed, you know, he kept tearing the PDP apart. And people are not paying attention to that. You don't win election by subtraction. You win election by addition. And when it comes to election, every elections are local. It's not about the intellectual people. It's about the number, the quantity, not the quality. Our people don't recognize that. Because most time that we come over here, we most time look at the quality at the detriment of the quantity. And in democracy, it's the quantity that wins the election. But we ensure it's the quality that rules. There is never anywhere perfect election. What you only have is substantial compliance. And when I saw Obaseki and Azu and Governor of Adamawa Finturi early this morning during the press release, addressing the press, that they have issues. And they highlighted where they have issues. And I say, these people, they can't go far with this. You know why? If they go to court with such evidence, let me jump ahead. Let me predict what will happen in court before they even go at all. Those places that they mentioned, if they go to court with those things, they won't go far. You know why? They will say it doesn't measure up to standard because it does not affect the overall result of the election. If they deduct those places, will it affect the whole local government? Will it make that indelible impact on the overall result? Both parties, their houses are not in order. And one thing I want people to know on this platform is that, like, when it comes to election, between like 2 or 3 days to election, the election issue become residual. Residual in the sense that people don't really discuss issues anymore. Whether you're going to build school, whether you're going to better our lives, what they discuss at that point in time, where are you from? Is it a Muslim? Is it a Christian? Primordial things. They reduce it. They usually reduce it. They reduce the conversation. They don't think about whether the fuel or the price of fuel is 1,000 naira per liter anymore. You know, and if you look at this election, it has been reduced to so many things. It has been reduced to the battle between Oshiomhole and Obaseki. And people from Oshiomole's own, they don't want Oshiomhole to be put to shame. They have to come all out for him and ensure they have the maximum number. And if you remember, there's a battle, ongoing battle between the Oba and the Obaseki as well, and the Enemies. So you have to understand the culture of people and the political behavior of people as well. So all those things come together collectively and it affects the outcome of the election. Not just one thing, a lot of factors.
So you are saying that some of the elections, even if there are cases that they believe that it has been rigged, it may not have affected the outcome of the election itself. Even if they repaired, or remove the aspect that the rigging aspect of the election, it will still mean that a certain candidate still won the election.
The standard is substantial compliance. Not substantial compliance.
In all the discussion so far, Bode was the only person that was able to explain anything. All other people that have been talking, they say literally nothing. They just go, the election was blah, 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 blah. Those are the issue. You got to look at Bode or the sample. We discuss politics here. Everything is not sentiment. Everything is not emotion. You got to look at the issue. I said it here. If you will have friends from Edo State, call them. Tell them to tell you the truth. 99% of Edo politicians were supporting APC candidates. 99%. Tell Obe to name 2 politicians in Edo State that were standing with PDP candidates. Tell him to name them in the whole of Edo State. When you are saying so, people are coming with sentiment. What? You fought with your deputy governor. You fought with PDP. You destroyed PDP into pieces. Obaseki cannot win his local government in Edo State. Obe knows. He's not a politician. He doesn't understand anything in politics. You fighting with Oshomole that control a whole senatorial district. Oshomole have capacity. Even with the election of Peter Obi, where Peter Obi clear up Edo State, Peter Obi could not win election in Edo North. Oshomole is a politician. There are politicians in Nigeria. Look at Konkoso. No matter what you're going to say, Konkoso have capacity in Kano. He's going to tell the people where to go. These are not sentiment. These are facts. There are politicians with capacity. Buhari, even when Buhari was competing election, when he was losing, Buhari supporters will give Buhari 10 million. It's constant. You don't bargain it. He was not giving them 1 naira. We need to understand these issues. The APC deputy...
is AY responding to Body?
I'm just...
I think he's responding to generally...
The APC deputy governorship candidate is a politician with capacity. He can deliver his constituency. Obaseki, Aswe Godale is not known to any politics in Edo State. This is the first time he's voting in Edo State. People don't understand it, but people come with all kind manner of sentiment. Come and explain to the people how you think this election was completely rigged. We should leave sentiment and just face issue. If you are telling me the APC candidate is not competent, that is a different discussion. I have said it here. I said I don't trust that guy to be competent. Of course, that's why he's obviously a better candidate. I said it here too.
But he has an albatross. You know, when he started his campaign, he told me to maintain his independence, to stay away from Obaseki. But there's no way. They feasted the stain of Obaseki on the guy. That's the issue.
Yeah,
can I come in?
Omori, please wait because Augustine has been waiting.
You can't separate
Omori. It's been a while. He's been on
from the Aso Kodalo. You can't separate them.
Thank you, AY. Omori, try to be patient. Let Augustine go. And then I think Madam Ify can say something because she doesn't say a lot, to be fair. Augustine, please go ahead.
I just want to quickly respond to Brother AY. I don't know if he will be patient enough to stay.
Mr. Mori, is Augustine, are you okay with it?
Yeah. No, I mean, he said AY should stay. So we're ready to wait.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, go ahead.
So, Forefather, I just wanted to start with the Prince interview. What you did with Prince, did you just want to get more information from Prince, or you were convinced on the route you were going?
I think I was just listening in real time to what he's saying and responding based on what I have seen, my own impression of what is going on in the country. Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I felt that both of you were saying the same thing from different ways. Because what he was saying was apt, but what you were saying was also apt, but in a different way. So two of you were saying the same thing, but coming from different direction. I love that. I love the drilling because Prince should come out clean. That guy is too smart.
He's a lobbyist.
That guy is, and I believe you, that guy has done a lot. He has done more reading. He has done more reading since he entered politics. And I love politicians who are not just stagnant, that have seen there are things to do and they are doing it. So I love today's. He was very balanced today. I enjoyed him today. Thank God for him.
It's a nice part.
I pray we get people like there's a statement he made, which is very, very dear to me. If we can bring personalities of that kind, 10, 15 of them, it will make huge sense. So having said that, AY, thank you. You're from Edo. Bode, are you from Edo?
Not at all.
Okay. So this is...
Bode is a political pundit.
Yeah, thank you. The one thing about this, and one thing I love this platform is necessarily to really know what do we really want as Nigerians. Do we really want something that would be favorable, or do we want the same old things to continue to go along? And this is a problem I have. When I speak like this, people shouldn't misunderstand me. Most of the people that come out here and condemn their politicians and speak ills about their politicians have always been known from one part. Some people condone their politicians. I am so disappointed that somebody in the Western world, if you are a political, and I'm saying this because this is exactly what AY did during the presidential election. At the end of the day, he claimed that he wasn't in APC, but he was so soft with APC. This is exactly the same route he's going now was the same route he took during. If AY tells me that he's an APC member, the way I hear him will be quite different. I will listen to him from a very perspective. But if we are standing here as people that are looking for a better Nigeria, and we see these things go on this way, it is disheartening. How would you tell me that APC won election without remembering what happened in 15 or no? When did Tinubu, the second tenor of 2020, when he was told, remember that Edo disgraced Tinubu in 2020 when they told him plainly Edo no be Lagos. That was the highest shock he received.
Correct.
A month before election, Tinubu came on in the public and said, "Do you want Edo?" The people said yes. He said, "I am going to give you back Edo." Okay. And in giving them back Edo, what did he do? He used a relative of the man we all know what happened in Rivers State. He used a relative of Wike as an INEC person. He used a police officer who people are linking to be with the same Wike, and we all know what Wike did in Rivers State. And we now in Edo is one of the states I so much look with some level of high expectancy. You brought someone that from the analysis I read, I read, this guy only won the senatorial election because, like in my own area, I'm from Abia State, in my own area, Ishialangwa South, we have this unwritten constitution that if you are in the federal house, you can't go more than 2 tenors. So we were told that this guy won because the PDP guy had completed his second tenor and was going for the third tenor. And the people were like, no, this is not our agreement. It's not your side. And this guy had to win it. But for somebody like Monday to be the APC candidate and to win the election, and Monday never appeared to grant any interview. And somebody is telling me that ASU cannot separate himself from Obaseki. When Oshomole came to represent Monday during the gubernatorial debate.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
Augustine.
He was not there.
Augustine.
No,
don't lie.
Sorry.
Don't lie. He was not there.
I'm
APC
sorry.
and PDP were not there.
I'm sorry. When you use the word "don't lie," you would have asked me my source. So when you say "don't lie," you asked me my source. It was on the news that he has sent information that Oshomole will represent, which they thought.
Correct. Correct. That's true.
It was correct. It was the Labour guy. It was the Labour guy.
No.
So this is what I heard. This is what I read. I am telling you.
Augustine is correct. Yeah.
So you don't use the word "don't lie" because when you fly it that way, I'm telling you from a source. I got it from. I don't.
Yeah.
Augustine. Excuse me. A minute.
It's not your turn to talk.
Wait now, B. We are here to educate ourselves. We are here to learn from one another. I'm not from
Edo.
I have no cat in the fight at all.
Mm-hmm.
I follow Nigerian politics. I follow political history. That's all I do.
Is that right? Good luck.
Listen, you know, if you look at me, all this while, for all along I've been on this, I always come to this platform. My style hasn't changed. My position hasn't changed.
I'm not doubting that.
I'm consistent about what I do. You understand? So people might disagree. I know what you stand for. You want a better system. That's what we are looking at.
Correct.
But we can't start from nothing. We have to have something in place. We have to improve on it.
So sorry. You want to tell me that somebody like Olumide Apata will fail in his polling unit?
Definitely.
They did that for a reason. They did that for a reason.
I can tell you the reason.
No, wait. You said somebody like Olumide Apata will fail in his polling unit.
Yes, I can tell you 100 reasons. 100 reasons.
Okay.
100 reasons.
I just
Augustine.
Yeah.
Augustine, you don't know anything.
Probably my advice. Maybe you go.
You know, when you know everything. 2015, I was in forefront with Alex Oti. I was sitting in the same place. I'm coming. So sorry. So when you say I don't know anything, I just want to tell you, in 2015, I was on the same table with the team of lawyers.
In case you want to know
what happened in Alex Oti's election 2015. It was clear that he won that election.
And it wasn't declared.
Because of the Paris Club money that came in, that was why he lost that election.
What about the second time?
The second time of
he contested again after 2015.
Oh no, he didn't win that the second one.
He won the election on the third term.
He won the third term.
That shows he has learned the rope. He has understand where he's failing. You understand?
So if you know how, if learning the rule, if you are calling election bribing, if you're calling election sorting the representative, that means we shouldn't be sitting here. Nigeria should go on the way it's going.
No,
if it is the rule you're talking about,
that's not what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying.
It's like a standard. It's like a standard, right?
No, that's the standard.
Like a standard.
This is
exactly.
Listen.
You know, I 2023. I was in Nigeria 2023.
And listen. Let me take you back to political history.
Who won?
In 2007. In 2007.
You were
did you participate in 2007 election? Were you part of the process in 2007? Do you know what happened in 2007?
I don't know.
You don't know. Let me play shock you. In 2007, the issue of transmission of results, that's when the idea of electronic transmission of results came in 2007. Go and check. You know what happened then? They said every election result will be announced in Abuja. You know when the election was still going on in state in Nigeria, those results were being announced in Abuja. When the election result has not been declared at the polling booth.
Exactly.
So you see where we are coming from. The game changer for us was this, what do you call it? The back data capturing whatever. That's Beaver that he will introduce. That brought down the number. If you look at the last election, the one that Buhari won, that he defeated Jonathan, you see the result from Kaduna, you see the result from Kano. Then you'll be hearing that like, oh, if you jigawa me, I will river you. If you river me, I will bias you. You remember those
2 million, 3 million votes.
2 million, 3 million
coming from those areas.
What happened in 2023? Those places they get millions of votes. You see the kind of results that are coming out.
No, sorry, 2023. Do you have the figure?
2023. If you see those results, we
don't have the figure. I have
the figure. Listen, Rivers State that turned out 3 million for Jonathan in 2015. How much did they turn out in 2023?
What's the figure? You do know the figure. Do you know what they changed it to? So we see you don't make your position.
Listen,
they can purposely reduce those numbers.
Purposely
they can do it.
No, it's an improvement on the system.
But hold on, please. Austin, and do election that the total vote count was, I think, around around less than 400,000. Before now, even during PDP, you will hear 3-point-something million, 4 million, where ballot buses will not even come to the police station. They go stuff paper, they just go and just write number and announce it.
Let me shock you. Mohammed Ali voted in every election. Can we be intellectual about the conversation? Because if you are comparing the number with what happened, now they are also manipulating the number. I don't see any difference.
I'm not comparing the number. I'm not comparing it.
You have to understand the pattern. You have to understand the trend. If you don't follow the trend, you don't appreciate the progress we are making. Yeah. Exactly. You just pack everything and throw it to the dustbin. So you're telling me there is a progress in this election? Definitely. There's a progress? Yes. Oh, wow. That's good. Thank you. The reason, let me show you. I'm done. I give up. Please, I give up. Listen.
Austin,
thank you.
Hold on, buddy. Austin,
we will come here 2027. You now tell me I have seen what your governor in Abia, maybe has been able to turn that Abia around 100%. It's an improvement. You can't see 100% turn around anywhere, even where you are here. You see the way they are practicing. You hit my cat, you hit my dog in American politics. You see such here. Where are we going? Please don't bring that American politics. No. The same way they reduced it. It's not true. It's not true. We are worse than the way we were in 2003. In 2003, nobody will, excuse me, can I speak? In 2003, nobody will rig local government election. Nobody. Where was local government election? You can never read the politics. There's no local government election in 2003. The best local government election we have is in 1999. That's the best local government election we have so far. That was prepared by INEC.
Don't say that.
What do you mean by there is no local government election in 2003? Those ones that you're talking about, they are being controlled by OCEC or state electoral commissions. The best. So are you telling me in your state or in my state? Why are you claiming? Why are you being too over-knowing here? Because I know what I'm talking about. When Ojus Okalo was the governor, Ojus Okalo was not doing election in Abia State. Wait, what year?
Do we have any moderator? He wants to put for all of it.
What year? Tell me the year.
Somebody in charge.
Okay. We have always spoken since, right? Mr. Mori, let's say for me at least, you became after you, Ify. You can be quiet.
Why? Sorry, I don't want to take too much time, but it beats my imagination. It beats me hollow. You know, my heart bleeds when I see people. We gather to talk every time. We blame the ones that came before us, and what our mindset, what we have in mind to do, is even worse than what the generation before us have done to bring Nigeria to where it is today. Somebody is talking about improvement in our political trajectory. I don't know where that improvement is coming from. Coming back to Edo, nobody can be more. No one Edo person can be more Edo than the other person. Somebody is talking about the sin committed by Obaseki. I'm not saying Obaseki is a perfect human being. Has he done enough? Has he been able to do? Compared to the demand they give it to him by those people, certainly not enough. But if given the Nigerian political scenario, Obaseki is one of the best governors we have around. I mean, there are things you look at, not the bridges, not the overhead bridges built by Wickel in rivers. In politics, is more than that. He could be doing that just for an eye service. There are steady foundations laid by Obaseki that people are not saying intangible foundations. I'm not here for Obaseki because I'm not his spokesman.
Sorry to cut you short. Plenty foundation.
Please, can I land my point?
That I know of. Plenty foundation. I know that one.
Please, can I land my point? I'll give you room to talk. So, continue. Somebody is coming here to say Obaseki did this, Obaseki did that. The election that took place today in Edo State supposed to be a referendum between the people and the few politicians who are holding everybody ransom in Nigeria. I'm taken aback when I see Nigerians in diaspora enjoying their their environment, wherever they live, coming to defend our presence at home. You know, I don't understand. I don't get where that justification is coming from. So if Obaseki does not deal with Yamu, he doesn't deal with Oshomole, he doesn't deal with Shaibu for their selfish interests and personal aggrandizement, and those people should not leave. And I don't get it. He came on board. The same man that is fighting today told us Obaseki wasn't prepared for that race. The likes of Ojemoyis were at the forefront. The likes of Odubu were there that worked with Oshomole. Everybody was looking up to one of the politicians around.
Omori, explain to us how the election. But I think you are in Nigeria, right? Explain to us.
I leave that matter. Omori, continue. I wish I could explain to us.
People don't want to hear the truth because they have their own sentiment. They tell you about traditional rulers, how he has offended the tribal. You ask them how. They cannot explain. You know, just unnecessarily be sentimental and emotional for nothing at the detriment of the masses. I don't get it. Talking about the tradition, how much has the tradition actually helped us? I don't want to go into such areas that will make everybody angry tonight. What are we talking about? People should be able to separate monarchy from democracy. That was taking place in 1976. We cannot be where we are, and we cannot be doing the same thing over and over.
Take it easy. You or anybody are not quarreling. Take it easy.
I know that is sorry, man. Sorry, man. I apologize for that. I apologize. My apologies. Please. I just want to. Now we don't like Obaseki. Obaseki was bad. Now I agree with you. Now we are going back to a man that doesn't know the difference between Zul and a museum. A man that is telling us on national television on a BBC interview that we fix the road and build government for 10 million. I build a federal government for 20 million. He will make a profit out of it. We are going back to a man who does not even know that we're in 2024. We are going back to a man who was asked on BBC interview how he also ensure that he has to sustain the 24-hour power supply he promised. He told us that he would bring us electric poles and because people are here telling me so that we cannot be able to see our friends. Me, it's very disappointed, man. I stop it there. If I have opportunity, I have enough to say.
Amori, God bless you for us, Jare. God bless you, Kakabo. You know, it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate.
I don't know. This thing
Amori, can I ask you a question, please?
He's not an examiner.
Go ahead. I'm ready for any question. I'm ready for any question.
Baby, please, let's be mature. Amori.
I'm ready for any question, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Sorry, for father. You see, for me, even on this platform, I have said the APC candidate, I don't think he has the competence to rule the state.
No,
but let me ask you a question. Hold on. No, please.
No, take a position.
You are double standard. You double standard. Double standard. Yes.
Hold on.
Double standard.
Hold on. Don't attack. Hold on. You know nothing. Hold on. Amori.
Master, no.
Hold on. Hey, obey, get matured. Go and attend to your patient. Omariye, please, I want you to hold on. No, let's keep set me aside. I want you to help us in the election. Who do you think? Can you break it down? If you feel PDP won the election, APC, who do you think won the election? What do you think happened? Can you break it down for us?
Okay.
Just leave sentiment apart. Yeah, good.
I'm not sentimental. Sorry for my, maybe I could be emotional sometimes.
Yeah.
When you guys
you're disappointed. You're disappointed. You're disappointed. That's what it is.
When you guys just decide to offend us for no reason, you try to ginger us to come out of our shell to say the way we're not supposed to say it. It beats our imagination. We don't know where you guys are coming from, and we don't know what you stand for. So to break it down for you, man. I told you from the beginning that it was supposed to be a referendum between the little cabal, the Oshomole from the north, the Zejamus of this world, the article of Edo politics from Edo South, and the likes of a few individuals, even say I come from the center. You gang up together like vultures and hares against the people. Obaseki saw that from the beginning. They wasn't going to be able to perform with these people around him, he wanted to carve an niche for himself. They were not comfortable with that from the beginning. What transpired in the first fourth tenure? In the first tenure of Obaseki, even the opposition were praising Obaseki. They wanted to identify with him. That was why they quickly took him in when he had problems with APC. Overnight, he has become a bad person. Where is this badness? Where is this Obaseki being the West governor coming from?
I ask you.
Where is he coming from?
Answer for the people. That's not the question
I break it down for you. I break it down for you. Okay, going by the election that was conducted, PDP and Obaseki and his PDP, I'm not for PDP. I don't even like PDP as a party. I state things the way they are.
You are sure, right? You are sure. What's the party?
By accident, by activity.
You are for sure.
I'm not preaching. I'm not here to preach my
This thing is AY state. Let's move on.
Don't disturb me. I don't lose my line of thought, please. We're not preaching party tonight. This is not for AC or it's not about Shogore tonight. Yeah. So, if going by what happened, Edo people defeated the cabals, the few politicians, red-handed, and they were kidnapped. They were between the devil and the deep rest. The moment they brought that, I told them about last week ago that the election was a done deal. I wonder why Obaseki will allow the reg for a wicked cousin to be there since for almost close to a year without raising an alarm. I wonder why a classmate of Wike in school, and who has at one time or the other worked with Wike, the rank officer has worked with Wike, apart from being a biological relative. So, and I wonder what the Obaseki and Co and his PDP were waiting for. So the election was already completed. They only came to Edo to add a script written for them from Abuja. We are here defending nonsense and we want Nigeria to move forward. Yeah. And two people defeated the politician fair and square. There was no ambiguity about that. So when they now discovered that, the results that were downloaded, I'm coming. The results that were downloaded, ordinarily, how can you be telling me you are from Edo South, right? One local government in Edo, like three, Ego, Bobauka, and what's the other one? Oredo. One local government alone is equal about 5 local governments in Edo Central. So, with vote coming from there, they try to suppress everything. Instead of going by the, you know what happened last night? The procedure normally is to move from the ward level to local government coalition. From local government coalition, you now move to state coalition. As soon as they saw that the things were not coming in their favor, they put a stop at the coalition at the ward level. They boggled them, they threw tear gas at the local government coalition center to disrupt the system and move everybody to NK office at Adewole and lock PDP agents out. Man, what are we talking here about? We are defending nonsense happening in Nigeria. Nigeria is gone. They are beating the flesh. They are cracking the bones. We are here clapping for them.
Omori, go and prepare for Showore in 2027. We meet after 4 years. Let's meet after that.
Response to what you just said.
You know what Akpabio said today? Akpabio said this is the beginning.
You give to people, but sometimes you say you don't.
Can you let me just land? Let me give me 1 minute. I will be done.
A very great point. You tell you to go and prepare for next election. It's an insult.
There is no point.
So how would you say that there is no point? It's insulting.
Can I get 1 minute? I will be done.
What did he say?
Wait,
if you didn't make sense of what he said, it's insulting. I mean, hearing that is insulting.
Let Omori finish, please. Omori, go on.
So, if you listen to Akpabio today, after the whole exercise, he said they're taking, this is just the beginning. This is the beginning of what is to come in 2027. That they have started with Edo on the south. That is a movie, it's a Hamatan fire. It's going to sweep across everywhere with Jagaban in charge. So we are here applauding them. What kind of election are you talking about? It was a contest between Edo people and the few politicians on the other side. And Edo people defeated them and they resulted to ringing. That's clear and simple. What are we defending here? You're supposed to collect your results at the ward level. You move to the local government level. The local government level, and they'll move to Edo before final announcement. What were they doing that took them to this evening? They were manipulating. They were busy writing figures. So the result coming from Edo North got bigger than the one coming from Edo South. Are we okay? I rest my case.
Omori, thank you for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can't.
Sorry. To add to what you said, Mr. Mori, I have to let you know, Sha, the turnout from Edo South was low anyway. The turnout from Edo South election, the people they were low. I know too many people
will tell you
in
they
Edo
stop
South
people from voting now.
that they were just chilling, sitting at home. They didn't even bother to come out to vote.
People are bothered the election
Because of what happened last year during
because
the
of the
2020
candidate
election.
and Obaseki. Will you accept that or no?
Please, I think we should move on to Ife.
Can we move on to something else? We don't have to go handle politics today. Today is supposed to be Sunday.
Ife, can you go ahead, please?
Let me speak. Mike, let me see.
No, it's Obey. Yeah, thank you, Obey. Yeah. Let Ife speak, please.
Forefather, I have a security question for you when you are ready.
No
security question.
No
Okay, go ahead.
He has handled all the security questions today.
If you have security question, go ahead. Because I wanted to see whether we can have chance to talk about other issues other than politics.
Let Ife go. You raise your hand now. She know the talk.
If she wants to say something, she knows she can say something. Go ahead.
So, question, Austin and Omori. Let me just laugh. You know why I'm laughing? I'm laughing because you guys can stay here and argue this. My question still remains, what's the way forward? What is the way forward? You all here fighting. AY is APC man. He has right to join any party he wants to join. I don't have no problem with that.
Who did that? First of all,
hold on, AY.
I don't have any affiliation with APC.
Hold on.
Not even with.
That's not what I said.
Let's speak now.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's not what I
it's
said.
Just that people don't want to hear the truth. When you speak, they will tell you are here. Tomorrow you speak, they say you are here.
If you just have our own say, if you just have our own say, and yeah, please. Oh, I think she's frozen. No, okay, you're not frozen. You're okay now. If you please go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Let's assume. I said let's assume, but what I'm trying to say is this: we stay here every day, argue. One election will come and go. It's the same result. Akpabi has said what is about to happen in 2027 will be worse than what happened in 2023. And we are still here arguing. What is the way forward? How is going to take these people out of power? And we're here fighting who said this, who did that, how many people turned out, and how many people that did not turn out. What's the way forward? That's my question. And nobody has even answered my question. I'm asking you people that are fighting. What are we gonna do?
Let me tell you.
Are we gonna go our separate ways because this thing called Nigeria is not working?
Can I submit? I didn't hear that last.
I say, how are we gonna move forward? Or every time we come here and argue, one election we come and go, and we're still gonna get the same result. In 2027, yeah, God's willing, the election is gonna take place. Hold on, election is gonna take place. It's okay, go ahead.
So the way forward in Nigeria, first of all, we need to accept the reality of ground. That is the biggest problem we have. I will tell you what the reality means. When Buhari was contesting an election, people said Buhari cannot be president. In their own very eye, Buhari defeated a city president. When Tinubu was contesting, people said, go and sit down, he's sick. Of course, even me, I said it. Tinubu grabbed power and is the president today. Even if you will deny it, they ask you, is your president? It's President Tinubu. We need to know these people that the so-called bandit that we are complaining about, they are very organized. When you want to form an opposition, you are breaking yourself into pieces. you can't form an opposition and come together, you will not be able to grab power. Showore is there. Labour Party, Peter Obi is there. Other small party, they are there, divided themselves across line. PDP is there, divided itself. Until the opposition come together and form a stronger bond to unseat the ruling government, having capable hand, able to look at capable hand we know that can get the job done, and remove these people from power, that need to start from the electoral system needs to be completely reformed. People have to go on the street and protest for that to happen. For example, the issues that happen in 2023 elections, I will be able to solve one? No, because there is no opposition. The biggest problem in 2023 election was most of the presidential results were not transmitted electronically. Now, we have to go fight to make sure in 2027, any result that is not transmitted electronically is null and void. These are some of the issues we need to look at. These people, again, they are very organized. Look, when people like me, people like Bode, when they are speaking, we are speaking based on the political atmosphere of Nigeria. Omori, you that is speaking for example, you know there are politicians in Edo that have the capacity to mobilize people to get votes. You know that, but we will pretend that these things are not happening. For example, you know Ize Yamu has some followers. Ize Yamu can talk to his people and say, this is the person to vote for. Even if that number is 2,000, that is number. And that Shomole have followers. He can command some people, this is who to vote for. We pretend that it's not happening. The deputy governor of APC, Denko, you know his popularity in Obia.
Are you trying to justify that they won election or they ran election? I don't understand. What are you analyzing?
Obey. Hold on now. Don't be a rascal.
Are you justifying that this election was legally won? Is that what you're saying?
Okay,
I don't get it.
Talk there. I'm talking now. You have talk.
Oh my God!
If that was a question for me, let me tell you the difference. That has always been the order. Going through an enemy, if you don't go through an enemy, you cannot enter a state. So what Abasaki wanted to do was to take the power that belongs to the people. The sovereignty belongs to the people. The political power belongs to the people. He wanted to take it for the few cabal, for the few politicians who have been holding us down, and take it directly to the people. And that's what they are not comfortable with. And the people took advantage of that. And they leveraged on that to do what they're supposed to do without going through their enemies, through this year. He said, if he's so powerful, he has contested the election more than 3 times. Has he won? Power belongs to the people. Until we return power to the people, we cannot hold our position accountable. This is the missing link you're not getting.
Okay, I give up.
The people probably helped rig it too. This is the problem.
Let's be here. 2027 will come. We will cry again. We move to the next.
We hope not. We hope that before 2027, the other parties organize themselves enough to stop being the shambles that they are right now. If they don't stop being, AY, hold on now. The other parties have to stop being a shamble and expect to win. And I don't know why sometimes other voters too, because like in the UK, one thing that they always say is that divided parties never win elections. That's one thing, mantra they use in the UK all the time.
Everybody, good night, everybody. We'll see you.
Loco
knows
why are you releasing him to go? Loco, where are you going?
No.
Today is very long. Normally we're supposed to close by now. Actually, on Sunday, Sunday. This is because the interview went long. That's why.
Because of the election.
You made the interview long. It's just
what did I do? I just asked a few questions.
You took 45 minutes.
Father, my security question. Don't forget.
Okay. Go ahead with the security question. So I will start rounding up.
Oh, you want to round up?
I know. Once Loco leaves, that's the next language.
No. It's just this is Sunday now because people are going to work tomorrow, and normally we finish around this time anyway. So It's not like new. Yesterday was 12 hours.
I hope our guy.
Don't mind Austin because it's in America. He's just talking. Come and be in the UK now. See if you can see there. In America, you're talking because you still have long hours to go.
So
yeah.
Mr. Ewa, what was your question? We're talking about our guy.
No, he just want to make fun of you.
No. Showore is my guy too.
Okay, see it.
I love Showore today. I told the money, we are not just starting discussing today. Showore is my guy. I completely. Showore is the only claim man in our presidential election. To be honest, I have said it. If you want, the forefather is here. If you want a system that is completely out of this political jobbers, Showore is the guy Nigerians need to put forward. Nobody more.
But with
all
the submission,
are part of the system. They are all corrupt.
With the submission you've made this evening, somebody like Showore cannot come to the system. This is what we are saying. What we are saying, you see, what we are saying here.
You are discussing two things. There is difference between reality and appearance. When reality is, you gotta face it.
Oh no! So what you're saying? Wait.
Okay, you are obedient, right? You are supposed to be that obedient, which is also part of the system, right? But you will come and argue that it's neutral, it's a sense. Showore, for example,
is not part of this kind of system.
You see, it's part of the system.
So this is the challenge.
Hold on. Let's try to be organized now. I think
not let people talk now.
AY, you had a question. Ask it so that.
Sorry. You see the problem here. If he asked a question,
Forefather, let me ask.
Forefather, I see the problem. If he asked a question,
if he's not here, Omoroye is fine. Don't worry.
So you see how you're cutting the conversation.
Austin, you need to face the Pope. This thing, you don't understand this politics. Face the church, please.
So the problem I have with this is you're from Edo State. I'm comfortable that you know what's going on.
So I don't know what is going on. You getting two things wrong. Listen.
Who can get what you're saying that you don't love what is going on?
Okay, let me explain to you.
I think AY is just explaining what is happening.
APC won the election.
Explanation doesn't mean support.
APC. So how do people can't differentiate between white and black? I swear to, if you go watch the old video, I even say on this platform, I was insulting APC. I said it's a shame. That is the candidate APC can give to Edo. Austin, leave sentiment. APC won the election. I can break it.
I disagree with you. The election was rigged. It was rigged against the people of Edo State.
It's left for you.
Edo people they are not dummies. They are politically savvy.
I need to leave this.
They are politically savvy. They are politically educated. So they knew what was better for them. They were ringed out. Edo people were ringed out.
Forefather, please, if you have friends from Edo State, please give them a call tomorrow. By the time you speak to 3 people, you understand the issues in Edo State.
Forefather, what was the scene of Obasaki? Obasaki felt a political zone, which is the South, have been in power for 16 years after Obasaki. Omoshomole is from Edo North. The political equation in Edo State sits on a tripod. Edo North, which produced Oshomole was there for 8 years. Out of these 24 years or thereabout, Obasaki, in the spirit of equity and fair play, said no, power should move to the center. Who have never had a taste of the power play in Edo State. Except for
the APC candidate was also from the center too.
I'm trying to tell you the scene of Obasaki, because you enumerated a lot of scenes of Obasaki, because such a man is not wanted in our political environment. We will do everything possible to castrate him or to give him a bad name in order to hang him. Obasaki might not be perfect, but he's not the worst.
Okay, hold on. Forefather, please help me with this. The Edo State governor page, if you're on Facebook, go search for his page, go and look for video he put there. Like, look for those video and pictures. Please go and read the comment. Please try and read that
the election was not rigged. That the election was not rigged?
No,
is that your defense?
I want him to be aware of the issue, what people are saying. Let him read like 50 comments. You'll be able to.
Depending on who. Depending on who is making the comment, it could be an NPC platform. It could be an NPC platform, just like yourself.
No, I'm saying Obaseki page, the governor page, the state governor. You should go to the page, his page, not NPC platform.
Okay.
I don't know why we are economical with the truth here. I'm actually very surprised.
If there are no questions, then let's start rounding up.
Question.
What is it?
This one a hot security question. So you know, like what happened between what Israel did with Hezbollah, right? With the pager incident.
Yeah.
Are you scared going forward? Even the telephone, they are not safe. Did you think of it? What is going on?
We had a bit of conversation towards the end of our session yesterday about the Lebanon issue.
On? Yeah.
It's a paradigm shift. What has happened there? And it's always been there. It's just that some people refuse to open their eyes to these threats. This is why, I tend to be paranoid. You can't trust people when it comes to your own. You can't trust people. So, what they did was intercept a company. Basically intercepted a company because he went to another company, took the rights to manufacture the product, and basically manufacture the products and deliver it to them.
And they stop bomb.
Yes.
The planted bomb.
What it means is that your supply chain can be a big problem. I don't know whether Nigerians even have anything they call supply chain, because anywhere we just go, we buy. We don't ask questions. We get vaccine, we take it and put on our body. We don't ask questions. What that revealed, it reveals something that is quite dangerous. I think even Americans may regret this thing later on, because people now will start asking, can we trust anything again that is coming from outside our country anymore? People will be more cautious about buying stuff from what I trust. It's going to be a challenge now. Trust is going to be a challenge because...
Bro, I was shocked with that incident, though. I was like... I tried to figure it out before I was reading. I discovered that they said they planted. I'm like, how did that happen? Because I was looking at it technologically, like, what is that? So my thinking was, is it that they said like a malware with some and just tried to strike? Then it was later and I discovered like they planted those stuff and
it was explosive. The malware. Let's look at this. One, the way the stuff exploded indicated that it's explosive because it was too quick.
It's explosive. It was instant.
But can you imagine if it was malware? That would be even more devastating. That's the whole paradigm of the world. It would be more radical. And if that, who knows whether that was it? But they are hiding it. But I don't think it is, because the physics behind that will be just out of this world to be able to do that with malware. So I think it's explosive, and that's why they had to use that company that they used.
You know when you are discussing security issue, like even what is going on with this arm race team, like you see people with the AI introduced again, we will see more dangerous stuff. More dangerous stuff.
Let me make this clear. Hold on, let me just do this clear. I'm not officially a security expert. I'm just a very paranoid person. So before people start thinking that I went to some school and got a security expert, security expert. I'm just a very paranoid and a kind of maybe a critical thinker. When I look at data and look at information, I'll question it. And because I also care for my people, the whole thing comes together. It appears as if I'm a security expert. Not necessarily. It's just that sometimes security expert is just common sense. It's not rocket science, really.
I agree. Even when Ukraine were requesting for the long missile to be launched to Russia, by the time Putin threatened it to say, if you try it, the war is going to extend. Yeah, immediately. I mean, they were forced to stop that because
Putin has taken a lot of nonsense. If you think about it, he's accepted a lot to the point where Ukraine invaded some part of Russia.
Yeah,
he's accepted a lot of nonsense, and it basically they are playing with Ukraine. Look at it now. Look at the way they are treating Ukraine. Is that how Israel is treating Gaza? No. Yeah, just tap. Are you going to get tired first? Who is going to get tired first? That's what they are doing with a lot of people are dying, but they are not going full on. If they want to go full on, you will know. one of the ballistic missiles they will
I
send.
hope,
will be taking
hopefully it
buildings
doesn't
down.
get there.
I
Yeah,
hope
but if you throw ballistic missile, he ended up in Moscow. Putin is gonna carpet Ukraine.
Yeah, they are trying to be, because they know they are brothers. They are trying to, take
Yeah,
it.
they really know they are brothers.
Mm.
But a lot of people have also died still.
Mostly military people. You see, when you know you are no longer brothers and it's a fallout war, when they start going after civilians, claiming that, oh yeah, you're just targeting the military people, but they're killing a lot of civilians. That's how the British did it in the Second World War. Now they completely flattened the whole city, say they are going after Hitler. What is that all about? That's not civilians. America killed almost 1 million in the Second World War before they used the nuclear weapon. In cities, they just wiped them out. That's how crazy.
Was it up to 1 million before they used the nuclear?
I didn't know that too. I just found out recently from an
didn't know
American analyst. Yeah, the guy
Wow.
over almost 1 million was wiped out in a few days before they used the nuclear weapons even. So, and people don't know that because the nuclear weapon took the headline. They don't know about what happened just before the nuke. So people don't know how Asians, the reason why they are like the way they are, they went through hell. When we keep saying it, it looks like it's a joke. Now, Africans have not seen things. We've not seen things. They went through hell. That's
We
why
are not ready.
your head will rearrange. Now, when you see that kind of stuff, you're like, this one is a bribe or side chick issue. This is survival issue. When you've seen a whole towns kept wiped out like that. Jesus. I can't even imagine what it's like to see that kind of stuff. Towns wiped out. North Korea, is it not 80% of the structures in North Korea completely wiped out? Can you imagine that? Like, let's say some part of Nigeria, let's say Southwest, 80% of the structure, everything gone. It means some villages, some towns, everything is gone. None of them is standing. They wiped out everything. That's what the Americans did to them. And you wonder why they hate America. That's why they hate America.
I think North Korea, they have a lot of underground facilities now.
Oh, yes. 100 meters.
Even train.
They build, yes.
They got a lot.
Their train is 100 meters underground.
For teachers.
Do you know Switzerland? I found out recently that those are bunkers. I told you about they have 370,000 bunkers.
Yeah.
They said it was to house all their citizens during war. They mean to. These people are crazy. They mean to house all their citizens if they are going to war. All of them going to bunkers. Wow. These guys mean, and they've not been to war for 200 years, and they build this type of bunker. These are dedicated people to war. If you want to bring war to them, you.
Oh, really? America don't have those bunkers, man.
They don't have that much. No. America don't even have as much as Switzerland. Switzerland was
America. You saw the big politicians that we just go there.
They do have some massive bunkers. There was one bunker I saw in America. They were driving trucks in them, like trucks, like trailers were inside bunkers.
But not in terms of population, though. I don't think they have.
I don't think they have that
bunkers that can contain 100 million people.
No. That's a bit much now.
Yeah.
So, but it might be able to contain 1 million. Some of that, if you put all of them together, they may be able to contain 1 million. The one in Canada is another massive one. That underground city that they built in Canada. That one too can contain up to 1 million, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe more even. But your good old Nigeria, if we can find caves to run into when the day comes, we will love it. That's all. They are trying to build. They say they want to build an underground train in Abuja. That's something that is coming through now. That they are looking to build. God knows whether they will start anything. Our country, they talk a lot.
Wike is actually doing well in Abuja in terms of infrastructure. He's doing very well.
I've not seen it though. I was there now, so the roads are fine. It's the way it was before. I've not seen anything new. I'm sure maybe I will see it if he's doing what he's doing. I'm going to see it in 2 years' time or 3 years' time.
Yeah.
How do you know? Are you there with him? He's working hard.
I have people there. I have people on the ground. Yeah. Okay. I have quite a number of people in Abuja that are telling me some of
I'm in Abuja. Okay. If you want to. But it's not him though. Most of the things I see in Abuja that is improving is other people building private institutions. But one thing I noticed in Abuja that is coming through is that there's almost like a culture now beginning to emerge in Abuja. Abuja is beginning to get a life of its own. You know how Lagos have a life of its own. Abuja is beginning to kind of have a life of its own too. That's one. It's like it's subtle. I was there 4 years ago. Then when I got there this year, I saw that there was a bit of social.
So you were in Abuja to see Jagaban?
No, I just went for my own wahala now. You know, when I went there, my eye cleared. I have so much stuff to do. I barely have time to raise my head up. And yeah.
Supposed to see Jagaban now. Let's see if you.
Yeah, right. I saw them. I saw him now when they closed the road. They were just speeding along. This is along the Abuja Expressway. It's always like they will close it for about 45 minutes. Nobody's going to be able to move, choke the whole street off.
Listen, I will stop discussing Nigeria politics now. I notice Nigeria, we are very, very sentimental. Too much emotion when they say people don't fit talk reality at all. It's just sentiment.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to talk.
It's very hard.
It's not like that everywhere.
The truth you're talking about depends on who is speaking. Now, you are speaking like an APC member. If somebody has the contrary opinion, you see it as being emotional. I think that is the problem.
Omori, I've never been a member of any political party. Never.
The way you defend them,
believe in
when you defend them, you know,
I don't defend them.
I don't think he defends them. I don't know why people hear that you are defending them. I don't hear you defending them.
Okay.
Let me get the book.
Wait. Let me say this. Let me say stuff. Tell forefather if it's true or it's not true. See, these are just politics. You know politics. Even in America, political elections are won by political structures. Don't let anybody deceive you. There is no place on earth where elections are not won with political structure. It's just like when people were telling Peter Obi, you don't have structure. They said, no, the people are the structure. How will the people be the structure? Forefather, when you go to our police stations, if like these small parties, if you have agent there, the big party will swallow them. APC, PDP, they come with money, they buy your agent, they tell you shut up, they collect the vote. That's what they do. You know, Moriye.
So is that free and fair? Is that what we want? Can we continue like that?
Hold on. Somebody like Showore, for example. Like I said, I like Showore. Showore does not have the structure to have people all over the country. It does not even have the structure to mount election in a state that you have trusted people that will say, don't read this election. These people, they will stand with you. It's only APC and PDP that have the structure in Nigeria to mount election in every corner of the country. But people will come here, they will deny it. Election is about a structure. You need money to do all this. But why do we do sentiment? When you tell people, okay, Labour Party, of course, Peter Obi tried very well. I said, Peter Obi, we only know Peter Obi more in the South. He did not. Where is the result? They don't have the result. And you say you won the election. When people say, where is the result? You say, oh, it's a APC man. These are nonsense talk. We need to face the reality. Omoriye, you know there are politicians with capacity that I was telling you. You know very well.
Yeah, but the closest you came to defending APC was like saying that Wike is doing well. Without
first of all, Wike is not APC.
But he's working for APC right? President.
Okay, hold on. Okay, for example, let me give you an example. I used to tell you, I said, Wike work in rivers. He built infrastructure. Some people, because they hate Wike, you come on and say, no, he didn't do anything in river. Why are you doing that? In Abuja, Wike is working correctly. As people you know in Abuja, Wike is doing serious work in Abuja. That's the fact. Go and confirm.
The only work I see that I can feel that he's doing, that I can see, is the one where my electricity bill went from 30 to 50 to almost 90,000 in 3 months. That's the only one I've seen. No, because Abuja road has been good before. The area, some of the areas I was at before.
Of road already. Go and confirm.
Commission or the commence building. Maybe he has not finished it. Maybe that's where you're right. Maybe they are building it now, but it's not completed.
You see, Alesoti is Labour Party. People say Lesotho is working. Of course, people confirm it's working. Even the so-called Edo State, for example, from 2006 till it was only in the last 4 years from 2006 that PDP ruled Edo State. Not that PDP are so powerful. Obaseki left APC to PDP because APC denied him ticket for second term. That was what happened. Everything is not sentiment. Let me leave sentiment. There are governors that actually you can say, okay, they tried in Nigeria. You can still call some people out.
But the structure you talk about, it has been the corrupt structure of the old brigade, the structure of the Anenis, the structure of the Izeyamus of this world, the structures of the Benedians of this world. We cannot continue to. I mean, what has it led us to? Where has it taken us? This is the situation on ground today. Are you happy with the political situation in Nigeria? Are you happy with the economic situation in Nigeria? Are you happy with the social welfare?
Amorie, if you have
now you spoke so well about Showore. Can we not continue?
Hold on. As forefather, you hear how I criticize the APC government. Those people that are talking, they know me. If you have listened to me on this platform, as forefather, you know how I criticize the president. I fire him every day. As forefather that is talking. They know people that are talking.
Another thing you mentioned about Showore, he lacks the structure. He might not be the president. Can we not begin to give him the support he needs? He only needs, if Showore has gotten
I'm ready to give
6 million.
Support.
Yes, can we get behind that guy now to mobilize, first of all, to push for restructuring, to push for formidable institutions, reliable institutions, to push for a lot of things that are not right. You know, he might not win the election, he might not be the president.
100%. I will support him 100%. Trust me. I'm giving him 100%.
He will not come back tomorrow to say he doesn't have the structure. He's too young. He should go for councillorship.
And myself, I never said that.
That's what people say about Showore.
Not young. Showore is not young. Who's young?
They will tell you should go to Indo and start from councillorship or chairmanship.
Prime Minister of Canada, he became Prime Minister at 42. Which Showore is young? The president of Senegal that just entered his early 40s. What is
you said the same thing about you said the same thing about
I think Showore cannot. Showore, even when he becomes a president in Nigeria, which is very, very unlikely, he cannot even govern well as most people like to think. Because
he might not be the president, he might be the catalyst that will bring the changes we need.
But have you considered that him being there as the forefront opposition?
I agree with you. Amorie, let me send you
blocking other.
I know you are close to Showore. Showore? Sorry.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying, please. Let me say what I'm saying about Showore, so I understand what I'm saying, because I know you have similar opinions or something a little bit different from mine. What I see in Showore is that he might represent an opposition person, but I fear that even when we get him, he's not going to get anywhere. It's not like Malema of South Africa. It's not like that. He doesn't have an overarching vision that he wants to this is, other than get the bad politician and throw them in jail. That is his whole this thing that I know of.
That is the message I need to send. Mr. Murray, I think you have access to Showore. You see, you just said now we should get behind Showore. What Showore needs to do, what he failed to do, was what Peter Obi did. That was how the youth followed Peter Obi. Showore needs to do more in form of discussing policies, real time, criticizing the government constructively. He should stop joking, because when you come like, I'm going to jail all of it, it's like you are not really serious yet. You need to serious. For example, look at the language of Peter Obi. Speaking to people, the Igbo are not going to buy bread cheaper. Hausa are not going to buy bread cheaper. I need to change the system from consumption to production. Like explaining things he want to do. Like he needs to do more in talking to the people, because the youth would have easily give Showore that 6 million vote. If you give Showore 6 million vote, these people will not be able to hijack that power the way they did push Peter Obi away. Showore will give them
a run for their money. He will give them, he will make sure he fights for the people. Because it's somebody like Sowore that can be, because Sowore is very brave, confident, is not scared of anybody. He will be able to stand and say, even if you want to put him in jail, he's ready. Nigeria need to kill behind Sowore. For me, Peter Obi, I said it, he's just too gentle. Peter Obi cannot do anything.
I missed whatever Nigerians saw in Sowore because I wasn't paying attention to Nigeria then. But since I started observing him, I'm not that impressed. Some of his antics. The only time I was impressed with Sowore in the last 2 years was when I think he went on this show or this occasion where he had his suit on. He looked very professional and he sounded a little bit more coherent at that moment. But every other time, it doesn't sound like a serious leader, not just a politician, a serious leader that is going to go there and do some serious work, even if he has been brave in terms of the context of our Nigerian leaders. But what is required is not just Nigerian leaders. You have to have a vision. You have to paint a picture of, at least people be talked about consumption to production and all those kind of visions. He doesn't have any overarching vision. And Omori, this is a serious constructive criticism. He needs to create an ideology. If he wants to, fight corruption is not an ideology. People are going to eat. It's not just fight corruption. People have to talk about corruption. People, and as a matter of fact, innately in people's mind, they understand that corruption is not at the core of the problem. It's corruption that doesn't damage the economy, that allows the people to still live their life. Because people have faults here and there. If anything, you might even scare them because many of them do corrupt things too. What you want to focus on is what future are you painting for them? Is their future going to be better? 24/7 power supply, all those things. That's what they want to hear you. If they keep hearing you say that, and especially they go on and start see you do some things to help some people doing. Can you imagine seeing Sowore going somewhere, helping people to, helping poor people doing things?
Let me
quickly say this. People will follow him.
You see, on the power industry, for example, what Peter Obi did, Peter Obi will travel to Egypt, was showing on the platform that he's going to understudy the Egyptian power transmission, how they were able to achieve what they achieved. Sowore need to study all this stuff and be talking to Nigeria, understand the Nigeria power system
all the time. You should be moving around all the time.
From the production to transmission to distribution, you will be speaking to this issue. So when you see Malema, right? Malema is so confident on telling you what is going on, explaining things to people. That's why at least he's getting some kind of follower. If Sowore do that, Sowore might be able to clean some state and collect some Senate.
I think Sowore is talking. I think Sowore is talking. People are not listening because they concentrate more on where Sowore is not doing fine, on his deficiencies more than the courage he has to take on the status quo, to take on the establishment, to take on the elite.
Omori, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. The vibe Sowore is giving out is more like like a jokey vibe, to be honest. More like, it's more like this student unionism thing is still there.
Don't forget his background. That is his background. That is where he's coming from.
I know, I understand that.
But you have to outgrow it now. You have to outgrow it and become nationalistic.
Yeah, you need to, because if you watch how Peter Obi address the people, even if you don't like Peter Obi, when you listen to him, he will convince you so fast. That was as Peter Obi was actually convincing people to support him. Peter Obi will convince you very fast. The way he speaks, he will be there asking questions, he's speaking to this issue very deeply. That was how he won the heart of the people.
If you see that leader, Imran Khan of Pakistan, even when he's jailed, he's basically still ruling and have his people out there. You have to have some clear vision for what you want to do. And I feel like he's not. You say we are criticizing him unfairly. Believe me, I've tried to see something that he is saying. Why is it that people just rush to Peter Obi so quickly? Does he not feel offended by that? What is wrong with my vision? Why am I not getting people the way he just got people so easy?
When Peter Obi moved from PDP to Labour, it was literally like 6 months to election.
Exactly. Within how many months? What Peter Obi accomplished?
A lot of people say a lot of things against Showore. You know, they blame him for removing Jonathan. They blame him for
I
don't blame him for any of those. I worry more about
a lot of Nigerian population, especially the youth. They saw him as an instrument that was used to remove Jonathan, which was not true. He actually.
I don't think that's the reason why he's not getting votes.
The
reason why he's not getting the votes
as somebody that brought
is his
Buhari
approach.
to power.
One, he refused to do any lower.
Mr.
Mori, he's refusing to do any run for any lower office. P2B himself ran for governorship. I think if P2B just showed up like that from nowhere, nobody would vote for him too. He was a governor and he ended up doing what he did. Showore is refusing to do any of that. How can you want to help your people? You can help a town. You can even help a street. That's where you start from as a leader. You start from somewhere, build up. And I don't know why he refused to do all those. He say he has to go to the top first. Why do you approach politics like that?
Honestly, I wish I have opportunities to meet Showore anywhere. I would really like to really have a chat with you. I'm serious. I really love Showore. I'm not gonna lie. I really love him, but
a lot of people do.
He needs to come.
But they won't give him their votes
in a different form and speak to Nigeria.
Okay, I have a question for both of you. Like now, if you know one thing, Showore does not have the financial muscles like the regular politician or like the elite. Now, the only thing he has is the voice and the courage he has. Can we queue behind this man? First of all, no matter the election you conduct under this situation, you will not succeed. With these institutions in place, with this corrupt institution, with Jagaban at the top, no amount of election will take us anywhere. The ballot will not take us.
You mean he cannot win local election chairman? He cannot win that one too.
Local government elections are not conducted; they are allocated. So can we keep behind this gentleman? Do you say they are conducted?
I thought the whole local governors.
No, they are allocated. I've been there. I participated in an election where my opponent got ballot papers 3 days to election. They are not conducted. They are written.
Okay, which is the lowest office he can run for in the land? Is it not like House of Assembly?
Showore cannot run for House of Assembly.
Why?
Minimum, I think House of Rep. Assembly is for. It's not for Showore.
It's our attitude we have towards everything. You can run for even House of Assembly of a state. You can run for anything. What people like to see, people just want to see you use power. They want to see if they still using power, they will trust you more.
Go to the federal house. You need to go to the federal.
If you can win it, if you can win it, that's the key. Personally, if I was him, I would be thinking, try to win something. Pardon?
If he goes to any of the other state assembly, national assembly, Showore's voice will be rendered useless.
It doesn't matter. You are mistaken. See, whenever he speaks, no matter how useless he is, whenever he speaks for the people from there. They will be listening. When they are trying to get SUVs, he is there shouting no. When they are trying to pad the budget, no. They will be listening to him. He's sending signals out. When he goes for election, he will get more votes. Because people will say that man is on our side, the rest are useless.
Yeah.
Look, hi guys. I just want to make a comment. Personally, I've been very critical of Showore, as a person. But I'll tell you something. I know a few days ago or a few weeks ago, I came in on this show and Mr. Omori was there, and he was quite upset. The comment I made about Showore. I'll tell you something. Over the past few days, the young man did something, it's like that I did respect. Him returning back to Nigeria, he earned my respect that way, because I didn't know he would do that. Perception is reality. If people see you as not a good person, well, you have to prove it, right? I'm one of those people who see Showore as being instrumental for the APC to come into government. The idea that Nigerians don't blame Showore. Look, Nigerians blame Buhari for many things he didn't do. Or Tinubu for many things that Buhari actually did, right? there is no way that Sahara reporters, if you're looking at it, in a clear way, in an unbiased way, Sahara reporters played the role in APC coming in, whether they were kind of useful idiots, personally, I didn't like Jonathan. I think he was an incompetent president. He was a weak president, and that's why we got APC. But at the same time, saying that Showore did not play a part in removing Jonathan because nature abhors vacuum. It's not, and Nigerians are seeing the APC has been flogging them, right? So all they can say, because people will soon be mad that Buhari left, because by the time Tinubu is 4 years in office and Naira is like 2,000 Naira, his dollar is 2,000 Naira, and petrol is maybe 1.5, people are going to be very mad at anybody and this is humanity. So I'll tell you something. I like Showore since he went back to Nigeria. I do respect people who have their honor. And he said, I will go back. And he went back. And he stood there. They messed around with him at the airport. That's how I like Aisha Yusufu also. But we need to also distinguish between activism, and leadership. Someone like, what's that lawyer, the Yoruba lawyer, Gani Fayomi? He was an activist. When he tried to run for office, people didn't really pay him much of an attention. But like forefathers, I don't agree with many things forefathers says. But when forefathers is making, for me, I agree with the fact that you should start from somewhere. If you look at somebody like Obama, he was a community organizer. Then he ran for state, the state assembly. From there, he ran for, the next one, the Senate.
Oh,
And
then
then
quick question
from there,
for you.
sorry?
Quick question for you. Do
Yeah.
you also will you also agree that Showore was instrumental in Goodluck coming to power? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not saying it may be possibly. I don't know, that's
No,
that,
if you are aware,
yes, I know
coming
about
to
that.
power and going out of power, yeah.
But so there is a misleading when you say that. It's a little misleading. There was no way Goodluck was not going to come into power because Yaradua was dead. They couldn't hide it for 5 years. How long could they have hidden it? The people were stupid, actually, for trying to manipulate people. How long could you hide that a Muslim president is dead? That people, even the people around him, will speak up. I understand I know exactly what you're saying, but the person that actually wanted to do it was Dora Akunyele, who came in and spoke against the government. She was the final straw against, if I remember very well, against Yaradua's government.
Yeah,
Because they wanted to do a ministerial.
He did most of the expose. He broke most of the news that they were hiding. Another question for you, sir. Do you also believe there was actually corruption in Jonathan's government? Most of the things Showore Sahara's reporters exposed about Jonathan's administration were
But
they
I
true or
said
false?
that now. I said Goodluck was an incompetent and weak president. His government was corrupt. That's
So
why
what was
APC
the
came in.
offense of Showore? What was the offense of Showore?
Sorry?
What was his offense? How does he make it possible
No,
for
I'm not saying. I said Nigerians. Look, I'm not saying that he did something good or something bad. I'm just saying that even Buhari, at a point, people will be mad at anybody that brought Tinubu, look, Nigerian presidents have been getting worse and worse over the years. And if you are part of APC, well, Bini people, I'll tell you, well, Edo people surprised personally me over the weekend, like the man that was here, what's his name? Adebayo, Prince Adebayo. I'm not sure how he became a prince. I saw Fafada getting back and forth with him. I really don't like that, but I was happy in a way that somebody could give him back something, because the man, that man, many times I wonder which mouth he's speaking from, but I do respect him. He came on this show and he engaged Nigerians in diaspora for a very long time. I really, really, really do respect that attitude, of coming to speak for himself. If we have more Nigerian politicians speaking that way, look, I think we'll be better off than we are. But, look, much respect to Showore, but he got 33,000 votes. He got less votes the last one. And, it's true. It makes you not very pleased, but I'm talking about fact. That's what he got, 33,000 votes. He can't even if I give Joe $20 million, he will still not win the election. So Nigerians just don't fancy him. It's just the fact.
If you give him $20 million, I think he's going to win something. No,
I'm saying the presidency. These people are
come close to the presidency. I think Showore, if he breaks a threshold, Showore could end up very far. If you give him $20 million, he could get there. Because if he can break past the state barriers, the money issue that he has, and start going to states and shaking hands, a lot of people would like his message.
Father, let me ask you a question.
Having control power before you need to control power. But sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. What happened in Edo over the weekend? What did Edo teach us about our countrymen? I think we can come here and have fun, but what did Edo teach us about our countrymen?
Lack of interest in the electoral system, and people are beginning to give up on the electoral system. It shows that the ballot system cannot take us to where we hope to be. We need an alternative. That's my own
Mr. Amori, who do you support for? Who was your, who was your candidate for this thing? Which party?
To be honest, I didn't have any party. But
no, come on, Mr. Amori, PDP now. Just say
no, PDP.
Oh,
no,
yeah?
that is my worst party. Let me give you the calculations. So I actually contest. I've had dealings with PDP in the past. It was not palatable at all. So PDP almost took away everything from me except my life. They went for my life, but they could not get it. I saved them by whiskers. What I'm saying here is, if I want to support any party, it's not even close to PDP. I was instrumental to this, to the beginning of this, to the genesis of this APC that has become a monster today. The AC, ACN, and everything. I was there. We were the people that brought Oshomole on board. We thought we have gotten a voice. We needed an alternative to PDP by all means. Little did we know that we are creating a bigger monster than the PDP we wanted to replace. That is a story for another day. But as far as for the Edo election, I assessed I supported the emotional feelings that fairness, equity, and justice, that power should shift to the center after 24 or 25 years. It's not just because of my affiliation with the center. I think it was a necessary thing to do, for peace and tranquility in the state, if we say we are one. And again, beyond that, PDP were able to produce one of the most credible, most competent, most, whatever he has the capacity, he has the integrity, they were able to bring out the best among all these people. The other one is even closer to me, the Akpakomisa of APC. It's closer to me by, if you want to draw by relationship-wise, he will have been closer to me. But I can't see myself supporting such a man to take charge of a state like Edo. It will be taking, he will be taking us 20 years backwards. Obaseki has not done enough, but he has laid some foundation. So if we say Obaseki did not try, we need somebody better than Obaseki to do better than Obaseki. It's not you telling me that we should hand over Edo State that is going to be by November. Leaving Edo State in the hands of Akpakomisa, the APC guy, it's tantamount to leaving a grenade in the hands of a madman in the same room where you want to sleep. It's going to be disastrous. It's going to be catastrophic. So I'm saying this for the records. He has no word of his own. He has no intellectual capacity to handle Edo State. They're going to tear him apart. The lions and the tigers around him on the street, the political vampires around him. He's just going to be there as a titular head to be seen and never to be heard. They're going to use him as an instrument into Edo State treasury. That was my grudge with that guy. By affiliation, he's supposed to be closer to me. But I don't play such politics of PDP, APC, or Mama Papa, Uncle, Mama Papa side, or Uncle, Mama side. That is not me. I've gone beyond that. So for Olumide was another, sound guy. But he didn't, I think he miscalculated. He wanted to ride on the obedient movement, to get to Osadebe's Avenue. But he miscalculated. He failed to realize that obedient is different from Labour Party. He didn't calculate very well. Moreover, he wasn't even part of the obedient movement, which is fading away like a vapor. He refused to calculate that the crisis in Labour was beyond redemption, as at the time he went into that place. He just jumped into it. He wasn't part of the obedient movement. He went there and dollarized the system. He bought his way with dollars. I have two delegates that were in that primaries. They had $10,000 each. Where is that money coming from? I actually thought he was being sponsored by APC to destabilize that's when, which was my preference. So I discovered that he wasn't able to make much disruption in Edo South. I thought that was the calculation of APC to disrupt Aswan Godalo and PDP in the Edo South, which will have that has the bulk of the votes. But he wasn't able to really, bring that one into play. So by and large, I wasn't preaching party. I wanted somebody that could move Edo State forward in terms of competence, capacity, and integrity.
Thank you.
Let me ask you a question.
I think hold on. We can go backstage. Go and ask your questions. Okay. Let's go backstage because it's almost 12 o'clock. 12 hours. I mean, gentlemen, AY superstar asking a lot of questions, causing trouble for Pansat and all the rest. AY, thank you for coming in. Mr. Mori, I've not seen you in a long time. I appreciate you for joining us today. And Odi too doesn't show up all the time. Thank you for coming in there today. And we have to thank Prince Adewole Adebayo for coming in and spending time with Nigerians. I must say, it's quite unique. He's one man that seems to go out there, especially on the online community, and engage with them for hours. And he's funny, he can talk to you. Yes, I think he was a little bit defensive with me today. The moment I opened my mouth, he was like, hey, I know how you roll. And he just started blocking. But he does spend a lot of time. So we have to appreciate him for coming in today. Thank Dr. Dameji for putting the show together. Thank all the people that have donated. Let me recognize the people that have donated to the channel. Again, Oscar Blackbone has donated to the channel. Thank you for the $5. A for real, which is AY. Thank you for the $2. A for real. Tope O for the $20. Thank you for the $20. And Mazi Prince, $10. Mazi Prince always representing. Mazi Prince and Tope O are always there trying to support the channel. I think their funds have actually helped pay for some things on this channel. Emmanuel Johnson, thank you for the support. And Young One started popping up with $2 and another $2 and another $2. We thank you all for the donation. I know all this, the money, you didn't get it for free. It's not easy. And but Dr. Damages appreciates every single cent you sent over, because you cannot believe he basically is running these sessions at a loss. And yet he's doing so much more. They are showing up on TV now, for crying out loud, in Nigeria. So he's putting a lot of his money towards the channel. So whenever we get a chance, support the work he is doing, because if you cannot support Showore, you can support Dr. Damages. It's all part of the trying to help Nigeria move forward. And thank you people for coming in, and let me thank the people that joined the channel today too. Yemi Adekonola, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Highbury 10, I see you there. Kristen, I see you there. Guy Owanlele, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Guy Owanlele. And there is Tracy Jacopin. I see you there, Tracy Jacopin. Thank you for joining us. And I hope you all have a great week ahead. Ayole, I see you, Ayole. That one I was a bit concerned I'm going to read that name. Ayole, thank you for joining us. Hope you have a great week ahead. And who else is there? Any other new name? Efosa Akembo. Filsa Akembo, thank you for joining us, Filsa Akembo, and appreciate you joining us here today. And who else? I've said that one. AB, thank you for coming in. AB, I see you there. Sake, I see you there. Don Anthony, I see you there too. Pansat is always there. Don Anthony, hope you have a great week ahead. Pansat, you too. Hope you have a great week ahead. At least we prevented Pansat from getting too toxic about it today. So when Pansat is not too toxic, you can take off some of the nonsense he says. So, but it's all right. Pansat, sometimes it gets a little bit too toxic. Nwachuku, thank you for coming in. Nwachuku, I appreciate you. AGK, Onyemechi, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate you all. And I'm not sure I'm going to be... Young One is there too. I don't want to forget Young One. He donated a lot too. Topeo, I know all those people that donated. They were also on the chat. Fumi O was also on the chat. I'm not sure she's gone now. Faraday Holmes, I see you there. Enene Emeka, Queen T too was here. Thank you all for joining us today. Let me find some nice, relaxing song to start your week ahead. I hope you all have enjoyed and learned something from the show today, because I have picked up a few things from talking to the guests and talking to all of you. I'm learning every single day. I'm trying to learn, and that's what I'm trying. Sometimes it looks like I don't learn anything. I just have my own views. So I really thank you all for coming in, and let's find this song. Till next week, I hope you all have a great week ahead. We're going to see you all again next week. Bye.
Onye ọma zoro bio, akwa nwa zoro bio, Max ịbịa bunyere kwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo, akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma nwatara ndasari, ịbịa onye nịgana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo, mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo, abọmma nwa ilochila biko rapụ zoro ọ na-abazi ya. Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere nka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi kama. Ibu go with melody. Odogu na chala noka, ezi nwanne m legadele mo, olagado n'ibia zigo noe, mma olagado n'ibia zigo, amama mwilo chilo, bigora muzoro, anabazi, te, onyama zoro de. Sorry, if I were to go on a fool, Holaga, don't be Piazugo, as a boy. Molaga, don't be Piazugo. I'm a Milo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anavazi. A dog can never be kitchen for. I'm a Pamnika Gogodia. Well, you work well on the catch of a bell. Egwu kampụ na-ekene ọmọgọ ndị nsọ Chukwu emeka lụmọ ike Chukwu na-egaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọgbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ